Shields and Ramparts, Part 2 by Millie Copper.
Chapter 35. Molly, Thursday, Day 15, Bakerville, Wyoming. Knock, knock. I lightly wrap my hand on the doorframe of Katie's room. Katie is on the bed, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, lounging on top of the covers. Leo is sitting on the chair beside her bed. He immediately stands when I step in. Leo, you can stay seated. I was just popping in to see if Katie needs anything or if she wanted to walk around. There's a dinner and community meeting this evening. Jake and I are going to go. You think you're up to it? I'd like to, but I don't think so, she answers softly. I'm glad you're here, though. We were just talking about you. Oh? Yeah. Katie starts, but Leo puts his hand on her arm and says, how about I go see if Jake's available? Katie and I wanted to talk with you two. Do you have a few minutes to wait? Interesting. Sure, I say. I'll be right back. Here, Mom, take the chair. Does Belinda know you're off your crutches? Yes, I just have to be careful. Katie nods, then starts asking me questions of no consequence about the homestead. I so want to ask what is going on, but manage to hold my tongue. Patience is not my strong suit, so it's a definite struggle. Leo soon returns, with Jake in tow. Questions mark Jake's face. I give a slight lift of my right shoulder as if to say, I don't know, but I have my suspicions. Jake gives a nod and tries to contain a smile. Leo steps to the other side of the bed, then sits on the edge next to Katie. So, thanks for joining us. Leo stammers. Leo, it's okay. I think they already know, Katie says quietly. I try hard to look innocent. We don't really know, Jake says. Go ahead, Leo. Yes, sir, Jake, Molly. I think you both know I love Katie more than anything. She's nothing short of amazing. And when I thought we might lose her, he shakes his head, gulping in a breath. But she's fine. She's going to make a full recovery. And I want, more than anything, for her to spend the rest of her life with me as my wife. Will you give me your permission to marry her? The smile and love on Katie's face during Leo's stammering speech is adoring. Even now, looking from Jake to me, her entire face is lit up from the inside. Katie, this is what you want, Jake asks. More than anything, I love him like cray-cray. Cray-cray. Okay. Well, good then. Molly, you look like you're about to bust wide open, so I guess you're on board. I go to Katie for a hug. I'm crying. She's crying. Finally, Jake says, yeah. Leo, welcome to the family. Chapter 36. Molly, Thursday, Day 15, Bakerville, Wyoming. While most of us go to the community center for the 4th of July event, Leo, Alvin, and Dodie stay at the homestead with Katie. Tammy also stays to care for Lydia. We quickly learn things in Bakerville vary from close to business as usual before the attacks to desperate. We've had several deaths in our community, caused by a lack of essential medications, to suicides, to a young boy dying from what is believed to be an allergic reaction, possibly from a bee sting. Without an autopsy, his family will never know what took his life. Many people are now either out of or running low on food. Phil makes a point of welcoming everyone to the gathering, saying we're celebrating to acknowledge not only our good fortune of not having any radiation, but also the 4th of July, America's independence. Even though we're cut off from the rest of the country, it's important to acknowledge we're still Americans. There isn't a barbecue or fireworks, at least not the pyrotechnic kind. Still, there's a spectacular theatrical display. We feast on pots of soup and loaves of homemade bread, brought by our family and a few others. I'm so glad we had food available because we discovered just how bleak the situation is for some. Before the nuke threat and the EMP was detonated, it was decided to empty the houses of people who were away when the attack started. Those who have little chance of making it back home. Whatever is found in the houses is inventoried and put toward the good of the community. Deputy Fred put our friend Phil in charge of procuring, or as I think of it, stealing these goods. Fred agreed the usable items found in Lydia's house should go to the good of the community. There were a few things we set aside specifically for Lydia and her children, things that looked like heirlooms. We're not sure if they belonged to Lydia or were part of the gang's booty. For now, we're erring on the side of caution. The one thing they didn't have much of at Lydia's house was food. A few more families, including ours, were drafted to help in securing, storing, and inventorying the homes of community members who are gone and presumed unable to return anytime soon. Finding space for everything has been a challenge. Figuring out how to best meet the needs of everyone is the next challenge. Bakerville isn't a town. We're a rural community. Our area, those who consider themselves part of the Bakerville community, is over 40 square miles. With the transportation issues, thanks to the EMP and a lack of fuel caused by the early attacks, it's a challenge to have one central location to meet and provide for people. Tonight's gathering has a turnout of about a tenth of the almost 400 living in Bakerville. Well, we had almost 400 before the attacks. I'm not sure how many are here now. The low turnout is partly due to a lack of communication and partly due to a lack of transportation. Phil and a few others went around and invited people but couldn't get to everyone. Of the few attending, tempers are, understandably, frayed. "Okay, people," Phil says, voice raised to try to contain the crowd. "That's enough. Let's bring it down a notch and make some plans." "We need more than plans, Phil. We need food," one man cries out. "I understand. Let's stick with the system we already have in place. If you need help today, go to Kelly. She'll keep track of it." She's going to write down on her little notepad how my family is starving. This soup and bread is the first meal we've had today. How do you think writing in a notebook is going to help? "Didn't she have your name on the list when this mess started? You said you were in good shape then, but needed help wiring your generator to your well pump. Did she record the information and have someone there the next day?" "Yeah, she did, but you think this will be different? You think my wife is now unreliable?" "That's not what I'm saying, Phil. We're hungry. My daughter is hungry. Do you know what it's like to have a hungry child?" With that, he breaks down, dropping his head as sobs rack his body. Phil goes to him and speaks quietly. The man soon nods and shakes Phil's hand. Once again, Phil takes control of the meeting. "Friends, now is the time to come together. These last few days have been hard on many. With the threat of radiation past, we can start making a difference. Okay, so let's follow the usual procedure. If you have an immediate need, see my wife. If you don't need anything and can offer to help others, see Sarah Garrett. If you need a little help but can offer assistance, see Molly Caldwell. I'm a new addition to this process. Originally, Doris was the one handling the people I now have. With Doris injured and immobile, I've taken over for her group. I don't expect my line to be very long, and Sarah's is likely to be even shorter. Kelly will have the bulk of the group. Phil, before we all had to hole up for the nuke strike that never happened, a rumble goes through the crowd, relaying the general voice of how ridiculous hiding out underground had been. Yeah, I can't say I disagree, but, hindsight and all that. Besides, we've heard a rumor from someone that there were actual nuclear detonations. He heard it from someone else who heard it from someone else, so we don't really know. Anyhow, Phil, what about Mick Michelson donating a cow? Is that still happening? We're working on it. The problem is refrigeration. We need to figure out how we can get it processed and consumed before it spoils. If it were winter, we'd have a little leeway, but with summer... How about a deer? A female voice asks. We could get a deer or two. They're not as big, and we can take care of them before they spoil. My husband wanted to hunt, a lady I know from yoga at the community center says. Phil told him to hold off, said they had a plan and to wait on harvesting deer for now. That's right, Phil says with a nod. We thought it would be smart to make sure we don't deplete the herds, with the fawns still so young. How about a buck? They don't have fawns, someone scoffs, causing a spattering of laughter. True, and that's something to think about. Something else to think about is the issue with chronic wasting disease. Zombie deer. Who cares about that? Says the same guy who pointed out bucks don't have fawns. I look to see who it is. I can't see his face from where I am, but the voice is familiar. Maybe John Dawson, retired attorney and candidate for Prospector County Commissioner. At least he was running before our world fell apart. I don't actually know him, but do, of course, know of him. Right. That's what I thought, too. Then I found out a little more about CWD, and frankly, John, it scared the bejesus out of me. There's a new rumble through the crowd, displeased and mocking mainly, with a few people in agreement with Phil. As hungry as my family is, the man from before speaks up, I have to agree with Phil on this one. I hunted the thoroughfare last year, had my deer tested, and it came back positive. The CDC says not to eat deer testing positive, so the wife made me throw it all away. Sounds a little paranoid if you ask me, John Dawson says. Just cook it really good and it won't be a problem. No problem at all. Again, lots of responses and rumblings, mostly in agreement. Speaking very loudly, Phil says, "That's what I thought too, but I recently found out that's not the case. Molly, Kelly, can you two tell us what you know about this?" Oh, geez. No, I don't want to speak to this crowd. I look for Kelly. She's talking with a man and woman. She gives Phil a wave and shakes her head, returning to the lady she's speaking with. Jake nudges me and whispers, "Go on." They need to know. Super. Yeah, sure. I raise my voice to be heard. Phil's right. You can't kill this disease by cooking it out of the meat, can't freeze it out or use any chemicals on it either. That's one of the problems with chronic wasting disease. There isn't a known way to fully eliminate it, which is why the recommendation from the CDC was to have your meat tested and dispose of it if it came back positive. Molly, was it? The way Dawson says my name makes me want to kick him in the teeth. Oops, that wasn't very nice of me. I nod my response. Well then, Molly. Oh, Molly Caldwell. I know who you are now. He smirks. That might be all well and good to have deer tested and listen to the CDC, but I think we're a little beyond testing now, don't you? He lets out a hearty, very fake chuckle. A few people join him. I feel my face turning red. I swallow hard and with a quivering voice say, "That is definitely a problem. We now don't have a way to test for chronic wasting disease, so we won't know if a deer, elk, or moose we harvest is infected. So we eat a little tainted meat. Big deal," the man standing next to Dawson says with a shrug. Dawson claps him on the back and physically turns away from me. He then says to Phil, "Move it on, Phil." This little girl's CWD is a non-issue. What? Wait a minute. Did he really just call me a little girl? Chapter 37. Molly. Thursday, day 15. Bakerville, Wyoming. I feel my eyes fill with tears. Jake's hand is suddenly warm on my shoulder, supporting me or holding me back. I blink rapidly and take a deep breath. I can't decide whether I'm angry or embarrassed. Anger suddenly wins out. I straighten my shoulders and pull myself up to my full 5'2". "Mr. Dawson," my voice comes out clear and strong, "chronic wasting disease is not a non-issue. It has been found across our entire state. It's such a concern. Game and Fish was in the process of revising their management plan. I would think, as a candidate for county commissioner, you'd be well aware of this threat to our wildlife." He looks at me with fire in his eyes and starts to speak. I talk over him, not yelling, but loud enough to shut him up. The reason the CDC recommended disposing of infected meat was because they don't know if chronic wasting disease can jump to humans. You've heard of mad cow? Remember humans dying from it? It's pretty much the same disease. Personally, I'd rather not end up with a deadly brain disorder caused by eating infected meat, but that's just me. Maybe you're okay with the idea of not knowing who you are and needing your diapers changed. Totally your choice. And one more thing, Mr. Dawson. You may not be educated on CWD, but I am. This little girl is an amazing researcher. And if the thought of chronic wasting disease doesn't concern you, I shake my head. That's fine. You're an adult and can make your own decisions. The anger on his face doesn't carry to his voice. Instead, he's sickly sweet as he says, "Didn't mean to offend." I'm well aware of the irrational hype surrounding chronic wasting disease. Most of us know it's just those PETA wackos and other anti-hunting groups trying to take our sport away, with the media sensationalizing it all. But now, Molly, we're not talking about a sport. We're talking about feeding hungry people. Jake's hand tightens on my shoulder. PETA wackos. I don't even know what to say to this. It's not like chronic wasting and other prion diseases are some make-believe ailments. Phil catches my eye and gives me a slight nod. I'll take this, he seems to be saying. Molly is well aware of the need for food, John, Phil says in his rich, velvety, smooth voice. But she brings up a good point. There have not been cases of CWD jumping to humans. But if we were to start existing only on deer and they happen to be infected, well, we don't know what could happen. As she mentioned, mad cow is the cattle version of CWD, and humans did get it. People died from it. We're not saying don't harvest deer. We're saying let's be smart about it. Let's put some guidelines into place before we start relying on venison. We have other options right now. Let's use those. Sure, Phil. John uses his saccharine voice again. I get what you're saying, what she's saying. He hooks a thumb in my direction. I do my best not to glare at him. But hear me now, Hudson. It'll be a cold day before you or anyone else tries to tell me what I can do. I've played along with your little show of taking charge, but you try to push me on this and he sweeps his arm to include a group standing near him. Make it clear you're not in control. The only reason you're the one facilitating anything is because I wasn't here for those early meetings. I'm a leader in this county, and there should be no doubt who people will choose to follow. Phil smiles, sort of. A faint curve of the lips and the top row of teeth showing while his eyes remain hard, unyielding. I have no problem with you taking things over, John. I didn't ask for this duty and am happy to pass it off to you or anyone else who wants it. Then I can focus on my wife, my family, and my close friends. No skin off my nose. He smiles larger, his white teeth a bold line against his black face. This time, it reaches his eyes. He begins to confidently move away. There's a rumble throughout the crowd. The general consensus is that Phil should continue as our de facto leader. Several people gather around him as he tries to make his way from the podium. Even John Dawson's cronies seem to be opposed to John taking over. One of the guys standing closest to him whispers something, which John doesn't seem to agree with. The guy gives a hard jerk of his head. John, rather reluctantly in my opinion, nods. Now, Phil, there's no reason to be like that. We'll keep things as is. For now, John Dawson says loudly in the sickly, sweet, condescending tone he seems so fond of. Judge Isaiah Avery, now standing next to Phil, calls the group to order. I half wonder if he wishes he had his long-retired gavel to bang. All right, folks, I think we'll call it good for tonight. I understand tempers are a little short. We're all in a new situation, one which is causing all our nerves to fray. Let's meet up here again tomorrow. Give everyone a chance to calm down. Let's also try to spread the word. Check on your neighbor and encourage them to come join the fun. He pauses and dramatically raises his eyebrows and waves his arms. The tension is broken, and several people chuckle. Seriously, we're going to have some announcements tomorrow night. Let's try to get the entire Bakerville community here. Carpool and conserve fuel, ride your horse, your bicycle. We'll see you tomorrow at... He turns to Phil and whispers something before finishing with, "See you at 5 p.m. We'll share a meal again, then get on with business." The group slowly disperses. Several people talk with Phil, and many make a point of talking to me, asking me more about CWD. The cronies continue to hang with John Dawson, who manages to look incredibly smug. I want to punch him in the nose. Whew, this anger. I'm so on edge today. The last several days. Dawson has just about pushed me over the brink. I can finally break away to stand near Kelly and take down names for my group. 3 people. That's what I have. Sarah has 0. Those who can help already are. We spend a few minutes assisting Kelly. There are several people out of food. Phil and Kelly make sure they go home with something to sustain their family until better plans can be made. Then we all head home. As we're getting ready for bed, Jake and I are discussing the day, the meeting, plus Katie and Leo's new engagement. Out of the blue, Jake says, "Hey, Molly. The day the missile alerts went off, before the alerts, you said you had something important you wanted to talk with me about. We never had a chance." Oh. While I hadn't forgotten, no way could I forget, I decided to let it go. At least for now. Obviously, in this new world we are living in, I'm no longer receiving threatening phone calls from Brad Quinton, and the secrets of my past can stay a secret. Sure, I still feel a nagging in my conscience and know I'll need to confess. Someday. Not today. Not now when things are so difficult. We didn't. But it's okay. Things sort of resolved. Okay. He looks skeptical. So it wasn't something important? It's fine, Jake. Truly. Fine. The type of fine meaning it's anything but fine. His tone is serious, but he gives me a wink, softening the delivery. I have a history of declaring things are fine, but not meaning it. That was one of our issues during the time we nearly divorced. Learning how to communicate and sharing what is in my heart hasn't been easy. I smile as best I can. Not that kind of fine, a lie I try to deliver convincingly. We're okay. I love you, Jake. I love you too, but you've been a little different since you got home. Thought maybe it was from what happened on the way, getting hurt and then having to kill those guys attacking Madison. Sure, that was bad. I know, honey. Then, with Dan Morse attacking you all and having to kill them, you've been through a lot. The girls have been through a lot. You too. You were in the same situation when you rescued Angela and Doris. We don't really talk about it, about how we're feeling to each other. We probably should. Yeah. Truthfully, my mind tells me I should feel worse about killing a guy. But I'd do it again. If it meant protecting Angela, any of you, I wouldn't hesitate. I feel the same. I just pray it's the end of it and we won't encounter that kind of violence again. Please, Lord, make it so.
Chapter 38. Sylvia. Friday, Day 16. Thermopolis, Wyoming. Much to our disappointment, Thermopolis, just like Shoshone, is non-functioning. And even worse, our fears have been confirmed. It is widely believed we've been hit by an electromagnetic pulse. No one really knows for sure, since there haven't been any announcements or confirmation from the government. But no one's phone will turn on, most cars won't start, and some people even lost their generators and solar systems. Thermopolis is different from Shoshone. They didn't escort us through town. Instead, they're letting us camp at the state park, and we've even been able to use the hot springs to clean up. Not in the soaking pools, unfortunately, but we were each allowed a gallon jug of the hot water and a private space for a sponge bath. It was pretty amazing. In addition to the bathing water, we've been given fresh drinking water. They even asked us if we needed medical attention, which none of us are in need of. I was very happy to find a clothing exchange. With all of the walking and our limited food, my pants aren't fitting right. Sabrina notched my belt so I could tighten it, but it's already in need of another. I guess walking across the state is a great weight loss program. I exchanged my worn, dirty, size 16 jeans for a slightly more worn but clean size 12 pair. They're a little tight, but after a few more days of walking, they'll probably be fine. I kept the sweats and shorts I have since they each have a drawstring and work okay. Who would have thought I'd ever be on the end of the world diet? One thing we weren't offered was food. They made it very clear we could camp here, overnight only, and clean up, but there would be no food available. Personally, I was very grateful for the hospitality. So was Sabrina. Kim? Yeah, not so much. She didn't throw one of her famous fits, but she wasn't very gracious about it. It's beautiful here, Sabrina says with a sigh as we're all sitting and relaxing. It's so much nicer camping on the lawn than the rocks and railroad track. For sure. We're fortunate they're letting us stay. I'm pretty impressed with how well they have things set up. It's kind of like a real campground. Sabrina nods. Yeah, at least it's not as crowded as the Boyson Reservoir campground. I shrug and say, limiting how long people can stay probably keeps the numbers manageable. Sounds like they had a bit of a celebration yesterday, Sabrina says. You know, for July 4th. I can't believe we forgot about it. Not that we'd have been able to do much, but maybe we could have at least acknowledged it. Kim and Ray didn't seem too concerned when they realized we forgot, I say. We're relaxing and enjoying the late afternoon. I'm having a cigarette, only my second one today. Kim hasn't asked for one since we entered the tunnel. I've opened up the carton and have 2 cigarettes left from the first pack in it. I did ask about buying cigarettes at the clothing exchange. The lady in charge said she didn't think there were any available. Even with our location in what is essentially a treed park on the edge of town, we have a nice view of the mountains in the distance. Like Sabrina, I'm looking forward to watching this evening's sunset. I was surprised when I found myself wishing to see it when we were in the canyon. Definitely not something I'd normally care about. I've just ground out my cigarette and added it to my water bottle ashtray, a new one I've started after finding a trash can at the edge of camp for my previous bottle, when we hear, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The yell, while not right near us, is loud enough to carry clearly. The same voice says, "Get back. You grab your friends and get back." "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about," a new voice says. I'm talking about you and your friends. Those 2 circling around. What are you doing? Are you trying to flank me? Stop. Now put your hands where I can see them. Roger, I need help here. A shot rings out, followed by several more. I throw myself onto my stomach, pulling Nicole with me. Out of the corner of my eye, I detect Sabrina doing the same with little Naomi. "On the ground," Ray hisses to Kim while pulling Nate to him. "Kim, now you know what to do." Ray is belly crawling while dragging Nate toward a tree. "Sabrina," I whisper, gesturing to Ray while starting the same procedure with Nicole. We're not all going to fit behind the tree, but if we can get the children back there. More shots, more yelling. Pandemonium erupts as people are running, crying, and screaming. The tree is slightly elevated from where our tent is. Kim reaches it first and helps Nate. "Keep going. Stay low. This hill will help as a barrier. Go to the trees over there," Kim instructs. Ray turns and grabs for Naomi, dragging her the rest of the way. "Kim, take her. Go with Nate. Nicole, you're almost here. Let's go." "Okay, good. Keep going. Follow your mom. Sabrina, Sylvia, you good?" Once we're over the slight incline, Sabrina pulls her sidearm. I follow suit. "I'm good, Ray," Sabrina says. "Go with your family. I'm going to make it to the tree just over there, use it for cover, and protect our stuff. We wouldn't want someone to take advantage of the situation. Sylvia, can you do the same at this tree?" How does Sabrina sound so calm? I let out a ragged breath. "Okay, yes." "Ray, you protect your family," Sabrina says, while handing him the gun from her ankle holster. We talked about letting him carry the .22 he used at the tunnel, but it just didn't feel quite right. He handled it fine, and we trust him. It's Kim we aren't so sure about. After her original freakout over our weapons, she hasn't said anything further. Still, Ray takes the weapon, checks it, and nods, then makes his way toward his family. Sabrina low crawls to the next tree. Man, she's quick. I guess all the exercising she does has paid off. The shooting and yelling finally stop, but the crying out in fear and pain continues. Sabrina motions for me to stay put, like I had any plans of moving. "Roger," You clear? Bennett's down, a new voice calls out. I'm hit. Where's the medical team? Where's the sheriff? On their way, buddy, on their way. Then louder, civilians, civilians. If you are camping, you are to remain where you are. The threat has been eliminated. You are safe. If you or a loved one requires medical care, sit tight. Help is on the way. If you are armed, holster your weapon or put it on the ground. I repeat, holster your weapon immediately. An unholstered weapon will be considered a threat and will be responded to as such. I catch Sabrina's attention and dramatically reholster my sidearm. She shakes her head. I motion again for her to do it. She finally nods and puts it away. I turn to look for Ray. He's crouched next to a tree 100 yards away. He tucks the pistol into his pants and gives me a thumbs up, which I return. From our slightly elevated vantage point, we're able to clearly see several people on horseback appear, followed by a horse pulling a dilapidated wooden wagon with a big red cross painted on the side. The ambulance? It's nearly an hour later before the rescue crew gets to us. We're allowed back in our camp and asked about injuries. Naomi shows them her elbow and knee. Both were scraped while crawling away. The very kind nurse gives her a Snoopy Band-Aid for each. We discover half a dozen are dead, including 2 deputy sheriffs. One was Roger and the other Bennett, probably the first voice we heard, who was trying to get the situation under control, along with a bystander and the 3 instigators. No one seems to know what started the altercation. So, you think we should stay here? Ray asks after the rescue crew leaves. I'm wondering also, what do you all think? I ask. Kim, first to respond, says, I don't think it's safe here. Too many people and now everyone's sure to be on edge. I agree, Ray says. Unfortunately, we're coming up on dark. I don't think we have time to break camp, move to a new spot, and get set back up before dark. And where would that new spot be? Out of town? How many miles would we need to walk to find an area we can camp? We'd have to walk several miles out of town, Sabrina says, pulling out one of the Wyoming Gazetteer pages. Look, we're here. Here's the road we need to follow out of town. The first patch of BLM is at least 6-7 miles. So let's just camp wherever we can once we're out of town, Kim says. I shudder, remembering waking up to the farmer and his shotgun when we did that before. Not a good idea. No way, Sabrina says at the same time. Why not? Kim asks. Private property, honey, Ray says. How'd you like someone camping in your yard? Seriously? In times like these, people shouldn't be worrying about their own stuff. They should be helping take care of those less fortunate. Ray shakes his head while Kim pouts. So we're stuck here? I think so, for tonight. We'll just need to continue our guard duty. I know we were all looking forward to an uninterrupted sleep tonight. But now... Sabrina shrugs. Let's do it, Ray says. What time do we want to leave? 6:30. So we'll do 9 to midnight, midnight to 3, and 3 to 6. I'll take midnight to 3. You 2 decide which shift you want. Sound good? You want first watch, Sylvia? Sabrina asks. Yeah, sure. Okay then. We should get to bed, Ray says. Sabrina, you going to read to us tonight? I'm momentarily shocked he's asking. Since the night in the tunnel, Sabrina has read a psalm each night. I didn't think anyone, other than Naomi, was showing much interest. I'd be happy to, Sabrina responds, pulling out her little travel Bible, and I was thinking, now that we know for sure what day it is, I have an idea to help us keep track. Oh? Ray asks. What if each morning, when we start walking, I read a proverb? The book of Proverbs is divided into 31 chapters, so we could easily read one each day. Might help us keep track of the days better. I roll my eyes. I'm pretty sure Kim does also. Are those as good as the ones you read now? Naomi asks. They're a little different, but still very good. The Proverbs are filled with wisdom. My grandma used to read a proverb each day, corresponding with the day of the month. So since today is the 5th of the month, She'd read Proverbs 5. She said it was an old-time tradition. We can give it a try if you'd like, Ray offers with indifference.
Chapter 39. Molly. Friday, day 16. Bakerville, Wyoming. Since last night's excitement wasn't nearly enough, this morning we have a gathering at the Snyder's house with the neighborhood watch leaders. Many people going to this meeting were at last night's meeting, including Judge Isaiah Avery and Deputy Fred, but thankfully, not John Dawson. It seems when Phil first went to him about being a neighborhood leader, he declined, said he wouldn't feel comfortable helping in that manner. So his next-door neighbor, recently appointed Sheriff Deputy Clark Thomas, is representing their neighborhood. I wonder how Phil and Evan decided on zoning the neighborhoods. Some zones make sense. Our neighborhood, of which Jake is the official representative, has a natural division. We're mainly comprised of a new development which used to be an old ranch. When we first moved here, I told my boss's wife we were moving into a new subdivision. She visited us and laughed about my subdivision definition. She insists subdivisions don't often have 30 to 100 plus acre parcels. True. We're one of many named subdivisions in Bakerville consisting of large acreage. Those neighborhood zones make sense, but the outlying areas still operating large ranches were likely harder to group. Neighborhood leaders who were not at last night's meeting got a visit early this morning. Phil, Evan, and Jake tried to make sure everyone knew. There's a surprising number of old cars and trucks here, still running after the EMP, along with ATVs and dirt bikes. Horses and bicycles are also being utilized for transportation. The parade going by our house up to the Snyders is keeping the children entertained for sure. Lily and Sissy especially enjoy seeing the horses go by. One horse was even pulling an old-fashioned buggy, refurbished and always popular in local parades and other events. Wyoming. Forever West. That's us. The meeting starts with 24 people crammed into the Snyder's house. It soon becomes evident the close quarters, frazzled nerves, and lack of running water are not a good combination. I'm reminded of the gathering at the bar in Cook City when I was trying to get home. Evan wisely suggests we move to the back deck. The deck isn't large enough for all of us, but we make do. It's definitely better than being crammed inside. I take a minute to search out Prospector Peak. Evan and Doris have an amazing view of the peak. I glance around and notice I'm not the only one enjoying the landscape and fresh outdoor air. The watch leader meeting starts off calmer than last night's event, deteriorates, and then returns to an even keel. Many of those in the lead positions aren't faring much better than some of last night's families. The only good thing, if it can be called a good thing, is there aren't many children in Bakerville. We're a community of mainly retired people. Of the nearly 400 community members, only about 50 are children. Sadly, the death of one little boy has lowered that number. Lydia's children, not community members before the events of late, are new additions to our community. Is retired people starving better than children starving? I'm not so sure it is. No, definitely not. A tentative plan is now in place for our community of Bakerville, a plan we hope will minimize our casualties. We're enacting measures like Cook City put in place the day I found myself in their town. They were shutting it down. People could pass through, but they couldn't stay unless they belonged there. The road, a highway, would still be open, but an escort would be required to travel from Silver Gate to Coulter Pass. Bakerville sits off a main highway, with 2 paved roads accessing Bakerville proper. We'll leave the highway access alone and place a guard about half a mile off the highway on each road. These guards will be hidden from the highway, so we hope people will just pass on by. The single road sign pointing out Bakerville will be taken down. There are 2 houses outside of the proposed guard stations. One family was gone when the attacks happened. Their house is already in the process of being inventoried and emptied. This family, a retired husband and wife I didn't know, had a couple of beehives. The other hive keepers in Bakerville didn't want to add the new hives, saying it'd be better to spread them out. Those 3 hives are now in our neighborhood, here at the Snyder's place. A widow owns the second house outside the guard station. She's moving to Kelly and Phil's land and staying in a fifth wheel, belonging to a family who was away when the attacks happened. She was having a hard time alone anyway, so it made sense. It is decided our family militia is being extended and will become part of the Bakerville militia. I'm not in favor of this, preferring our family unit stay close to home, providing local protection, and minimizing the danger to my family, my children. Food issues were also addressed. I have my doubts about how well or how long these new plans will hold together. We'll see. After the meeting wraps up and most everyone goes home, Jake and I, along with Phil and Kelly, stay to visit with Doris and Evan. Doris is getting around fairly well in her wheelchair. She was in amazing condition before her injury and is determined to maintain her level of fitness. She's doing strength training and workouts from a chair. Evan even installed a pair of wooden rings on their pull-up bar. He had a neighbor with a woodworking shop make them for Doris. Now that's true love. Our men go outside to check on Evan's smoker, which is filled with wild game jerky, while Doris, Kelly, and I catch up. Doris shows us a holster she constructed to hang off her wheelchair. She modeled it after a bedside holster pattern she's made many times before. It's nice and quilted and stiff enough she can draw quickly. Next to the holster is a pocket for her walkie-talkie, our community communication system. On her left side is a second bag, holding a pair of binoculars, a mean-looking knife, duct tape, a pair of scissors, snacks, and a bottle of water. Like Doris and her wheelchair accessory bag, I have my own bag, what people sometimes call an everyday carry bag, or EDC bag. My EDC, outfitted similar to what each of us are now carrying in this new world, holds my radio and earbud, a folding knife, flashlight, small multi-tool, a length of paracord, and normal purse stuff. My EDC is my purse, after all. One thing I did stop carrying in my purse, at Evan's suggestion, was my driver's license. He said it'd be best in case I was captured. I give an involuntary shudder just thinking of being captured. For years, I've used a medium-sized crossbody bag, preferring it more than an over-the-shoulder bag because of the way it fits. Even though I've added a few gizmos to it, nothing much has changed. Jake, on the other hand, struggled with carrying a bag of any sort. He ended up using a multi-pocketed fishing vest, procured from one of our missing neighbors' homes, to hold his EDC items. Others are using fanny packs, small backpacks, or similar bags. Evan made a point of saying he wished we would have discussed these types of things before our world fell apart. There's certain gear he would have liked us to have. According to Evan, simple things like tactical pants would come in handy. Evan, Doris, Leo, and several others in the community have these multi-pocketed, quick-dry pants. Jake and I were terribly short-sighted on things like this. While we have rifles and shotguns for hunting, and we each have handguns, we didn't really plan for self-defense. So useful things, like tactical pants and utility belts, weren't something we focused on. While we don't have actual tactical pants, we do have cargo pants and cargo shorts for hiking trips, and I bought each of us a utility belt for Christmas last year as part of our backpacking in bear country gear. But if we would have planned better, working in conjunction with Evan and his vast knowledge as a former SWAT member, things could be different. I have to wonder, if we would have made plans with Evan, would we have started a militia back then? No way. Jake and I thought Bakerville was a safe area, a place where we'd be able to ride out any storms without incident. We were so naive. Wow, Doris, Kelly exclaims. Did you quilt it by hand? Sure. It's small, so it wasn't too hard. Besides, I can't get around to do much, so I spend a lot of time looking for handwork. I've been repairing clothes, too. Please bring me any sewing your families need done. With the help you two have been giving me, making sure someone is up here every day checking in and doing what needs done, your sewing is the least I can do. I might take you up on that, Kelly says. Me too, I add. Besides doing her best to remain physically fit, Doris is training for the militia by making sure she can shoot as well from her wheelchair as she could before. Not just with her handgun, but with all her weapons. The sliding door to the back deck opens and Evan pokes his head in. We're going to take a walk and look at the beehives. Did you want to go along?" "Well, honey, that sounds right nice," Doris says in a fake Southern Belle accent. "But I've got me a hitch in my giddy-up." Evan shakes his head. "Yeah, I was going to say, if you'd like to go along, I could throw you over the back of the four-wheeler, carry you just like a sack of potatoes. Interested?" Doris laughs. "You guys go on ahead. We're having a nice visit." We chit-chat about a variety of things. Then Kelly asks me, "How's Katie doing?" "Good, very good. She's walking around, not alone yet, per Belinda's orders, but we get her up several times a day. Yesterday I went in to check on her and Leo was with her. They both said they wanted to talk to Jake and me. I'm trying hard not to beam." "Really?" Doris gasps. "Was it what I think it was?" "If you think they asked if we'd give our blessing to their marriage, it was." "That's so wonderful," Kelly gushes. "Leo's a great guy. And Katie, she's amazing." "I have to agree." I laugh. "When's the wedding?" Doris asks. "They'll set a date when she's a little better. Belinda seems happy with how she's progressing. Dr. Sam was over yesterday and agrees with Belinda's assessment." "That's great. We were all so—" Kelly starts and then stops herself. "Yeah, I know. None of you expected her to make it when she first arrived at Belinda's after the attack. Dr. Sam told me. He said at first you all thought just to keep her comfortable. But it was you who convinced them to try. Thank you for that, Kelly. You saved my little girl. I'll never be able to thank you enough." Her brown eyes fill with a sheen of tears as she nods. "And soon she'll be getting married." "You're so fortunate, Molly," Doris says. "Not only is Katie okay, but you have all of your children here with you. It's so hard not knowing." "I'm sorry, Doris. I can only imagine what you're feeling." "It's hard. Very hard," Doris says, while Kelly nods. "At least with Jessica, I can assume she's not affected by any of this. I mean, we think it's only a U.S. problem, right? So I like to think she and my grandchildren are just fine. But Lindsey, when Evan spoke with her before the nuke alert, she and Logan were sheltering in place at their condo." She visibly swallows as she attempts to compose herself. "Things were crazy in San Jose. Too crazy for them to think it was even safe to leave. I'm so scared. If there was an actual nuclear attack, in addition to the pulse we got, the West Coast would have been a target and they might have been—" Her voice fades off as she stares into space. She doesn't need to say they might have been close enough to a nuclear bomb to have been killed in the blast or the radiation following the blast. "I know how you feel, Doris," Kelly says quietly. "Sabrina and Sylvia, I don't know where they are either." "I'm sorry, Kelly. I'm feeling sorry for myself and forgot you're in the same boat. And Molly, please don't think I'm not incredibly happy for you that all of your girls made it here. I am. When they all arrived home, it was a party. Jake, he was ecstatic. Of course, you still being gone made it hard for everyone. You making it home and David and Betty's children arriving from Texas gives me hope that Lindsey can get here too. You feel the same, Kelly?" "Absolutely. I know my girls. They'll do their best to get here or—" She doesn't finish her sentence, or die trying. The worst part, if they don't show up, Sylvia, Sabrina, Lindsey, and Lindsey's husband, their parents will never know what happened to them. Jake's brother and his family, too, will never know. I'm reminded of stories from the pioneer days of families leaving from the East to never be heard from again. No one knew what became of their relatives. Our history is now our reality." Doris gives a sad smile and a nod. "And you both heard about Deputy Fred? About his cousin showing up? Well, not his cousin. Something happened to him, but the cousin's wife and children." "I didn't hear about this. What happened to the cousin?" "Where did they come from?" Kelly asks. "Not sure where they're from, and I don't really know the story. I overheard him talking to the judge and Clark. Oh, should we call him Deputy Clark now?" she says with a smile. Kelly and I both laugh. "No, I don't think so," I say. Maybe I'm wrong, but I always thought they were kind of teasing Fred by adding deputy to the front. You know how he's kind of like Barney Fife, only not in a good way? Kelly asks. Exactly. I nod. Kind of a slam to Barney Fife, if you ask me, Doris says. We want to laugh, but we can't. Deputy Fred is... what's the word? Odd? Creepy? I'm not sure. Before, he wasn't someone I gave much thought to. He's always nice enough and not one to be concerned with, not like Dan Morse. Dan Morse was definitely odd and creepy, but also off. Fred is just different. The kind of person who tries a little too hard. I've heard someone refer to him as socially awkward. Maybe so. But I think of myself that way too, so... And I definitely do know about odd and creepy. My life is so very different now than it once was. I certainly met my fair share of odd and creepy during that time. Brad Quinton was one. He seemed so great at first. Then I discovered he wasn't just odd and creepy, he was scary. Scary and ruthless. Yeah, so anyway, Doris continues, I overheard him saying his cousin's wife and 2 kids are here, so he wants to make sure he gets some extra help to care for them. Seems they made contact those couple of days the phones came back on. They told him they were on their way. He'd been driving out looking for them every day and found them just down the road. The husband, his cousin, was killed in an attack, but the wife and children were fine. I guess they hid or something. So that's all I really know. Awful. They must be hurting terribly, Kelly says. I start to agree when the rumble of an ATV reaches my ears. More than one, maybe 3 or 4 ATVs. Is someone coming up the hill from my house? Is there an emergency at home? Sounds like someone's coming, Doris says. One of yours? Kelly asks me. Nope, not coming up the hill, Doris answers abruptly as she pulls the walkie-talkie out of its designated pocket. They're coming down the 2-track from the wilderness. I move near the window to peer out, keeping my body behind the wall. I catch a glimpse of a machine as it turns into a curve. 3 more 4-wheelers follow. They're still at least a half mile from the house. They'll probably just drive right on by, Kelly says with a bit of quiver to her voice as she steps directly in front of the window. I motion her to the side. Doris shrugs and keys the mic on the radio. Grandpa Ghost, you have your ears on? What's up, Toots? Evan's voice booms, not just through her radio, but also through my own switched-on radio. Might have a fox in the hen house. At least 4 foxes, I say. 4 foxes, Doris repeats into the radio. Confirmed? Evan asks. He comes back immediately. We hear them now, on our way. Might be nothing, Doris says. Or might be something, Evan answers. We're at least 5 minutes out, all the way to the river. All the way to the river? Way past where the hive's set up. They've been gone at least 45 minutes. Doris and Evan's property, just over 100 acres, connects to a piece of BLM land, which connects to a section of Wyoming state land. Someone, years ago, set up a fire pit on the state land, right next to the river. We've had several weenie roasts there. We usually take our Jeep to those parties. It's close to 2 miles on a winding road. No way can they be here in 5 minutes. More like 15, and that's if they run. And it's all uphill. I'll get back with you, Doris says. Affirmative. There they are, Kelly says, as quad number 1 crests the hill less than a quarter mile from Doris and Evan's house. If they drive by here, my house is just down the road. I pull out my own walkie-talkie to phone home. Before I have it out, Doris's radio squelches. Keep us in the loop, Leo says. We're battening down here. Will do, Hollywood, Doris responds. Looks like they're slowing down, Kelly whispers. Chapter 40. Molly. Friday, day 16. Bakerville, Wyoming. My breath catches. Not only are the guys on the ATVs slowing down, they're grouping up. The first one waits until the others catch up. Then they come to a complete stop, lined up. One of them points toward the house. Doris rolls near the window, being careful not to silhouette in front of it. She has her binoculars up, looking over the situation. I don't recognize them, she says. All men, armed with a sidearm and scabbards on their quads. Arm doesn't mean much, Kelly shrugs. We're all armed. Could just be someone using the Jeep trail to get home. Seems smarter than taking the highway with all of the troubles. Probably, Doris agrees. The word probably is no sooner out of Doris's mouth when the men move the quads into a single file line and shut them down. Uh-oh, I say. They each dismount and remove their rifles. The one on the front ATV begins to boldly stride our direction. The second one grabs his shirt to stop him, saying something, causing the striding guy to nod. We watch as they scatter and begin to walk slightly hunched. There are no trees or much cover in this wide open space. They're not sneaking, but are trying to make themselves smaller targets. Doris is immediately on the radio. They're not going by. Repeat, they have stopped and are approaching on foot. We are hot. Repeat, we are hot. She clicks off the radio and fishes in the accessory bag on her wheelchair, pulling out an earbud. The earbuds are something we've made a point of collecting as houses are cleared out, a way to keep the noise level down when using our walkie-talkies. Some of the earbuds are designed to work with the handheld radios perfectly. Some only allow incoming audio. My radio included an earbud with the most uncomfortable earpiece. I switched it out for a pair of cheap headphones with incoming audio only. I dig around in my crossbody bag until I find the earbud in a small plastic case. Kelly, get the rifle out of the tub in the master bath, Doris says. Put it on the bed for me and crack open the window. That's my station. Put the security bar under the front door and in the slider. Close the slider curtain. Do you have your radio with you? I have it, she answers, moving quickly toward the master bedroom. My radio is clipped on my belt, earbud in my ear. My pistol is out and by my leg. I make a conscious effort to index, keeping my finger well away from the trigger. I'm shaking. Remember your training, Molly. I take a deep breath. It's a little help. Kelly is back and securing the front door. The men have reached the driveway. It's still a fair distance from the house. One of them drops down into the barrow ditch. He's going prone, I say unnecessarily. Molly, there's a carbine on the guest room bed. The screen is out of the window. That's your station. Kelly, I don't have another rifle out for you. The others are locked up in the gun room. You have your pistol, and there's another one on the table by the door. Take it also. Let's go. Doris is already wheeling toward her room, the strength in her upper body providing rapid propulsion. Let's hope it doesn't come to shooting. I'll call out to them, try to convince them to move along. Keep your radios on and be ready, she says over her shoulder as she enters the master bedroom. I'm halfway down the hall in the opposite direction, on the way toward the guest room. My heart is pounding. Please, God, please. Let them just be looking for directions, or water, or something. The blinds are down on both guest room windows. I move to the window nearest the bed, carefully lifting the blind enough to see out. Along the windowsill is a fabric draft stopper, the kind used at the bottom of a door to help keep the cold out. I pull it away. The window is open slightly, enough I can get my fingers under to lift it higher. As promised, the screen is removed. The draft stopper must be working as a bug stopper. I take a quick look. Only 2 guys are walking, moving slowly and cautiously toward the house. The one is still in the ditch. Where's the other one? I don't see him. I move to the rifle, a loaded AR-15. Our militia has been training on these, along with 2 additional filled magazines. There's a green ammo box on the floor. I pop it open, more than half full. I shove one of the magazines into the unzipped outer pocket of my bag. The second, I sit on the floor by the window. I check the AR, then make it ready. A trickle of sweat runs down my back. Kneeling at the side of the window, I slowly move the muzzle out through the small opening. I'm barely in position when Doris hollers, in a much lower, huskier voice than is her norm, "That's far enough." The 2 guys stop and drop to a knee. The one in the ditch is hunkered down, at the ready. I still don't see the 4th guy. I key the mic of my radio and quietly ask, "Where's the 4th?" "Not sure," Doris responds. "I've got him," Kelly stammers. "He made a run for the garage. He just disappeared around the corner." Doris issues a single expletive. "Probably going to the back. Kelly, go to my craft room, keep the back under surveillance." The craft room is across the hall from the guest room I'm in. From there, she'll have a view of the back of the house, the garden, and Evan's large shop. From my window, I can see the entire front yard, driveway, up the hill, the one they just came down, and part of the garage. The radio comes to life. "Where are you, Grandpa?" Doris asks. "Not quite halfway back," Evan answers in a ragged breath. Leo comes on. "6 of us at the creek." We'll be coming in from both sides of the road, 3 on each side. The land across the road from Doris and Evans is bare ground, part of the acreage belonging to the house below. There's a large gully, washed out from years of rainwater making its way downhill, which will provide excellent cover as Leo and his team approach from the other side of the road. Those coming on this side of the road, the house side, won't have the luxury of such cover. The trespassers in the front yard have yet to respond to Doris. The 2 are still crouched low, using scraggly sagebrush as cover. The 3rd is still in the ditch. I can see his head bob every so often, but the rest of his body is out of view. The craft room door lets out a slight screech as Kelly opens it. A few seconds later, she says into the radio, "Got him." He is at the edge of the garden, using the burlap to hide behind. "These guys move like they know what they're doing," Doris says to everyone listening. "Let's be smart." "Understood," Leo says. "Affirmative," Evan answers. A third voice, maybe Tate, says, "Got it." "Are we sure there are only 4?" Leo asks. Chapter 41. Molly, Friday, day 16, Bakerville, Wyoming. Oh no, could there be more? Could these guys only be part of an invading force? Are there others stopped over one of the ridges where we can't see them? It's hard to tell how many engines there were. "We only have eyes on 4, Doris responds. "Yes, there could be more if they're being sneaky. These guys could be the distraction." My eyes are glued on the 2 in the front yard, watching for any movement, any little twitch. The one on the right lifts his hand slightly, a signal, then calls out, "Hello in the house." Doris waits a beat and in the same overly gruff voice as before responds, "Move along. You are not welcome." "That's not very neighborly of you," he replies calmly, almost casually. "We're just looking for a place to rest a bit, fill up our water jugs, relax for a while." "It looks like the guy at the garden is moving," Kelly says quietly, coming in clearly through my earbud. "He might be wanting to try the back door. I didn't check your utility door, Doris." The utility door is in the laundry room at the end of the hall with the rooms Kelly and I are in. The garage, while not connected to the home, is easily accessed from the utility room. The door is secured, but if he goes around... She takes a deep breath. "Molly, you'll need to move to the hall. That will put one of us watching each entrance." "Go there now?" I ask. "Not yet. Wait until Kelly no longer has eyes on him." "I still see him," Kelly says. "He's by the shop now on the back side of it. Evan, if you guys are coming up, be cautious. If he turns, he could see you." The mic keys 3 times, Evan's indication he understands. I wonder if they're so close he doesn't want to speak, or so winded from running he can't speak. I pray they're close and being cautious. The guy on the right lifts his hand slightly. "So how about it, neighbor?" Doris doesn't respond. My heart is still beating much harder than it should. I've been in a similar position before, when I found Madison and her baby Emma on the road. I was so scared and nervous I missed my first shot. In the end, it turned out okay. Those guys didn't know I was there, and I was able to catch them by surprise. But this time, the guys are ready. They know we're here. I can't imagine they haven't noticed the black muzzle of my rifle sticking out from the bedroom window. The guy lifts his arm and lowers it. He and the other guy drop to a lower crouch and start moving. The guy in the ditch immediately fires on us while the 2 try to scurry away. Doris is firing Kelly also. I quickly sight in slightly ahead of the silent one, the one who didn't call out to us. I shot an antelope as it started to run last year. Same thing, right? Deep breath, let it halfway out, then 3 quick shots. He stumbles. I shoot again and miss. Glass shatters somewhere in the house. Please God, let Doris and Kelly be okay. Another report from Doris's rifle. She's still firing. She must be okay. Silent bad guy goes down. His buddy, the talker, keeps moving toward the safety of the garage. Within a few seconds, he's firing on us. The silent bad guy who went down is crawling on his belly toward the garage, while the other one provides cover fire. I can't get either of them from this angle. I move to the far right of the window, a slightly better angle. If a piece of him sticks out just a little more, I'll have a shot. Doris is still firing, the boom of her large caliber hunting rifle reverberating through the house, dwarfing the sound of Kelly's 9mm pistol. The guy in the ditch is peppering the house with bullets. So is the guy in the backyard. Into my radio, I say, 2 are using the garage as cover. Leo, your team, be alert. Roger. Tate, not Leo, answers in a barely audible whisper. We're almost there. 2 minutes or so, coming in stealth. A perfect response from my former Air Force son-in-law. Doris? Kelly? I ask. Without the radio, Kelly yells, I'm okay, but he's determined to get in. I can't hit him. Through the radio, Doris says, I'm okay. Trying for the shooter in the ditch. Before I can respond, there's more glass breaking. With everything going on, I can't tell which window is out now. Utility door! That was the utility door, Kelly yells. No, I'm on it, I yell back, not bothering with the radio. I grab the magazine off the floor, fumbling through a speed reload, something I've been practicing but need considerably more improvement to become proficient. Provided I make it through this day alive, I'll put in additional time to hone this skill. New magazine in place, I scurry to the door, then drop down and peek around the frame down the hall. I can't see the utility room door or the invader. I cautiously work my way toward the door. I still can't see into the room, but I can hear the guy crashing around, trying to get the door open, cussing and ranting in hopes his words will magically slide the security bar out of the way and allow him entry. Snugged up against the wall, I take a knee and a deep breath. My rifle is at the ready as I slide forward. He's hanging half in the shattered window, focusing on removing the security bar with his left hand, a pistol in his right, greasy hair hanging in his face. I have an immediate memory of Dan Morse and his criminal buddy Bo, the one I think of as the dirty hippie, the one we think was probably Lydia's brother, before my girls and I killed him. Shoot this guy or give him a verbal warning, an opportunity to surrender. Another deep breath. Stop! Put your hands up! He drops his body behind the door and fires his pistol on his way down. The shots are wild and wide, booming through the small space. Several seconds pass, then he tries it again, raising his hand and shooting over the door. He's closer this time. I'm becoming a sitting duck. I quickly run through my options. Be ready to shoot his hand next time it pops over? That could briefly put him out of the fight, but if he's like some in our militia, he's capable of shooting left-handed. Shoot out the door? The door he's using for concealment, made of fiberglass, isn't going to provide much cover. My problem with either option is I've had it drilled into me to never shoot without confirming the target. Know what is in front, behind, and around it. Basically, I'd be firing blind in both instances. Could one of our guys, one of my family members, be in the line of fire, sneaking up behind the bad guy? I key my radio mic and whisper, target at the utility room door, next to the garage. I am nearby and ready to fire. All clear, Tate answers. Affirmative, Evan says. Seconds later, I catch a shadow, then his hand pops up. I let loose a series of shots into the door. He screams, then fires his handgun several times, wild and crazy shots coming back through the door. I shoot 3 more times, aiming lower this time. His shooting spree ends. I quickly change out to a full magazine. Yes, there's still ammo left in this one, but a full one sounds smarter. Breathe in, breathe out. I'm struggling with dizziness. The shots ringing in this room were almost too much for me. I've never been shot at before, never been in an actual gunfight. Yes, I've killed before, but those times were very different. Molly, report, Jake orders through my radio. I'm okay. I don't know his status. He's on the other side of the door. "We're nearly there, Molly," Tate says. "Found one guy lying against the garage, going around the building to check on your guy at the side door. Stay clear." "Doris?" Evan asks. "I'm good. Got the interloper in the ditch. Eyes on Leo and his team. Looks like they're checking for other hostiles. Kelly?" "Fine. Evan just, eliminated the backyard threat." "Molly," Tate says, "the utility room door is secure. I'm coming in." "Stand down, ladies. We're coming in the back door," Evan says. What feels like many minutes but is probably only seconds later, Jake is holding me, asking me over and over if I'm okay, telling me I did great. I'm so dizzy from the ringing in my ears that I can barely stand. Then my stomach revolts. I manage to make it to the bathroom before retching. Leo and his team thoroughly checked the surrounding area, not finding anyone else or evidence there was anyone other than the four. All of them had identification on them from Lewistown, Montana. Why they chose to attack us, we have no idea. Well, other than the obvious, they wanted what we have. It takes me some time before I begin to feel better. Kelly isn't in much better shape. Doris is pale and hurting, having managed to bang her leg during the firefight. Leo checks it and then calls Belinda to come up for a more thorough exam. A stern talking to follows the exam, with Belinda reminding Doris her ability to walk in the future depends on the leg healing as well as possible now. Of course, Belinda also realizes there was no option in this situation. Doris and Evan lost half their windows and the utility room door in the shootout. Several other windows and the sliding patio door at the back of the house are cracked or spider-webbed. The cleanup effort takes several hours. Plywood salvaged from empty homes is brought up to cover the windows. Even with the efforts to secure the house today, I wonder how they can stay here long-term. Will the plywood provide enough protection from the elements once winter hits? And will Doris be able to stand the lack of light? I know it'd drive me crazy. Maybe they can salvage windows from one of the other houses in the community. Molly Caldwell, I think, with a gasp. What is going on with you? In only a short time, you've become so used to stealing from your neighbors that you're pondering how to dismantle homes. I try to go back to amend my thinking. Those guys attacked us. They were willing to kill us to see what Doris and Evan have. We've been plunged into a world of chaos, a world where rules and ethics now mean little. Doris, Kelly, and I were also willing to kill, to protect our lives and the things we have. I shudder, thinking what could have happened if we hadn't been successful in fending them off. One or all of us would be dead. We've already had our share of disaster and heartache in Bakerville. Before, the perpetrator was one of our own, Dan Morse, who came completely unhinged with a vision that he should be the ruler of Bakerville. When things didn't go the way he thought they should, he lashed out. He's no longer a threat, because you killed him, Molly. But it's apparent our little community isn't immune to the possibility of attack. The two-track road used by these aggressors is one of many similar roads coming out of the wilderness area. Off-roading on Jeep trails is a popular pastime around here. How can we monitor all of these routes? How can we keep our community safe when there are threats from nearly every direction?
Chapter 42. Sylvia. Wednesday, day 21. Rest area between Thermopolis and Meeteetse, Wyoming. Do you think they have an actual toilet we can flush? Naomi asks, her voice dripping with awe. We'll see, Kim says patiently for the 5th or 6th time. We've been able to see the rest area up ahead for quite some time. Since we told her what it was, Naomi has asked many questions about what we'll find once we reach it. At the time, we were giving her a goal to shoot for, just like we've been this entire leg of the walk. We'll see something up ahead and say, see such and such? We'll keep walking until we reach it, and then we'll stop for a break. Breaking the hike into smaller pieces has been helpful. Even so, Naomi and the other 2 children are very tired. I'm tired too. The hike between Thermopolis and Meeteetse is brutal. It's hot, dry, and dusty, with the terrain covered in cactus and sagebrush. much like back at Boysen Reservoir, only without the beautiful lake nearby. We've had trouble with water. The hot, dry climate combined with the walking makes us very thirsty, and we've run low a few times. It's been pretty stressful thinking we may run out of water. We've been picking up bottles and jugs we find along the way, anything that can hold water. Not all of them have lids, but Sabrina has a few rubber bands in her backpack, so we've covered the tops with plastic and secured them with a rubber band. We make sure to keep those upright in the pockets of our backpacks. Containers with lids are being carried in my roller bag. We emptied it of food. We're running low on food also, which is stressing me out too. So it's now strictly for water storage. Sabrina has a tarp we've used to collect rainwater during the storms by stretching it out over us as a shelter, but making sure the front was slightly lower and dipped in the middle. She fills up the Hoffman's cooking pot first, then empties the water into the tea kettle and her little double broiler thing, then sets up the cooking pot to collect more. Unfortunately, there's only been one rainstorm that filled the cooking pot more than once. Even so, we were grateful for the water. As a precaution, we filtered the rainwater when we finished the collection process. Sabrina didn't think filtering was necessary, but the rest of us overrode her. We definitely don't need to get sick on this hike. We finally reached the driveway to the rest area. Like Naomi, I'm excited about the prospect of an actual bathroom with running water. Fantasies of a sponge bath in the restroom sink are running through my head. We've only started up the driveway when those fantasies come to a screeching halt. Wyoming rest areas tend to be one large, rather nice building with something resembling a lobby, and the doors to the restrooms leading off the common area. It's obvious this one is out of service. We can see plywood covering the entire front where the door and windows should be, with large red letters saying, "Closed." Does it say it's open, Mommy? No, Naomi. Sorry, it's closed. Kim replies with a sigh. Guess we should have known it was too good to be true. That's not good, Naomi says. I thought I was going to get to flush the toilet. She says it like flushing the toilet is the equivalent to a ride at Disneyland. I'm both touched and saddened by her reaction. Has our world changed so much? We keep walking toward the building. Naomi's the first to notice a spigot on the outside of the building. Can we get water from there? She asks. Nate looks it over and says, There's no handle for the faucet. With a pout, Naomi says, I thought maybe I could play in the sprinkler. We don't have a sprinkler, silly, Nate says. Though he tries to hide it, he too looks plenty disappointed. Sabrina looks over the spigot and says, Let me try something, as she begins to rummage through her backpack. After a few seconds, she pulls out what looks like a pocket-sized 4-way lug wrench. What's that? Nate asks, scooting closer to her so he can see. Ah, Ray says, a Silcock key. Brilliant. A what? I ask. It's a 4-way water key, Sabrina says. One of these ends should fit, and maybe we'll be able to turn on the water, if the water's still working anyway. Sylvia, can you get a water bottle? As soon as I find the right fit, we'll give it a try. So it's a wrench? Nate asks. Yeah, pretty much. There are 4 different size square-shaped socket heads, and if I can find the right one. She tries one end where the spigot handle should be, then shakes her head and tries a second. I think it's this one. She spins the water key around. Yep, looks good. Sylvia, can you hold the bottle under the faucet? I move the bottle into position and realize I'm holding my breath. I exhale as Sylvia turns the key. The water flows freely from the faucet. Yay! You did it, Brina! Naomi yells, while jumping up and down. Nicole and Nate high-five each other, while Kim and Ray are pulling out more water bottles. Once we have all of our empty containers and the cooking containers filled, Naomi asks, Can we play in the sprinkler now? Sorry, Munchkin, Sabrina says. I don't know how much more water there is, and we should save it for others to use. But I do think we have enough water so we can wash up a bit, get some of the dust off. How would that be? That'd be good, Brina. We spend over an hour cleaning up and eating before getting back on the road. While it would have been nice to stop for the day, there are still several hours of daylight left. We're hopeful we can make it to Meeteetsy tomorrow and then rest for a day or two. We need the rest.
Chapter 43. Lindsey. Thursday, Day 22. Backroads. Wyoming. After those few tense minutes Logan and I experienced at Goose Lake State Park, things were fine. While we weren't exactly welcomed with open arms by the three families making the campground home, they let us stay the night. I think the clincher was me being Logan's wife and not his brother. Even so, we slept in turns, just to be sure. And we left at first light. That was almost a week ago. A lot has happened since then. The truck and trailer ended up being a near-death trap. The confrontation at Goose Lake should have been our first clue to at least ditch the trailer due to a lack of maneuverability. We found ourselves in a worse pickle 2 days later in a ramshackle enclave in Nevada. This time, instead of talking to us, the thugs started shooting. I still don't know how we managed to get away. Logan drove the old truck and trailer backwards like he was Mario Andretti. We finally made it to safety. I stood watch while Logan checked out the truck. The radiator was shot up. The day after we left the Goose Lake campground, Logan figured out why my bike wouldn't start. It seems the USB outlet he had added for phone charging had been hit by the electromagnetic pulse and it shorted something out. He did some stuff, I'm not sure what, other than removing and cleaning up the battery, and got it going. He seemed pretty surprised that would be a problem since the bike should have kick-started even without the battery in place. He just kept saying, "Weird, makes no sense at all." Sense or no sense, he got it running. We're now back on the bikes. My bottom isn't too happy, but it beats walking. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. We were shot at again yesterday. It was a near miss, and I have the hole in the top of my backpack, which I was wearing at the time, to prove it. As a police officer, we're trained to know we can be targets. But to have this happen as a civilian, driving down the road, minding our own business, no one's trained for that. We're making terrible time. What would have been a 2-day drive before the world fell apart is now looking like a 2-week drive, partly because we're taking small roads, often no more than a goat trail, and partly because we've been ill. It started the morning we left Goose Lake with Logan sick to his stomach. He had to stop and throw up a few times. A couple of hours later, I was in the same boat. By the end of the day, we were sick from both ends. Never a good thing. And we were so tired, like we'd been up for days. At first, we thought maybe it was the muddy water. Maybe the bleach didn't kill everything and we got some sort of bug. And who knows? It might be bad water. Only I don't think bad water would cause the other things. We have these rashes, almost like a sunburn, along with blisters in a few places. Logan had a bad nosebleed last night, and my hair seems to be falling out. It's not terrible, but there's definitely more strands in my brush than there should be. And earlier, when I scratched my head, a clump of hair fell off. Just like that. I pulled back a tuft with the roots still attached. What I was scratching was a blister on my scalp. We're pretty sure it's radiation poisoning. How bad? We don't know. We've yet to find any sort of operating medical center, no hospital, doctor's office, or FEMA camp in any of the towns we've gone through. We seem to be fully on our own. We did meet a small family along the way. The man told us we should shower or bathe and wash our hair, but don't use conditioner. Something about the radioactive particles binding to the conditioner. We both took a sponge bath the evening we arrived at Goose Lake, which included washing and conditioning our hair. We made a point of repeating the process, sans conditioner this time. The man also said we should get rid of the clothes we were wearing in our hideout, and before we made it out of the fallout zone. We've done so. We decided our leathers should be fine with a good scrubbing, along with our leather saddlebags. We replaced all of our backpacks since they're permeable. Will we be even sicker since we didn't do these things sooner? Last night, we camped on public land outside of Cokeville, Wyoming. This morning, like every morning of late, we're slow getting going. Hey, Lindsey. You doing okay, babe? I'm good. My body's a little sore from being back on the bike. You? Yeah, same. How's your stomach today? No diarrhea, so that's good. For sure. Wish I could say the same. What a way to lose a few pounds. He sighs. I look him over. He's lost more than a few pounds. When this mess started, he was at least 20 pounds overweight, maybe a little more. Now, his leathers, which were too tight before, fit nicely. He can button the jacket from top to bottom, and he tightened the pants. They might even be a little loose. I've lost weight too, weight I didn't really need to lose. I'm pretty physical, working out daily and keeping my weight at a level suitable for my extreme height. I like to think of myself as one of the mythical Amazon women, with all of my female body parts still intact, tall, blonde, impressive, and not to be trifled with. My physical bearing has helped me immensely in my career. We're doing better, though, Logan says. Making it into Wyoming is huge. Just crossing the state line yesterday made me feel like we're almost home. Are you ready to hit the road? Need to change your depends before we go? I bump him with my hip. Ha! I know you like to tease, but admit it, as terrible as it's been, those depends have been helpful. Logan, I can't even talk to you about the fact. At 30 years old, we're wearing diapers. Never in my life did I think. I shake my head. I never thought I'd have diarrhea so bad I'd have to loot a pharmacy and steal adult diapers. Seriously. Stealing gas, stealing a truck, stealing diapers, stealing food, so much for being sworn to uphold the law. Hey, honey. I know this sucks. Right now, all I care about is making it to your folks. I want you to be safe. If we have to steal gas, food, and diapers, then that's what we're going to do. Sir. Yes, sir. I give a mock salute. He pulls me into a long embrace. We've been on the road for a couple of hours. Well, on and off the road, stopping as needed when nature calls. I'm still pretty good, just a little nauseous. Logan's not doing as well as I am. We went through the tiny town of Frauenburg a few minutes ago, with a population sign indicating 13. We're on a small side road in order to avoid what, based on our less-than-detailed map, looks like a fairly long bridge. We've heard from a few people that bandits are setting up on bridges and making roadblocks to rob and sometimes kill travelers. We're finally making decent time. It's been many miles since Logan has needed to stop. As we come up an incline, we slow down, part of our safety procedure since we don't know what's on the other side of the hill. We've barely started the ascent of a medium-sized hill on this quiet, sleepy road when the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. For as long as I can remember, I've had feelings. Nothing I can explain, but something like a sixth sense. It's helpful on the job, but it can also be annoying. My intuition isn't always right, but I do pay attention. I'm lead bike right now, so I slow to a stop. Logan follows suit. What's going on, Lindsey? Gotta go? Logan practically shouts into my headset. Shh. I motion by waving my hand at him, then quietly say, I have the creeps. Got it, he answers. He's learned over the years it's best we follow my gut. I can point to the day when he pledged to always listen to my intuition. About a year after we were married, he was working for a manufacturing company, setting them up to go to a fully paperless system. The company was participating in some sort of trade show and asked him to come along as an extra warm body. We were living outside of Seattle then, and the event was at the large convention center in Portland. I tagged along for the trip. Always nice to stay in a hotel room with the hubby. I was helping haul stuff in and out to set up their booth. Once they had it the way they wanted, his boss said he'd take us out for lunch. Then we had to be back at 3 when people would start coming through. They had a special piece on the table from a project they'd done and were rather proud of. It wasn't a large piece, maybe 8 inches in diameter, but it was very heavy. The story accompanying the piece was what the owner was so proud of. It was a cutout from one of his earliest jobs and really put the company on the map. I suggested such a special piece be boxed up and hidden under the table to bring it out only when someone was manning the booth. The boss took a look around and said, Nah, no need. There's no one here but other guys like us. The public won't be admitted for a couple of hours yet. We'll be back before then. I had my creepy feeling over this piece, so I pushed it a bit. You sure? From what you told me about this item, it's pretty special to you. Yep, I'm sure. No problem. Wrong. When we got back from lunch, the piece was gone. Security ended up being called in. Surveillance tapes were reviewed. Nearby booths were interviewed. The cutout wasn't recovered. The boss was so distraught he could barely make it through the event. Logan was a believer afterward. "What's happening?" Logan asks. "Not sure. Just feel like someone's watching us, or something." I look around. There aren't many places close for someone to hide. We've been following a creek, but have strayed from it a bit in this area of the road. The creek, a good quarter-mile from where we're parked, is lined with trees and brush. That would make a good hiding spot. Maybe someone's in there. The other side of the road is pretty bare, with only knee-high brush. Looks pretty empty, babe. Yeah, but you know how this land is. It can be deceiving. Plus, what's over the hill? Things change quickly here. Want to walk the bikes up? Maybe. I feel like a dope, but yeah. Let's walk them. I could use a stretch anyway. You need to go before we go? He says nothing for a moment, likely evaluating the state of his bodily functions. You know, I think I'm good. For now, anyway. Subject to change at any moment. We both give a small laugh. It's good to have humor when you're afflicted with radiation sickness. Are we going to die? We remove our helmets and have a drink of water before quietly starting up the hill with our bikes. My heart is pounding. Not from the exertion of climbing the hill, but from anticipation. Or maybe fear. A shiver runs through my body. What's the phrase? Someone is walking over my grave? About 15 feet from the crest, I'm sweaty and shaky as my adrenaline peaks. We need to stop. Things are not right. I whisper. What do you want to do? Park the bikes and walk up. No, not walk. Sneak. Logan nods. Once we have the bikes secured, we finish the hill in a low crouch. When we're within a few feet of the top, we drop to our stomachs, coming up the right side of the road. There's a large clump of sage and several boulders to use as concealment. We settle in and take a look. Okay. Thank you, gut feeling. There's a camp at the bottom of the hill on the creek side. Nothing looks amiss, just a few tents and stuff around. Near the road, there are a couple of old pickup trucks and... what is that? Some funky-looking car from a different time with large windows and rounded edges. In a way, it looks futuristic, but the faded yellow paint gives away its age. Logan nudges me. Apparently, the first look was slightly deceiving. Barely visible, in something resembling a deer blind, is a guy standing watch. I take a second look over the area. There's a second guy on the other side of the road, also well concealed. Then we hear the screams. An angry male voice yells, "If you know what's good for you, you'll shut up now. The both of you." At least we think that's close to what he says. His words are slightly garbled from this distance. The screams, high-pitched and desperate, are quite clear, and definitely more than one. We carefully retreat, sliding back down the hill on our stomachs. That doesn't sound good. I guess we'll have to go back and take the main road and go over the bridge, Logan says quietly once we're several feet below the apex. What? We're not leaving without helping those women. Lindsey, no. We aren't sure exactly what's going on. There are at least 3 men. 2 we saw, 1 we heard. There's probably more. No, we're going around. No, Logan. The stealing and stuff. Fine. But no way am I walking away from someone who needs help. I still have at least a little respect for my job, for my oath. We can't. Just the 2 of us? And as sick as we've been. How's that going to work, Lindsey? I have no idea. Let's watch for a bit. But this time, let's separate. You stay on this side and I'll go over to the left side. Gear up, rifles and extra mags at the ready. Lindsey, you know I love you, and I totally get that you think you need to do this, but I don't like it. Not one bit. He's right. I don't really like it either, but I don't think I could live with myself if we didn't at least try. I understand what you're saying. Let's just watch. We'll be at the ready, in case they attack us. But we'll just watch. Let me assemble the rifles Winchester gave me. Maybe you could move the bikes? Take them down to the bottom of the hill off the road and try to hide them? Hide them? In the sagebrush? Maybe there's a gully or something. You know how deceiving this land can be. It might look bored flat, but when you get up to it, it's not. He shakes his head. I start removing the things we'll need from my bike so he can take it first. We'll keep our backpacks, knowing that if we encounter trouble and have to run, we have the essentials. He returns a few moments later for his bike. I have the rifles together and everything organized and ready for whatever when he returns, carrying water bottles for each of us. Thanks, Logan. I didn't think about water. I know you're not completely on board with this. We'll just watch. Maybe things aren't what they seem and it's just a family squabble. Yeah, fine. You were right about finding a crevasse. From here, since we're elevated, we can still see the bikes, but at road level, they aren't noticeable. Took care of business while I was down there, so I'm good to sit for a while. Sure glad my stomach's a little better. You seem good, and I guess energetic enough in case things go bad. Yep, I'm golden. But really, we'll just watch, see what we can find out. For now. It's the for now I'm concerned about. We decide I'll take my .308 and the .22 from Winchester, along with my handguns. One on the hip, one on the ankle, and one on my appendix. And Logan has the AR-15 from Winchester and his shotgun, along with a hip and ankle weapon. I'm suddenly wishing we would have brought both rifles. The second .308 rifle, with a scope and long-range capability, would be great if things went bad. We settle in, making sure we're off the edge of the road and below the crest to help prevent us from silhouetting. We also make sure we can see each other. We'll watch for 1 hour. Not that we know how long an hour is since we don't have anything to keep time, but we'll do our best to estimate. We'll then discuss what, if anything, we should do next. Unless something big happens before then. The two hidden guys are still in their concealment. At least I assume it's the same guys. They could have swapped while we weren't watching. It's only a few minutes until a guy comes out of one of the larger tents. I take out a pair of small binoculars to get a better look. He's big and dressed something like a lumberjack. A full wild gray beard, a fringe of longish hair that's bald on top, tan pants, and a red checkered shirt. Is that flannel? In June? I immediately think of him as Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan walks over to a small pup tent. Within a minute, the tent unzips and another guy steps out. This guy's the opposite of Paul. Short and scrawny, clean-shaven with a funky haircut, looking like he should be on a skateboard. That makes 4. Deer blind guy number 1, deer blind guy number 2, Paul Bunyan, and Board Boy. Paul and Board Boy are both well-armed, just like us. While I want to assume these are bad guys based on the screams from earlier, it's possible we're misjudging the situation. Maybe they're just a group camping. 2 guys keeping watch isn't a bad idea, smart, in fact. The screams? Could it have just been an argument between spouses and our imagination is getting carried away? Is paranoia part of radiation poisoning? Before the estimated hour is up, we have our answer. Chapter 44. Lindsey. Thursday, day 22. Backroads, Wyoming. Logan scoots over near me, motioning me to move down fully out of sight. I'm glad he's here. With what I'm seeing, I guess I'm not as tough as I like to think I am. I've wanted to be a police officer since I was very young. My mom was Naval Reserve and had a job as a trainer for the federal government. She was gone a lot, either with her training job or her reserve duties. I don't remember our dad. He was killed in a car accident when I was 3, and my sister Jessica was 5. Sometimes I think I have a memory, which may have been him, but I don't know for sure. It could just be all of the pictures Mom has of him playing tricks on my mind. Jessica and I had a nanny. Several nannies, in fact. As part of my mom's work, we moved around a lot. My favorite nanny quit working with us so she could go to school. She said she was going to become a police officer. That was it for me. At the tender age of 5, I wanted to be just like her. If she had her hair in a braid, I wanted a braid. If she was wearing a dress, I wanted to wear a dress. When she said she wanted to be a police officer, I wanted to be a police officer. Even after she left, the feeling didn't leave. Jessica didn't get the same police officer desire I did. Instead, she grew up to be a nanny. Kind of funny when you think about it. She spent a summer in Germany between her junior and senior years of college, loved it, and went back after graduating. She signed up with an au pair agency and was placed within days. She met her husband, a German, and they now live there with their 2 small boys, my nephews. Will I ever see them again? Our mom married Evan when I was 14, which pretty much sealed the deal on my desire to be a police officer. He was a deputy sheriff, not just a regular deputy either. He was part of the Special Operations Division, kind of a fancy way of saying SWAT team. One of Evan's specialties was protective overwatch, or as most people know the position, sniper. When Evan learned about my interest in law enforcement, he nurtured it without being demanding. He was smart enough to know pushing me too hard would likely fail. Instead, he gently guided me. When I was older, we started training together. Being in excellent physical shape was a huge benefit in the academy. He also gave me in-depth firearms training on a variety of weapons. His armory is pretty amazing. Long-range shooting, his specialty, was also my favorite. Sure, handguns are great, but being able to make a shot at 800+ yards is beyond amazing. It's now obvious this skill is going to be necessary. Lindsey, this is terrible. I nod. I had a hope it was just a family squabble. I guess seeing 6 women roped together destroyed the hope. Definitely. And even though I wanted to before, I'm not okay with finding another way around. I don't think I'd ever sleep right again if we walked away from them without trying to help. But he lets out a huge sigh. I don't want anything to happen to you. Maybe I could, handle this, and you can find a way around. We can look at the map and find a meetup spot down the road. You're kidding, right? No, I'm completely serious. Would you at least consider it? No, I won't consider it. We're together on this, babe. He gives a slow, sad nod. I figured. So we for sure have 4 guys, 2 hidden and 2 watching the bound women. You think we ought to watch a little longer and see if any more appear? Yeah. I kind of think they might be on some sort of schedule. The women just finished relieving themselves and are now getting water. It's getting close to lunchtime. Think they'll have the women start cooking? Logan shrugs. Maybe. I'll go back to the other side. You nestle in. Be really careful, Lindsey. Don't let them see you. I'll scoot back over here in a bit, then we'll figure out what to do. That sounds like a good plan. Wait and watch. But Logan, if they do anything rash, we might have to move without a plan. I wouldn't want to watch while one of those women was hurt. I know, he says, as he low walks to the other side of the road. I crawl back into my concealment. The women are still out, tied together, and do appear to be starting the lunch preparation. Maybe we'll be able to confirm the number of hostiles once lunch is served. I estimate almost half an hour has passed when Board Boy goes over to one of the women and says something to her. She shakes her head, then he smacks her. I can't hear the sound of his hand connecting with her face, but I see the motion and watch her fall back, pulling the rope enough to also knock several of the other women off balance. They quickly right themselves as Board Boy stomps off, gesturing wildly, leaving little doubt as to what his hands are saying. The women range in age, with the oldest looking to be around my mom's age, and the youngest a child, maybe a young teenager. The one he smacked, I'd guess to be around my age. I'm sorely tempted to use the rifle and prevent Board Boy from doing anything like that again. I glance at Logan. He shakes his head at me. I sigh and reply with a nod. Within a few minutes, Board Boy returns. The oldest lady gives him 2 plates. He saunters over to Dear Blind Guy number 1 and then to number 2, while Paul is given a plate. Board Boy returns for his own plate. The women move to a row of upended logs and sit down. None have food. After a few minutes, Paul motions, and they move as one to refill plates for him and Board Boy. The women return to the logs, still without eating. When Paul and Board Boy finish their second plates, they go to their respective tents and come out with rifles. Then each walk over to a deer blind. The guys in the blind come out, and Paul and Board Boy take their places. So far, I'm still leaning toward only the 4 of them. Deer blind guy number 1 is a slightly smaller version of Paul Bunyan, also bearded but with red hair instead of gray, wearing blue jeans, a ball cap, and a blue button-up shirt. Deer blind guy number 2 is just an average-looking guy. The kind you'd see anywhere, the grocery store, a doctor's office, a school. Mid-height, brown hair, jeans, and a t-shirt. Just average. Both have pistols on their hips and rifles slung over their shoulders, carrying their lunch plates. I glance at the women. They're staring at the ground, unmoving. As the deer blind guys walk closer, they stand as one. Deer blind guy number 1 keeps walking toward one of the half-dozen tents. Number 2 goes to one of the women, grabs her by the nape of the neck, yanks her head back, and kisses her. She doesn't fight back, but doesn't return the kiss either. I feel a twitch in my eye, anger trying to escape. Deer blind guy number 1 is still by the tent. Within a few seconds, a new guy stumbles out. Ugh, 5 guys. Make that 6. One more is on the heels of number 5. 6. At least 6. How can we possibly take on 6? 4, maybe. With the element of surprise on our side, we might have been able to do it. But 6? What about the other tents? Do they have guys in them? Hot tears flood my eyes. Are we going to have to just leave these women? Logan whispers my name. I crawl down below the crest. Let's make this quick, Logan. I want to watch a little longer, then come up with a plan. We can't take on 6 men. His declaration sounds very final. While I agree with him, I'm not ready to give up. Let's just watch. Fine, but I'm staying over here with you. There's plenty of room for both of us. He's right. A combination of boulders and brush makes this a fine spot for both of us to remain concealed. I nod. I need to use the bathroom, and we need food. I'll grab us something. Then I'll be back, okay? Yes, I'm going back up. I'll see you soon, I say, giving him a peck on the cheek. He pulls me in close and kisses me properly. You're a stubborn woman, Lindsey Maverick. The new guys are eating. After they finish a second plate, the women eat. When they're finished, plates and pots are gathered up by the women. The 2 new guys escort them to the river. Dishwashing time. The 2 original deer blind guys go to their tent. Logan's back with granola bars, a jar of peanuts, 2 sodas, and another water jug. I started some of the instant rice. I figure we might be here a while so it can soak and get soft for later. Thanks, Logan. Good thinking. How's your stomach? I think I'm pretty good. No problems lately. Maybe this excitement is keeping things at bay, he says, with a hint of a smile and a wink. After a healthy length of time, the string of women and their captors return. I think the deer blind guys are sleeping, I whisper to Logan. Or napping, at least. They've been in the tent a while now. I think, if this is their routine, to swap guards after the meals, let the old guards sleep, and then 2 guys take the women to clean up at the river, we might have an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Maybe one of us could surprise the guys at the river, take them out quietly, then we'd just have the 4. Take them out quietly? You mean like with a knife or something? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Chapter 45. Lindsey, Thursday, day 22, Backroads, Wyoming. Lindsey, I'm not Rambo, neither are you. Did they teach you how to kill with a knife in the academy? No. They taught us how to protect ourselves from a knife attack, but not how to attack. Evan trained me. Evan taught you how to attack with a knife? Oh. I guess that explains the giant knife you said was your 17th birthday present. Why the knives? Because sometimes you have to neutralize a threat up close and personal. A gun isn't always an option. Haven't we discussed this before? Well, Evan didn't teach me how to do that, and there's no way you're going to be up close and personal with those guys. If anyone is going to, What did you say? Take them out? It's going to be me. We make our plan. It's a terrible plan. There's very little chance either of us will survive. We go over it again. What can we change? With a few tweaks, we decide it's as good as it's going to get. We snuggle close and hug each other tight. I'll be looking forward to some yummy rice when this is over, Logan says, kissing me. Me too. I love you, Logan Maverick. I love you, Lindsey Maverick, even if you are a little cuckoo. He smiles and kisses me again. Then he scoots back down the hill. I quickly move to the other side of the road, where Logan was originally hidden, the same side they've set up camp. The women are sitting quietly on the stumps. The two new guys are in camp chairs, talking and paying little attention to the women. After several hours, the guys get the women up and let them go to the bathroom. Then they start the meal prep. We're getting close. I'm nervous. Is Logan in place? Does he have a good view of what is happening, while also being hidden so they can't see him? Will he remember the couple of knife moves I showed him? While I do know basic knife attacks and counterattacks, they're not my forte. Not only did Evan give me a great fixed-blade knife when I was 17, but he also gave me another one a few years ago, a Gerber Ghost Strike. It's nice and lightweight. Not legal to conceal carry in California, but fine to open carry. I don't carry it. It stayed in my nightstand drawer until we were packing up. Then it, along with my birthday knife and a Kershaw Speed-Safe pocket knife, a gift from my mom last year when I went hunting with her, were freed from the nightstand and moved to the backpacks. The Kershaw is with me. Logan has the other two, along with his sidearms and the shotgun. I've searched for Logan several times but have no idea where he is. Hiding, concealed somewhere in the brush, waiting. Nothing has changed with Paul Bunyan and Board Boy. They're still in their own deer-blind-style concealment. Board Boy seems to be asleep, reclining against the trunk of a small tree, head flopped slightly to the side. Paul, on the other hand, is wide awake and taking his guard duty seriously. Seems to me it might be smarter to have guard duty immediately after sleeping, instead of watching the women and then having guard duty. Of course, maybe they think the women are a bigger threat than someone coming down this quiet little road. Surprise, boys. The meal preparation is complete, and the serving procedure used at lunch is repeated. One of the new guys takes plates to Paul and Board Boy, then the new guys eat. After they're done, they replace Paul and Board Boy as lookouts. No new guys have appeared, still only the 6. Paul and Board Boy get more food, then wake up the original deer-blind guys. Paul wastes no time as he immediately heads to the large tent. Board Boy, after napping while on guard duty, spends a little time talking with deer-blind guys while they eat. When the women finally get to eat, Board Boy makes a point of harassing the same one from earlier. It's all I can do not to shoot him right then. He finally gives up and goes to his tent. A few minutes later, the women start to gather up the dirty dishes. The original deer-blind guys reluctantly stand up. One of them yells something to the women. I can't fully make it out, but it sounds like, "Let's hurry it up this time. I have better things to do than stand at the river while you women mess around." Here we go. Is Logan ready? It's been 10 minutes. I know how long it's been because I'm counting. My hunting rifle is loaded and at the ready. It holds only 5 rounds. The 5.56 from Winchester is also ready. Without a scope, I won't be as accurate, but the semi-auto compared to the bolt might gain me a slight advantage. I sure wish the magazines were larger than 10 stupid high-capacity rules. Logan also left me the 22 in case I need it. I'm focused on the guard on the opposite side of the road. I'm concentrating on my breathing, on staying calm. These help with the counting. Every 30 seconds, I check for Logan. He should appear in a specific spot along the edge of the trees, positioned to remove the other guard. Where is he? Another minute passes. A gunshot. Then a second. Please, not Logan. I immediately move on to plan B. Take out the guards. Deep breath in and hold it. Gently squeeze the trigger. My shot is true. My guard falls. I swivel to the other guard, the one on this side of the road, to repeat the procedure. He's looking around, toward the tree line. trying to figure out what's happening. My shot isn't as accurate. He falls, but I've only winged him. A third shot rings out. I shoot the second guard again. This one feels better. I scan to Board Boy's tent. It's shaking, like the zipper is stuck, but I don't see him. Paul Bunyan is quicker. The zipper on his tent is partially up and I can see his hand sticking out. I'm glad they've positioned the doors so I can see what they're doing. Very helpful, guys. They're screaming. The women, please, please, let Logan be okay. Paul, crouched low, pistol in hand, is in my sights. I send my last 2 .308 shots his way. The first one hits his left arm just below the shoulder, spinning him around. The second is a miss. I grab the semi-auto. He's kneeling, holding his arm, trying to pick up his gun with his left. A shot rings out. Not mine, not his. I squeeze the trigger again and again. Paul Bunyan is on the ground. I look at Board Boy's tent. He's sprawled outside the tent. Another shot. A handgun, just like the last. Logan? It must be Logan, right? Where is he? As Overwatch, my job is to make sure the threats are eliminated to keep Logan and the women safe. I put another bullet into each bad guy, starting with Board Boy and finishing with the new guys in the blinds. Time slows down. There's no movement, no sound. The women are no longer screaming. Lima, your mama wears combat boots. Faint, but I can hear it. The code for all is clear. If it had been Code 4, the code everyone seems to know from television and Hollywood is all clear, I'd know he was under duress. The code is good, but that wasn't Logan. It was a female. I stay quiet and watch the tree line. Very carefully, a woman steps out. Her hands are up. She's alone, not connected to the rope line, but it's clearly the oldest woman. Again, I hear a yell, still faint for me at this distance. Lima, your mama wears combat boots. She steps out farther, hands still clearly visible, then yells, "He told me you'd know what that means." Alpha, he's shot. My heart drops. I yell the counter code. "What's the weather like?" She turns her head. I can see her lips moving, talking into the tree line. She yells back, "It looks like snow, but won't be a problem." It's the right answer. "Everyone out from the trees," I call out. "Can Alpha walk? I want to see him." I reload my hunting rifle while watching. In a matter of seconds, the youngest woman, the girl, joins the older lady, her hands clearly visible. Then Logan comes out, being supported by 2 of the women, followed by the last 2 behind them with their hands in the air. All of the women are looking around, almost frantically, trying to find me, or looking for their captors, the 2 helping Logan gently lower him to the ground. He searches me out. He's not likely to see me, but knows where I should be. He gives me a thumbs up. I grab my small binoculars to look him over. He's bloody. So bloody I can't exactly tell where he's been hit. Then I see a bandage on his arm, and a second on his leg. He had a small first aid kit in his backpack, compliments of our raid on the pharmacy. I have a duplicate in mine. He tries to call for me. I can see his mouth moving. "Lima, come on down," I think he says, but I can't hear him. The woman shouts. He's saying, "Lima, come down." It's hard for him to yell. In the binos, I see Logan nod and smile. He gives me a thumbs up again, along with the OK sign. I'm not going to get any further confirmation. Logan believes it's safe for me to join him. I look over the 4 dead guys again, just to make sure they really are dead guys. The first guy, in the blind, was a headshot. No threat there. The second guy, on this side of the road in the blind, hasn't moved. Looks like there are even flies starting to do their job. Board Boy is definitely dead, as is Paul Bunyan. I can only assume Logan took care of the 2 guys at the river. I feel a little sick. Not from the radiation this time, but from the killing. In the past few seconds, I killed 4 people. My total is now 5. 5 dead by my hand. Stanley James Parker in San Jose and these 4 evildoers. Of course, I can't really say I killed Board Boy. He was down from another shot, probably from Logan, but I made sure to finish him off. Each death was necessary, but still, I shake my head to clear my thoughts. I need to stay focused. I can think about the killing later, or maybe not. Maybe I can just accept I did what I had to do and that is that. Right now I need to get to Logan. 3 rifles. How can I handle 3 rifles while climbing down this slope? The 308 has a strap so it can go on my back. I'll carry the 5.56 and stash the 22. My hip weapon and backups are where they belong. I'm sure those ladies are going to love seeing me walking down, loaded for bear. I'll definitely look like the mythical Amazon woman. I just need a bow and arrow. It takes me many minutes to reach them. I've barely let my eyes stray from the 6 women in Logan. The women continue to keep their hands visible and hardly move as I make my way toward them. Once I'm within talking distance, Logan says huskily but with a small smile, "Pretty good plan, babe. Took you long enough to get down here. Barbara says we'd best be getting out of here. There are 4 more guys out looking for supplies. Might be back anytime." Chapter 46. Lindsey. Thursday, day 22. Back roads, Wyoming. "I'm okay, Lindsey. I'm okay," Logan says, while I look him over. All I want to do is hold him, kiss him. But first, I need to make sure the bleeding's under control, make sure he'll be okay. "Carlene," Logan says, motioning to one of the women. "She bandaged me up. The maxi pads were a good idea. I guess you knew what you were talking about when you said they were absorbent." "Yeah, they do the job," I say, fretting over him. I don't want to remove what Carlene has put in place since the bleeding seems to be under control. The women have scattered, starting to gather things up so we can leave. Barbara, the oldest captive, is instrumental in getting the other ladies going. To say the group is shell-shocked would be an understatement. Even so, they're very good about following orders. "How'd you know?" "How'd I know what? About the maxi pads?" "Yeah, those." "Seriously?" "I'm a girl." I wink and then say, "My mom told me. Said she read it in a book. I just remembered." His left hand has a cut across the thumb. Not bad, but I'm sure it hurts. "Got that while, you know." I nod. "Both with the knife?" He visibly pales as he says, "It went bad with the second. The first was perfect, like we planned." He walked off on his own. I literally caught him with his pants down. The second guy, I wasn't quiet enough. He must have heard me and moved at the last second. We fought. I lost the knife and he pulled his pistol. I saw what was happening and managed to get into the brush. He winged me a couple of times in the process. The older woman saw what was happening and rammed into him. Well, all of them rammed him since they were connected. But it was Barbara's instigating. Once I had a clear shot, I took it. "So, your arm and leg? That's where he shot you?" "Yeah, but really, I don't think either is too terribly bad. The thigh is just a graze, not bad at all. The arm, it might be a little worse. He was firing wild, could have just as easily missed me. Or just as easily have headshot you, I think to myself. While loading up, Carlene gives us a quick overview of how they found themselves captives to Paul Bunyan and crew. Before the women were thrust together as captives, each was on a different path, going to stay with friends or family in an area they hoped was better than where they were coming from. Carlene and her daughter Amy were kidnapped from their home. She let out a big sigh and said, "Eric and my husband, Richard, work together." "Eric?" I ask. "Yeah. I think you called him Paul when you and your husband were talking. I'm not sure why. The one in the red flannel shirt." "Oh, I know which one you mean. No sense mentioning why we call him Paul. Eric used to come around the house quite a bit, but last year we had to put a stop to his visits. It was wrong, the way he'd look at Amy. The day after the lights went out, he stopped by with another guy. He's out on a supply run right now. He said he was just checking on us. More like checking up on us. I think he was probably deciding then what he could do. When they came back, they had 2 more guys with them. Eric killed Richard when he opened the door. My sweet son, 2 years older than Amy, was next. What they did to Amy, to me, has been worse than the quick death my husband and son experienced. Her shoulders shake slightly, but she doesn't cry while she shares her story. I don't have words of comfort to offer Carlene. I'm sorry. Sure doesn't cut it. I rest my hand on her arm for a moment. She looks up and meets my eyes, giving a small nod. Thank you. The days ahead won't be easy, but we're out of the nightmare. I'm not sure what we'll do now. We can't go home. Eric set our house on fire. Carlene and Amy were the first of the prisoners. Barbara was next, found walking with her husband. He was killed outright. The additional 3 were added, one at a time, with their male walking partners murdered. Carlene thinks it's likely new captives could be brought back with the 4 men who went out for supplies. Logan and I discussed setting up some sort of ambush to take them out and save any new hostages. We finally agree it's too dangerous, especially with Logan injured. While we don't think either injury is life-threatening, he won't be at full capacity. Barbara says they will fight, but as afflicted as they are, we can't risk it. With Logan's injuries, we also can't ride the bikes. Amy helps me retrieve both motorcycles and all our gear from where it was stowed. The other women pack up the things they want to take, which isn't much other than every available weapon, ammunition, and every crumb of food. The women didn't want any of the setup tents. Too many bad memories. But there were a couple of tents brought back on one of the expeditions that haven't been used. We take those. Somehow, we managed to get the bikes secured to an old Ford 250 flatbed pickup truck. Logan can't help much, but he gives excellent suggestions. Barbara must be in her mid-50s, but is amazingly fit and strong. I'm beyond impressed with what she's capable of, especially with the situation she's been in for the last couple of weeks. A second Ford, a beat-up F-150 with a regular bed, is quickly loaded with the captive's gear. The third truck has a manual transmission, which none of the ladies can drive. I can drive it, but we decide it's best for me to be armed riding shotgun. The funny-looking car, which Logan informs me is an AMC Pacer, has an automatic transmission and a tiny back seat. It becomes our third vehicle. Where to go now, after being freed from their ordeal, is the question. One of the ladies, Samantha, has a friend near the tiny town of Pavilion, Wyoming, where she and her boyfriend were heading when she was captured. Not really out of our way to get to Bakerville, so we go there first. I'm sure Janet will let everyone stay for at least a few days. Then we can figure out where to go from there. I know Carlene and Amy don't really have any place to go. Maybe you could stay. Janet's great. You'll really like her. Samantha's breathless when she finishes her rushed-on sentences. Barbara gives her a slight squeeze. I'm sure your friend is wonderful. When we reach Janet's place, her home is a smoking pile of rubble, burned to the ground several days prior. There's no sign of Janet or her family. At first, Samantha only stares, wide-eyed and detached. Barbara reaches for her, but Samantha shakes her away. No, this can't be. Janet has to be here. Barbara, you said. You promised. You told me we'd find a way to escape and we'd come here. You promised. I know I did, Samantha, Barbara responds, barely above a whisper. I'm so sorry. No, you're not sorry. You're a liar. Liar. With tears in her eyes, Barbara nods. Samantha yells several obscenities, not exactly directed at Barbara, but not sparing her feelings either. Then she crumples to the ground and begins to wail. Logan, unsure how to respond to her keening, gives me a helpless look. Barbara is the one who says to all of us, let's just give her a few minutes. She's had a rough time of it at the camp. The idea of coming here, it's what kept her going. We give Samantha her space. As much as I'd like to get back on the road, we're pretty sure we're far enough away from the abductors' camp and are safe from them. Of course, safe is relative these days. After 15 minutes or so, Samantha joins us. Her face is streaked with dirt and tears, and her eyes are rimmed red. Any chance I could get a shower? She asks. We have wet wipes, I offer. How about some of the water in a jug and a washcloth? Barbara asks. We could set up a sponge bath of sorts for you. I've done that while camping. It'll make you feel a whole world better. Could I do that also? Amy asks. We spend another half hour at Janet's burned-out house while the ladies clean up. Thankfully, there's a small shed they use as a private washroom. By the time they're ready, Logan and I are both anxious to leave. We're back to wondering where everyone will go. Barbara was on her way to her husband's nephew, a nephew she's never met in the 10 years they were married, but she doesn't know where his house is. The other two women were in similar situations, and Carlene and Amy are essentially homeless. Carlene has family in Kentucky but can't figure out a way to get there. Without any other options, Logan and I suggest they continue with us until we can find a place for them. We don't know what we'll encounter in Bakerville, but I know Mom and Evan won't turn these women away. Plus, it might be good to have some extra help with my mom laid up. I don't mention this to them. No reason to get their hopes up. 6 more people to feed. At least we took the food their kidnappers had. From the raids they'd been out on, they had amassed quite a stockpile, enough to sustain the 6 women for at least a month with rationing. According to Barbara, they've been barely getting enough to survive now. Before they started packing up the camp, she gave each woman a pouch of tuna. They've had several small snacks since then. I have no doubt they're all still hungry, but Barbara's smart to limit the amount given at one time. It's only half an hour to the slightly larger town of Shoshone. Logan and I hope for a safe place to spend the night. There's at least one motel in town. Dare we hope they might be accepting reservations? There's also a pretty nice state campground just on the other side of Shoshone on a large lake. A few miles outside of town, we are met by a roadblock. I'm in the lead vehicle, the F-150, and caught completely by surprise. I didn't get the creeps or anything before we were suddenly stopped. Samantha pulled herself together and is my silent driver. The Pacer is a good 100 yards behind us. Logan's in the flatbed behind the Pacer with Barbara driving. Samantha crawls to a stop but leaves the pickup running. "Where you folks heading?" the guard shouts from behind a car. "Bakerville, to my parents' place," I answer. "Okay, well, good you have transportation. Shouldn't take you too terribly long to get there. I'd suggest you keep on driving and don't stop until you reach Thermopolis. They're letting people stay in the state park there." "Sure, that'd be good. But we were thinking maybe we'd stay here. Sorry, we don't have any lodging options. You'll want to head on to Thermopolis. Maybe the campground before the tunnel?" I suggest. "We've had a long day already." "Nope, you won't be able to stay there. They've had a few incidents." "Oh? Yeah. They had too many people at the campgrounds, and things went bad. Lots of deaths. Now the people in the campgrounds, all of the campgrounds in Boyson State Park are treating it as their own fort or something. They won't let you stay, but everything we hear tells us Thermop is still okay. They've got a pretty good setup there. Had a few problems, but they nipped them in the bud pretty quick. Heard they make improvements every day to keep things running as smoothly as possible." "Okay, that's fine. It's only, 30 miles from here?" "About that. The canyon's a little iffy. You won't want to stop for people. Just drive like you mean it. And if someone's in the road, well, they should move for you." "Did he just tell me to run over people in the road?" Samantha whispers. I give a one-shoulder shrug. "Yeah, I think he did. You folks need some water? We can refill your jugs for you. We have a privy set up over there." He motions to the south. "And another on the other side of town. Can't help you with anything else?" "Water, please. That'd be great," I answer. "Okay. How about one of you gets out and collects jugs from everyone? Then we'll get you on your way." I don't really like the idea of one of us getting out. I'm hesitating on my answer when he says, "Oh, right." He steps out from behind the car, lays his rifle on the hood, and motions to his friend on the other side of the road to do the same. "Sorry." He shrugs. I guess I wouldn't feel too comfortable with a couple of guns on me either. I slowly open my door and give a small wave back to the rest of our convoy. I want them to stay alert, but not twitchy. Hopefully they'll understand that from my signal. "I'm armed. I have a weapon on my belt," I say, before stepping from behind the door. "Of course you do. Only smart to be armed these days. You're fine here, little lady. We have no plans of hurting you. We're just doing what's best for our own friends and family. You understand, right? I have 3 one-gallon jugs and a soda bottle in our truck. I decide that'll be good for now. 5 minutes later, the water is filled. A third guy, who appeared out of nowhere riding a quad, escorts us through town. We regroup a few miles out of town where they have bathroom facilities set up. We all take care of business. Logan's stomach is acting up again. I'm not too bad. I pass a new gallon jug of water to each of the vehicles and share the plan to drive like mad through the canyon. We switch things up and have Barbara in her larger truck as the lead vehicle. She seems a little less squeamish about the prospect of people jumping out in front of her and being forced to run them over. Only a little less squeamish. The trip through the canyon is harrowing. Barbara sets the pace. We do have a few people jump out in front of us, but she never slows. There's one lady holding up a small baby. It's clear she's begging us to take the child. Feed the child. My eyes immediately fill with tears. We don't stop.
Chapter 47. Sylvia, Thursday, day 22, Meeteetse, Wyoming. We're greeted by a welcome station. Seriously, there's a big sign that says, Welcome Station. Not check station or roadblock, which is what it is, but welcome station. The guy manning it gives us a nice smile and a left-handed wave. His right hand is casually holding a shotgun. Howdy, folks. Hi, Sabrina says, with her own nice smile and wave. I don't have the energy to smile or wave. We're less than a half-mile outside of Meeteetse. At the pace we're traveling, no more than 15 walking days, and we'll be in Bakerville. You folks passing through? We'd like to stay a day or two, Ray says. Yep, okay. We have a city park where people are camping in and around. There's a motel on the other side of the river. My mom stayed there before. Is it open by chance? Sabrina asks. Mom and Phil spent quite a bit of time in Meeteetse when they were on their cross-country trip in search of a retirement spot. They rented a cabin at the motel Sabrina's asking about. I know this because my mom points out the place each time we drive through this little town. She says pretty much the same thing every time. Oh, that little place is so nice. Right on the river, and the perfect place to stay and explore the area. The owner was very good to us. You won't want to stay there, the roadblock guy says, with a look of panic on his face. The owner. He didn't make it back after the attack started. The young girl he had working as the manager took off when the power went out. She left the place in the hands of the guys working on the road crew. You saw that road work about 15 miles back? Yeah, maybe, Ray says, while the rest of us shrug. 15 miles back? Was that yesterday or the day before? Who can remember? Well, anyway, I guess the crew bosses took off and left the workers at the hotel. Just hightailed it out in the company vehicles. Can you believe it? So these guys are now mad at the world. They've got the motel, cabins, all of it as their dominion. So far, they're just causing a ruckus over there, but you mark my words. Those are bad guys. Bad dudes. They'll let you stay for a cost. It used to be money they were taking. Then they moved on to beer and food. Now, I don't know what it might be. You all seem like nice folks. And with the kids, I don't think you ought to get messed up with that. Right. We don't want any part of that, Ray says. Yep. Between you and me, I don't even know if the manager really left. Far as I know. Well, you catch my drift? We caught his drift. And bummer about the owner not making it back. According to Mom, he was a good guy. Hopefully, wherever he is, he's doing fine. Don't you have a police department in this town? Kim challenges. Nope. We have, or I should say had, 2 county sheriff deputies. One was away for training when this all went down. Her family's worried sick. The second, he was here, but we're not sure what happened to him. Don't know if he took off or met some unseemly end. What about his family? Young guy, lived alone. The town council's trying to scare up some protection for the city. You know, put something in place. We're manning a welcome station on each side of town, and we'll start with more stuff. Not sure what all yet. Right now, we're doing okay. Just keep your distance from those guys. So we can camp at the city park? Sabrina asks. Yep. The other hotel is closed up. People are using the park and the vacant lot across the street. Those are pretty full, so we're letting people camp in the yard next door. That's old Agnes's place. She died last week, so guess it doesn't much matter if you use her yard. Mind you, we'd ask you be respectful and not use her house. Of course, we'll definitely be respectful, sir, Sabrina says quickly. And, like I said, watch yourselves. So far, those guys are staying over at the motel, but you should keep aware and all. You folks probably know that if you've been on the road. We've heard some stuff from others. We've run into travelers and have heard a couple of stories, but not much. When they see we have children, they clam up on the details and just tell us to be careful. We've also been hearing rumors there was more than just a high-altitude nuke detonated. We've met a few people who said they ran into people who saw mushroom clouds in Seattle. There are even rumors of people with radiation sickness. Sabrina says, if Seattle were bombed, it's likely other places were also. What kind of terrorists have bombs like that? Bombs causing a widespread EMP and destroying cities. Other than rumors, we don't really know what's happening in other places. And I have to wonder, does it really matter? At the moment, just getting to Mom's house seems like all that's important. Is there a place to get some food? Kim asks. Sorry, no food. You can fish in the river if you'd like. Kim makes a face. Thank you, Ray says to the gentleman while offering his hand. The walk to the park is easy and we're soon there. There are about 36 tents set up in the lot, park, and what we assume is Agnes's place. We find a spot in Agnes's backyard, right near the river. There's another tent in the same area, a guy and a gal, younger than Sabrina. After the incident back in Thermopolis, we've been even more diligent. Ray's now carrying the 9mm I had in my bag. The day after we left Thermopolis, we had target practice to make sure he knew what he was doing. Much to Kim's dismay, he made sure Nicole and Nate could also handle the weapon. He tried to persuade Kim to shoot, but she adamantly refused. I was considerably impressed with Ray's ability to handle the pistol. Sabrina commented to me privately that he looked like he might have a lot more experience than he let on. Sabrina and I are still carrying our primary weapon on our hip and a secondary hidden weapon. The .22 revolver is holstered in Sabrina's backpack. The long guns have yet to make their way out of the shopping cart. As far as we know, Kim and Ray have no knowledge of these hidden weapons. I'm glad they're letting us catch fish. We're rationing our food, but I think we'll run out before we reach Mom's house. When we were on the river, those early days after needing to hang out in the tunnel, we were able to catch fish to extend what we all brought along. Ray's homemade pole, combined with Sabrina's ultralight telescoping rod and reel combo, another item she was smart to pack, yielded 6 fish each day. Ray was getting pretty good at using his temporary setup. I really hated to leave the river. We've been landlocked since. Sabrina set up a snare to try to get a rabbit, but we weren't successful. Maybe it's better we didn't get one. I seem to remember something about wild rabbits having fleas or something during the summer. Ick. There was an abundance of antelope between Thermopolis and Shoshone. We thought about shooting one and staying put for a few days to cook it up for traveling. Sabrina makes jerky in the oven or food dehydrator regularly, and she thinks making it over an open fire or setting up some kind of easy smokehouse would work for preserving the meat. But we've decided against it for now, mainly because Kim made a big stink about how antelopes aren't fit for eating. We'll see if she gets hungry enough to change her mind. The Hoffmans are out of everything. At least we think they are. Sometimes I wonder if Kim might be holding something back. A private food stash. My new-to-me size 12 jeans I got in Thermopolis are now too large. The belt doesn't even help much. I found some twine and tied the belt loops together on each side. This at least keeps them up. Without a scale to jump on, I'm not sure how much weight I've lost. A lot. And way too fast. Sabrina, who was very fit when we started out, is looking scrawny. Ray's and Kim's weight losses are also noticeable, but the poor children, they look terrible, skinny and exhausted. All of us are using some sort of makeshift method to hold our pants up. Our shirts fit us like tents. A day or two off, especially if we can catch a few fish, might do wonders. I don't really want to put the weight I've lost back on, but the rest of them need a little more meat on them, especially the children. I'm down to only 6 packs of cigarettes. Some days I'm better at rationing than others. Just depends on the day. While the walking has been terribly monotonous, it isn't overly strenuous. There are a few small hills, but nothing extremely steep. Kim's attitude has been okay, but there's certainly something off about her. I truly can't figure her out. Like Ray, even after all this time on the road, she still looks spectacular. She's no longer pink with the sunburn. Instead, she has a tropical look about her, tanned skin, and her blonde hair even brighter, bleached by the rays of the sun. Same with Ray, tan and gorgeous. He reminds me of the guy on the TV show Lost, the kind of bad guy. What was his name? Sawyer? Yeah, maybe. Wish I could pull up Netflix and find out. While I'm at wishing, I'd love to order a pizza and a 6-pack while I binge on Lost episodes. Of course, after being on the road with Ray for almost 2 weeks, I no longer have any sort of crush on him. While he seems pleasant enough, like Kim, something's off. I can't put my finger on it, but I get the impression he's not very genuine. Just a pretty package. Sylvie? Brina? Did you see the signs with the little animals on them? Naomi asks, completely excited. Nicole read to me, and it says they live here. They're like little dog things. Oh yeah, sure. Black-footed ferrets, I answer. Before, another time when I was driving through here with my mom, she took us to the museum. They had a big display about the ferrets. Did you know they thought the special ferret, the black-footed ferret, was extinct? Do you know what that word means? No, I don't think I know that word. It means they thought they were all gone. Then, one day, gosh, I can't remember. I think maybe someone's dog was barking at one or something. Anyway, they found out these little guys aren't extinct. Now, they live around here and in a few other places. They're working to bring them back. Is that what's happening to us? What do you mean, sweetie pie? Sabrina asks. Are we going to go exited? Will we be all gone? Exited? Extinct? You mean people? Yeah, I know lots of people are dying. Are we going to be extinct like they thought the little animal was? She starts crying as the last few words make their way out. Oh no, honey, Sabrina says, pulling her close. Not at all, I say at the same time. Sabrina hugs her tight, while I stand there looking on like a goofball. Sabrina's definitely the more affectionate of us. She seems to know when to give a hug or a kind word. I'm often late on even thinking about doing these things. Then I feel like a heel. You sure? Naomi hiccups. I'm sure. It's true some bad things have happened, but we're still here, and there's other people here. Soon, we'll get to my mom's house, and you'll get nice and rested before you go on to your mom and dad's friend's place. Everything will be fine. You'll see. You promise? Sabrina pauses before saying, I promise Sylvia and I, along with your mom and dad, are doing everything we can to get you where you need to be. Naomi gives her a look, the kind of look that tells me she isn't buying it for a second. Her little shoulders slump. She screws up a face a few times and finally says only one word. Okay. Sabrina gives her a smile and asks, Where's your sister? Not sure. Thought she was behind me. Maybe she went with Mom and Dad. Ray found a new limb to turn into a fishing pole and took off down the river. Kim and Nate joined him while the girls were walking around the park. Let's go see, I say, thinking we should have seen her walk by. Once we're on the bank of the river, we see Ray, Kim, and Nate a little farther west. No Nicole. Where do you think she went? I ask. Not sure, Sabrina says with a slight shrug. It's really not like her to take off. How about I head down to where Ray and Kim are? Maybe she's with them and we just can't see her. Like lounging on the bank out of view? Yeah, that makes sense. While you do that, I'll walk back to the park just to make sure. Naomi, you want to walk with me? Okay, Sylvie. I'll show you the little animal picture. Sure, that sounds fine. Less than 10 minutes later, we're all back at camp. All except Nicole. Naomi and I walked from the park down the main street in town. We saw the same guy, the one we talked to at the welcome station on the edge of town. He said he'd finished his shift for the day. He remembered Nicole from earlier, but hasn't seen her since then. We asked a few other people if they'd seen anyone resembling Nicole. No dice. Kim is near frantic as we form a plan to search for Nicole. It's decided Ray and Nate will walk the other side of the riverbank, and Sabrina and Naomi will walk around town again and try to enlist the help of others to search. Kim and I will walk this side of the riverbank, going in the opposite direction from where they were fishing. We'll estimate an hour and then come back to camp. Oh, how I wish for cell phones while we search. We don't need an hour. Kim and I quickly discover what's become of Nicole. Chapter 48. Sylvia, Thursday, Day 22, Meeteetse, Wyoming. Kim grabs my arm and motions for me to be silent. Soft cries combined with mumbling voices, all feeling drains from my body. Nicole. Someone is hurting Nicole. I glance at Kim. The look she gives me, it is hard to describe. Anger, pain, heartbreak, and hatred all in one. With her mouth right next to my ear, in a hauntingly calm voice, Kim says, "Give me your sidearm. Don't argue, don't discuss. Give it to me now. And yes, I know how to use it." I close my eyes. I can't argue with the mother wanting to protect her young daughter. I nod and oblige, handing her my Beretta. I then take my smaller Sig Sauer P238 out of my ankle holster. Once again, mouth to my ear, Kim says, "I'll take the lead. Back me up. Make sure you don't shoot me." I nod, hoping she knows what she's doing. This woman, who threw a fit about Sabrina and I being armed, is now... My thoughts are interrupted as she mouths, "Let's go," and she goes. I'm right behind her, moving as quietly as I can, but not nearly as silent and deliberate as Kim moves. The thicket we're in makes everything difficult for me, but not Kim. She's like a butterfly flitting through the brush. Entering a slight alcove, Kim drops to a knee. I follow suit. I catch a glimpse of a guy standing, watching. The glimpse is all I get before Kim fires, and he goes down. She swivels and shoots again. Then she's moving, yelling, "Stay on the ground! Stay on the ground, and I might let you live." I step forward slightly so I can see and back her up as she requested. The guy on the ground starts to get up. Kim is suddenly on him. Her body blocks my view as I hear a loud cracking sound. She stands up and turns to Nicole. "You're okay, baby." "You're okay," she calmly and quietly says to Nicole. Then she turns to me and serenely says, "Sylvia, come help Nicole," as she steps to the first guy she shot and puts a bullet in his head. In the distance, we hear people yelling. I reholster my backup weapon and go to Nicole, glancing at the bad guy near her. He's a big guy, close to 6 foot, bordering on fat. He's bleeding from the arm, and is his neck broken? Holy cow, I think it is. Necks don't bend that way. Nicole's shirt is tattered, but her pants are still in place. Thank you, Jesus. Wait, where did that thought come from? I stopped believing in divine intervention long ago. I stopped believing the night I prayed and prayed for help and none arrived. You're okay. You're okay, I say while unbuttoning the light shirt I'm wearing over a baggy tank top. Here, let's get this on you. I look around for Kim. She's doing something with the guy she shot in the head. She turns and catches me looking at her. Good, Glad you got her clothed. Sounds like we're going to have company. She grabs my arm and pulls me away from Nicole, whispering, "Listen, you need to say you did the shooting, okay?" "What? No? Why do I need to do that?" "I'll explain once we get back to camp. I promise. Just do it," she says forcefully, thrusting my gun into my hand. I nod my agreement. A man I don't recognize appears over the edge of the bank and slides down. He takes a look around, instantly understanding what has happened, and says, "Oh no, let me help you with her." As he reaches for Nicole, she lets out an ear-piercing shriek. "Don't touch her," Kim snaps. "We'll take care of her. You take care of these scum? Is this how the people of your town treat a young girl?" No, ma'am, I don't. They don't live here, at least I don't know them." There are now several other people around. One guy says, "I think they're from across the river, staying at the motel." "I want to get Nicole away. Can you all turn around? She doesn't need all of you here," I say. There are many kind responses of course, so sorry, didn't even think of it, as the gaggle of men and a few women turn and avert their eyes. Kim gives me a grateful look. Nicole, no longer screaming, whimpers as we help her stand. Mommy, I'm so sorry. I didn't see them." She breaks down in tears. "You have nothing to be sorry for, baby," Kim says. "Can you walk?" Nicole nods as we help her hobble away. After a few feet, one of the townspeople says, "Please take this," and hands me a larger button shirt. I wrap it around Nicole, its length going to her knees. Hopefully, the extra warmth will keep her from going into shock. He then says, "Let me help you bring her up onto the bank. It'll be easier walking than along the river's edge." I defer to Kim. She gives a slight nod and whispers to Nicole. Nicole now has a blank look and doesn't respond. The man makes sure not to touch Nicole. Instead, he braces himself so he can help me and then Kim as we help Nicole. Once on the bank, Nicole completely collapses.
Chapter 49. Molly, Thursday, day 22, Bakerville, Wyoming. I'm hot, miserably and uncomfortably hot. Several of us are using the outside kitchen to preserve food. I'd so much rather do this in the house with the air conditioner on full blast. But air conditioning is a thing of the past, and the pressure and water bath canners would just add to the already excessive heat inside. While we can get some high temps during the summer, people are saying this summer is cooler. Not to me. And without air conditioning, or at the very least fans, both drain the solar system too much to use, I'm miserable. We've been getting thunderstorms late afternoon. They arrive in time to help lift the oppressive heat. Looking at the mountains to the west, I can see a slight darkness. I pray it's the brewing of an afternoon storm. We have a few small rechargeable fans, which are a slight help, but still. Even though it's been a couple of weeks since I was injured and got a bump on the head, I half wonder if this doesn't have my internal system messed up. I'm still sometimes dizzy and sick to my stomach. "Are you okay, Mom?" Sarah asks. "Oh, yes, just feeling the heat." "Your face is super red, Molly," Lois says. "Can I get you some water?" No, I have water." I motion to my water jug. "I'm fine, really." Sarah gives me a long look. I give her a small smile and a nod. "Really, I'm okay." "All right, Mom, if you're sure," she says as she rubs her tummy, caressing the babe growing inside. "Whew, this food preservation is hard work. It's no wonder you're so red-faced. I feel like we never stop, and yet I also worry we'll be done too soon and not have enough to get us through the winter. With the garden and livestock, along with what we've stored, we'll be fine," I say. "Plus, now that we're somewhat rationing, we can make it last." "We're certainly blessed compared to others," Lois says. "With everything you and Jake have set up and Deanne's skills to plan the menus based on calories needed, we're in fine shape. It's even been an excellent weight loss plan." She gives a chuckle. Lois has already lost several pounds, and we've only been rationing since the EMP hit. Of course, the extra physical activity also contributes to weight loss. While we're still consuming plenty of calories, none of us are eating as much as we did before the attacks. The days of abundance are over. Deanne's used some of the research saved on a flash drive to put together menus to ensure we get enough calories, but not too much. While things are fine food-wise right now, with 33 people living here and under our care, it's already a consideration. Will we have enough to make it until the harvest next year? Preserving this year's harvest and managing our livestock will be our main focus. With a somewhat short-growing season, we need to make the most of it while we can. Leo finished building a greenhouse attached to our main house. It's a decent size and will not only help us extend the season, but will also help warm the house by capturing extra heat. Jake bought 3 small greenhouse kits on one of his shopping trips, and they've been set up as well. We'll start planting in the greenhouses at the end of this month for a fall and hopefully winter garden. Right now, we mainly have assorted greens, radishes, zucchini, and berries. We're pretty sure we're going to get a bit more fruit from our small orchard than last year, but not nearly as much as we need. The trees are still very young. The number of berries we're getting is fairly impressive. We're enjoying our harvest fresh and also preserving it. Today, I'm pickling radishes in half-pint jars and pressure canning assorted greens, including the tops of the radishes. I also have additional greens and herbs on the drying screen. Unfortunately, greens and berries, while tasty, don't provide a lot of calories. We'll be relying on the potatoes and winter squashes to beef things up, along with our livestock options and smart harvesting of deer, elk, and moose. Deer have been severely affected by CWD, whether John Dawson thinks so or not, so we'll be very careful with these, using only the meat and avoiding the bones and organs. I hate that we'll have to leave so much behind, but we won't risk the possibility of CWD jumping to humans, my humans. People like Dawson can do what they want, but on the Caldwell homestead, we're being cautious. Elk, which we have a small resident herd of in Bakerville, haven't been nearly as decimated by CWD as the deer. We'll still be cautious. The occasional moose around Bakerville should be fine. Not many moose have tested positive. We're only weeks away from harvesting our first batch of meat birds. We raise them on pasture and chicken tractors. Open-bottomed pens we move daily to new land. This is usually a cash crop for us. Each spring, I take orders from previous customers and order the chicks in as day-olds, which we pick up from the post office. 7 to 9 weeks later, we butcher. The first batch of 150 was 4 weeks old and on pasture when the attack started. The second batch, 125 meat birds plus 25 layers, arrived the morning of the plane crashes. Obviously, there will be no third batch, since shipping day-old chicks is now a thing of the past. I wonder about things like commercial hatcheries. Were they able to salvage any of those birds to feed the people in the area? I doubt it. It's unlikely they'd have enough feed on hand to raise the chicks to butchering age. I suspect the large chicken houses are in the same boat. Not enough feed on hand. Same with pork producers and cattle feedlots. Did they turn them out? Will there soon be feral pigs and cows roaming the Midwest? I wonder if we'll ever know. Okay, Mom, Sarah asks. I'm sorry? I'm going to go check on the children, make sure they aren't driving Grandma Dodie crazy. Lois is going to the garden to see how Angela and Callie are doing. Oh, yeah, sure. We'll be back shortly, Lois says with a smile. After they've left, Deanne says, You okay, Molly? You seem preoccupied. I stifle a sigh. Geez, these people. I'm okay, just really warm. Katie sure looked good at breakfast this morning, Deanne says. She did. She looks better every day. I'm glad Belinda's still here, though, just in case. Sarah said Belinda's letting Katie walk around on her own now and even help a little bit. Yes, under strict orders to rest as soon as she's tired and to not push herself. They're starting her medical training again? A little. Belinda's mostly quizzing her on what she knows. How are the wedding plans coming? Good. She and Lori both agree with what they want. It's wonderful to have a double wedding. The way I hear it, as soon as your friend Aaron heard about Leo and Katie's plans, he immediately proposed to Lori. Yes, they'd been planning to get married after she finished college, but with everything? Yeah, no reason not to go ahead with it. Deanne nods. The wedding is 2 weeks from Sunday. It'll be a Bakerville-wide event held at the community center. Lori's wearing a donated dress from one of our neighbors. The neighbor was married a few weeks ago, the Saturday after the attack started, a time when we thought our world would quickly return to normal. Katie's wearing my wedding dress from my marriage to Jake, a casual, light pink, sleeveless, floor-length dress in chiffon with a V-neck. The fit isn't perfect, but Doris is helping with alterations. They'll shorten it to knee length to update it and make it more Katie's style. Katie couldn't wear the dress I wore to marry her dad. There was no dress, at least not a proper wedding dress. We took an afternoon off and got married at City Hall. I wore a skirt and blouse, one of my work outfits as a receptionist. We'd only decided to marry a few days before. It was the right thing to do. Katie does have the wedding and engagement ring I wore when married to her dad. Even though we didn't have a proper engagement, he bought me a simple diamond solitaire and gave it to me when he asked me to marry him. That was on a Friday. On Saturday, we went back to the jeweler's and bought wedding bands. Not matching, but both are white gold. Leo's parents were killed in a car accident a few weeks after he graduated high school. He had their wedding set, making sure he packed it when they left Manhattan in the early days of the attacks. Originally, Leo wanted to offer his mom's ring set to Katie, but it was much too big. My old set was a perfect fit. Katie suggested Leo wear her dad's ring, but it was too small. Leo's dad's band, a titanium replacement to his original thin gold band that wore out, fits him fine and coordinates well with Katie's ring. Katie offered her dad's ring to Lori to give to Aaron. Leo offered his mom's set to Aaron to give to Lori. Both were slightly large, but a community member was able to make slight alterations so they fit. Truthfully, the rings aren't likely to be worn much. Most of the women on our homestead, me included, have stopped wearing their diamonds. Not only is there no reason, but with all of the food and garden work, they just get in the way. The guys working on the farm have the same issue. Pastor Ralph stopped by last night and asked if it'd be okay to make it a triple wedding. Another couple, retired neighbors who've been dating for years, have decided to tie the knot. Saturday, the day before the wedding, we'll have a small bridal shower. Mainly just the ladies living on our homestead and a few others in Bakerville we're close to. When my other girls were married, we did pampering sessions before the wedding. We went for pedicures and manicures, had lunch out, and celebrated the bride. Nail salons are gone. Restaurants are gone. Those days are no more. While it won't be the same as the festivities leading up to Sarah, Angela, and Callie's weddings, and the wedding will also be much less elaborate, we'll have a wonderful time in this new world. Deanne lowers her voice and asks, "What about Lydia?" I shake my head. Not great. She seems to be getting worse. Kelly thinks there's probably a psychological issue in addition to the detoxing. She started sessions with her to try to reach a diagnosis. Does Kelly think this was something she was already dealing with? Or was it brought on by the detoxing? She thinks she may have been taking some kind of prescribed psychotropic drug in the past. Leo didn't find anything in the house they were living in when cleaning it out. Kelly suspects she didn't like the way the prescribed medication made her feel and chose to self-medicate with booze and street drugs. She says that's pretty common. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that. Belinda has talked about taking Lydia back to the makeshift hospital they've set up at her mom's house, but felt our safe room and basement setup was better for the current circumstances. She still have her in the straitjacket? Not always. She'll be fine sometimes, even asking to see the children and carrying on normal conversations. I think the straitjacket is more of the exception rather than the rule now. Deanne nods. You mind if I take a little break? I'd like to check on Sheila. Sheila's having plenty of her own issues. Likely the talk of Lydia and her troubles have spurred Deanne to concern. Sure, I'll keep working on this and see you later. Even with the excitement of the wedding, it's not exactly smooth sailing on the homestead. This new world we live in, even with our solar system, lacks most of the conveniences of our old lives. There's no running out for a quick bite to eat. Everything is cooked at home. And with so many people living here, it takes some time. Washing dishes and laundry for the masses is another daily chore, requiring teamwork. There are building projects being worked on, salvaging, and so much more. We're working hard to increase the production on the homestead, to take it from what was little more than a hobby farm to a sustaining farm, providing not only for us, but to contribute toward the community coffers as well. People who barely knew each other are now forced to live and work together. There are definitely some growing pains while we all adjust to our new life, and lots of tears. It's been just over a week since the shootout at Doris and Evan's house. The night it happened, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I was transported right back. I'd feel the gentle recoil of the light rifle against my shoulder, hear the burst of the round, the muzzle blast, and the mechanical whine of the rifle cycling after each shot. The visual of the one guy stumbling after my shot grazed him, then taking a hard fall after the precision of Doris's rifle put him on the ground. The taste of gunpowder filling the utility room from the bad guy and me both firing. And then the blood. It came later. Since I shot him through the door, I didn't see his blood, but I could smell it. I could even taste it. I gasped as bile filled my throat. The alkaline burn caused my eyes to water. I spent the rest of the night in a chair in hopes of not repeating the intense heartburn. As I come to terms with this new killing, my sleep is finally starting to improve. Doris, Kelly, and I have talked a couple of times since the shooting. Doris is much more blasé about the event than Kelly or me. She knows it was them or us. Sure, I know this too, in my head, but the rest of me is struggling. Kelly has done well at compartmentalizing the event, choosing to emotionally detach from the trauma. Oh, it's not that she's sweeping it under the rug, she's just not letting it consume her. Me, I'm having a hard time. A few weeks ago, I was a mom, a wife, and a businesswoman. Today, I'm still a mom and a wife, but currently unemployed, and I'm a killer, several times over. Chapter 50. Molly. Thursday, day 22. Bakerville, Wyoming. Hey, beautiful. What are you doing? Jake interrupts my ruminating. Oh, I'm working on pickling radishes. But I kind of got sidetracked with thinking about things. Jake nods. I just got back from meeting with Evan and Phil. Everything's almost ready for moving the meals from the community center to the local locations. What are we calling them? Terminals? Stations, I say. But it doesn't matter. Everyone will show up where they're supposed to, and that will be that. When will they be ready? A couple of days. I'm glad Mick offered the use of the picnic area by his reservoir. I'm more comfortable with that than having everyone here every day. I'd feel like I was always on. You know what I mean? Jake shrugs. We're not entertaining, Molly. These are meals for sustenance only. One decent meal per day, the use of the cooking facilities, and possibly something to take home for later. I know, Jake, I say, snippier than I should. With our own lives and everything happening, I'm just happier people won't be coming here every day. That's all I'm saying. Molly, these are our friends, our neighbors. How many times are we commanded to love our neighbor? I let out a large sigh. You're right. I'm in a foul mood. I've been thinking about our own food supply. Jake, maybe we should think about additional rationing. I'm worried we're going to run short. And we'll use extra food for the wedding. The garden we started this year was large enough for the 3 of us for eating fresh and preserving. Now, how many of us are here? 10 times as many as our garden can sustain. True, Molly, which is why we've stockpiled things. We've always known the storage items were a band-aid while we were getting our garden and livestock up to speed to support everyone. With the change of doing the local stations, we'll send everyone down there for lunch, adding some of our storage goods and accepting some of the acquired goods as payment for our efforts. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I know I'm complaining we might not have enough food, but we're so much better off than most people. Feels like the salvaged items should be reserved for those who truly have nothing. Your concerns were noted, he says, exasperated. We've talked this to death, and he knows how I feel. And they were quashed. Phil and Kelly are in good shape too, but they know accepting some of the salvaged goods is smart. It was agreed that 4 meals per day is a suitable payment for the salvaging, organizing, planning, and cooking involved. Deanne feels confident she can add enough of our own supplies to make it all even out. So she'll plan on adding supplies from our garden or storage, minus enough for 4. Besides, it'll be easier than the way she's been doing it, with cooking a separate meal for the community every few days. I guess. I shrug. He knows this is really about stealing the food from our neighbors. Rationally, I know it should be used for those who need it today. If, and that is a big if, anyone missing makes it home, we can sort it out then. And for the wedding, since it's a community event with everyone invited, we'll use some of the community goods. Plus, Mick was great about offering a cull cow, saying it would be a wedding gift to the couples. And if the other couple joins them, it'll be fine. You talk of further rationing. I'm not sure we're to that point. I'm concerned, as physically active as we are, if we cut calories too much, people will get sick. I know. And I don't want the children to go without. Plus, Sarah needs enough food to support the baby. We might have to lighten up on the exercising so we can stretch the food. I don't think so, Molly. The daily PT is important to get in better shape for the militia, especially now that we're not just planning a little neighborhood militia, but a community-wide one. With so many people in Bakerville retired, our children have added quite a few younger people to the community. Oh, of course he'd bring up the militia, another bone of contention between us. I struggle to keep my voice even, to respond kindly. A soft answer turneth away wrath. I give a small smile. Sure, but as I've said before, many of the retirees are former police or military, and they retired fairly young. Shoot, Phil is our age. Evan's only a few years older, and at least a dozen others I can think of are still young. 50 is the new 40. It shouldn't all fall on us. And as I've said before, it's not all falling on us. Look, honey. Jake, don't honey me, I sharply interrupt. Oops, so much for my soft answer. I hate it when you talk to me in that patronizing tone. I'm not patronizing you, Molly. I know you're worried about our children being put in a dangerous situation. So am I, but remember, they're adults, and all of them are on board with being part of the militia. Even Sarah's doing it until she advances in her pregnancy. I start to interrupt again. He raises his hand slightly to stop me. And it's not just our family in the militia. Everyone able is participating. Take Doris, for example. And that one guy, your friend's husband, who uses a walker, he's even practicing his shooting. Said, if nothing else, set him up somewhere with a long-range rifle and he'll keep any bad guys away. Plus, Belinda's training everyone on the militia and several other community members in first aid. Stop being so dramatic. It's not just us handling everything. I think things are still just not right with you. That bump on the head you took in Cook City and the shooting the other day, maybe those things are affecting you more than you realize. None of this is like you. Fine, Jake. You seem to know everything. Just fine. Look, I have things to do. How about you just give me some space and let me do it? I turn to move back toward my canning. Suddenly, the world spins. My body is instantly hot and my head swims. Molly, are you okay? Jake's voice sounds very far away. I need to sit down. I bend my knees to bring myself closer to the ground as everything goes black.
Chapter 51. Sylvia. Thursday, day 22. Meeteetse, Wyoming. Ray arrives a few seconds after we get Nicole up on the bank. He tenderly carries her back to our camp. The couple sharing our space realizes what happened and quickly tears down their camp, saying they'll move to the front of the house to give us some privacy. One of the townspeople, an older lady, shows up shortly afterward. I'm B. I have some medical training. Used to work for the doc we had in town a dozen years ago. Would you like me to take a look at your girl? By this point, Nicole is nearly catatonic. She's no longer crying, just staring into the distance. She doesn't make eye contact with B. When B says something like, "Raise your arm," Nicole complies in almost robot-like motions. After a few minutes, B says, "Physically, she's fine. You saw the cut by her lip. There are a few scratches on her arms. He held her by the wrists, so they'll be marked. She might have a bruise across her jaw. It's a little red there now. From what I see, I think the, attack was in the early stages. Doesn't look like he was able to." "She was still partially clothed when we found her," I say quickly. "It's a miracle you found her when you did." Absent-mindedly, I say, "Yes, it is. A miracle. We brought some water. Thought she might want to clean up. Let me just grab my friends, okay?" "That's very kind," Kim says woodenly. B nods and steps behind the line of lilacs. I've always loved lilacs. Now, I wonder if they'll remind me of Nicole and her terrible event, or bring back the memories of my own dreadful event. 5 women step around the lilac hedge and into our little camp space. B is carrying a small hard-sided kiddie pool. Each of the others has a 5-gallon bucket. "We can get you more water if needed. Our men carried these over for us, but we thought it best if we brought it the rest of the way. We have a couple of blankets and some rope, which might help with privacy, and a couple of towels." The women all say appropriate things and dismiss themselves. We set the pool up between the tents and string the blankets. Nicole, still in her daze, allows Kim to help her bathe. After she's done, we dump the pool out and use the remaining water for the rest of us to take a sponge bath one at a time, with Sabrina and me helping Naomi. "Is Nicole okay?" she asks. She's not really okay, but she will be," Sabrina answers. She looks to me for confirmation. I blink rapidly to suppress my tears. A little while later, the town mayor shows up. He quietly asks questions about what happened. Kim and I give very brief answers. Even though she's asked me to say I did the shooting, I don't volunteer this information. So it looks like maybe when the one guy fell, he, hit the ground funny. Somehow, he broke his neck. I say nothing. Kim says nothing. Sabrina looks shocked, while Ray's look is, I'm not sure, knowing, like he isn't at all surprised the guy could get shot in the arm and fall and bust his neck. "Did either of you see what happened? Maybe help explain how he could fall like that?" the mayor prompts. I stay silent, as Kim says. "It was pretty slick in spots. A few of those rocks, you know, they had slime on them. Maybe he was on one when he went down." I suppose that could be what happened. It's the strangest thing for sure. Well, I'll let you folks be. I hope your girl will be okay. You're going to rest here a couple of days?" "Yes, tomorrow, and maybe the next day, if that's okay." "Of course. No problem at all. We've been working on a security force for, I guess, just in case. I didn't think we'd need them, but now," he shrugs, "you folks can all get some rest tonight. My people are patrolling." "Those guys, they from the motel?" Sabrina asks. "We think so, but the motel folks aren't claiming them. Said they took off a few days ago because they didn't like the rules of staying at the motel. But, well, we don't really know." With that, he raises his hand in something resembling a wave and leaves. Ray and Kim are whispering to each other. Sabrina motions, saying she wants to talk, so we take a walk around to the front of Agnes's house. "What's going on?" Sabrina asks as soon as we're out of earshot. "How did you shoot that guy and cause him to break his neck?" I sigh and shake my head. "I didn't shoot him. Kim did." Sabrina's eyes go wide. "What? Kim, who hates guns? Where'd she even get a gun?" "I gave her mine. As soon as we realized what was happening, she demanded it. She told me not to ask questions and just back her up. She shot both of them before I even knew what was happening. The one guy, he didn't break his neck when he fell. She broke it, snapped it like a twig. What? No, how? I don't know. I couldn't see what she did. I just know she did. I think there's more to Kim than they're telling us. And Ray too, for that matter. You've seen how he gets. They both act all, I don't know, like stuck-up yuppies. But then they do weird things that don't seem to fit. Great. That's just great. At least when we thought she was just a debutante, we could deal with her. Now she's snapping people's necks? Sabrina's expressing more anger than I've seen from her, and gosh, I don't know if I've ever heard this kind of anger. I shrug my response. She takes a deep breath, momentarily closing her eyes, then, much calmer, says, "You think it was her mama bear coming out? That makes sense, right? People will do anything to protect their children." Sure, I guess. But do you think our mom could snap someone's neck and show absolutely zero remorse over it? Then, afterward, she said I needed to claim to be the shooter. Of course, you automatically thought I was. And seems the mayor and everyone else thought so too, since I'm the only one with a gun. Kim made sure to give it back right away. Crazy stuff, Sylvia. Crazy. Let's go back. I'm going to ask them about this. We start to walk and she touches my arm. How are you doing? I shrug. Brings it back some. It was different for me, of course. Just because he didn't abduct you doesn't make it any less than what happened to Nicole. He didn't beat you up and leave the cuts Nicole has. But if you remember, your wrists were bruised, just like hers. Of course I remember the bruises, I hiss. You think I haven't spent the last 4 years remembering that night? You think a day goes by I don't think of it? You think the therapy sessions don't remind me of it? And then writing the check to the therapist each month. Do you know how tempted I am to write rape treatment on the memo? You think those nights I wake you up screaming are just for fun? Tears are flowing down my cheeks. Yes. I know exactly how Nicole is feeling. Softly, I say, that night changed my life. Nothing has been the same since then. I only hope, since it was stopped, Nicole has an easier time of it than I've had. Maybe it's why we're with them, Sabrina says. So I can be reminded of the worst night of my life? No, so you could be there to stop it from happening to Nicole. I didn't stop it. Kim did, remember? Then maybe you're here so you can help Nicole through it. And maybe, just maybe, you can help yourself also. Oh, really? I snap. You think it was God's plan for me to be raped so I can be there for some other poor girl? No, Sylvia. The man who raped you was evil. I know you've tried to forget it, tried to pretend it didn't happen. You mentioned the therapy, but did you tell your therapist about it? None of your business. Sabrina tries to pull me into a hug. I resist. She pulls harder, but I stiffen and leave my arms at my side. She still hugs me tight. As she finishes the embrace, she says, "You've tried to just move on. Pretend it didn't happen. I know you wouldn't have told me either if you hadn't been such a mess afterward. And I know you're still angry at me for taking you to the hospital, but getting checked out to make sure you weren't physically hurt and having the Jane Doe rape kit done was the right thing. Oh, but I know you think I was gutless for not going through with reporting it. But you forget, dear sister, I've seen the women who do report it. No way was I going through that." I suck in a breath to try to stop the tears. That circus. No way. Sabrina straightens her arms to look me in the face. You are the bravest person I know. Don't ever think I've thought anything less of you. The Monday after it happened, you got up and went to work. You put one foot in front of the other each day. Would I have liked to have seen your attacker brought to justice? Yes. But don't ever think I thought you were a coward. I nod, taking a deep breath again to control the tears, but fail. I'm bawling. My knees are suddenly weak. Sabrina feels my body give way and gently ushers me to the ground. She holds me while I cry. Sometime later, I ask, Mom still doesn't know? She doesn't know. I've kept my promise and haven't told anyone, not even Mom. But now, you have an opportunity to be there for Nicole, and maybe also for yourself. I struggle out of her grasp. Pointing my finger, I say, "You don't know everything, Sabrina. You don't know what it's like, the way I feel, the way I wish I would have done things differently that night." "You?" she asks quietly. "You did nothing wrong, Sylvia." "Not true. I drank too much, you know that. I was tipsy and having a good time. I let myself go with him alone. You did nothing wrong. Even if you were drinking, it was not your fault." Easy for you to say. "Sylvia, we've talked about this. It wasn't your responsibility to prevent some guy from raping you. Do you think it was Nicole's fault those guys took her?" "That's different." "How?" "She's just a young girl who was abducted. She didn't do anything wrong. Neither did you." We sit in silence for a long time, watching the sun begin its descent. "What time do you think it is?" I ask. Sabrina lifts her hand up between the sun and the horizon. "Still more than an hour until sunset. We figure the sun is setting around 9 o'clock this time of year, so I'd guess 7:45 or so. You try it." While estimating the time until sunset isn't difficult, just raise my hand and count how many fingers between the horizon and the sun. Each finger width is approximately 15 minutes. It takes more energy than I want to expend. Besides, we both know she's right. She only suggested I tried to put my mind on a new subject. I let out a cleansing breath and lift my hand up. Why not? "Yep, you're probably right." Then I surprise myself when I add, "What kind of colors do you think we'll see tonight?" Sabrina gives me a smile. "I suspect it'll be a beautiful sunset. See the clouds well above the horizon? Should give us quite the show." As much as I've groused about taking time to watch the sunset in the past, I've been sitting with her every night since we left Thermopolis to enjoy the end of the day, and we're up and packing things to hit the road when the sun rises. I'm starting to understand why Sabrina tries to see these each day. While I hate what's happened to our world, in many ways I'm finding a new appreciation I didn't have before. Oh, I'd for sure turn back the clock to before the airplanes crashed if I could. So many people have died in the 3 weeks since then. And if there were actual bombs in addition to the EMP, I can't even imagine the death toll. Please, God, be with the people who have lost so much, who are hurting. The petition flows through, completely unbidden. I close my eyes, pushing back the prayer. Back at camp, Nate and Naomi are sitting in the center of our space. He's drawing pictures for her. Ray and Kim are sitting close to each other on the edge of camp, whispering. They stop suddenly as we approach. Kim plasters a condescending smile on her face. I stiffen and open my mouth to say something. Something like, "Wipe that smile off your face before I wipe it off for you," when Sabrina touches my arm. "How's Nicole?" she asks. Naomi and Nate are a few feet away. "We just checked on her," Ray says. "She's sleeping." "Probably best," I say, giving Kim the side eye. "I'm going to go to bed early tonight also, right after we watch the sunset." I catch Sabrina's eye. She gives me a small smile and a nod. "Will you read to us, Sabrina?" Naomi asks. "I will, if you all would like me to," she answers. After the Bible reading and prayer, we silently watch the setting sun. Sabrina was right. The colors tonight are amazing. As the sun dips behind the mountain, everything seems to intensify. "Oh," Naomi gasps, "that was beautiful. Did you see it, Nate?" "Duh. I'm sitting right next to you." "Nate," Ray warns. He rolls his eyes at his dad, then turns to Naomi. "Yeah, squirt. I saw it. Definitely one of the better ones." "Okay. Time for bed, you two," Kim says. I start to get up also when Kim says, "Mind waiting a few minutes?" "Can it wait? I'm tired." "I'd rather it didn't. I'll be quick." I stifle a sigh. Kim gets the children ready for bed. After they're in the tent, she returns and motions Ray, Sabrina, and me to move away from the tent area. Once we're a fair distance away, Ray says, "Thanks so much for your help today, Sylvia." "You also, Sabrina. Your quick thinking, well, it could have been much worse if she hadn't been found so soon. I know he's right, but I've tried not to think about what their final plans might have been for poor Nicole. Likely not just rape, murder. Could Sabrina be right? Could this be why she felt so strongly that God was telling her to bring them with us? Ridiculous. If I thought that, I'd need to acknowledge God. Not going to happen. At least, I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen." Ray clears his throat. "I suppose you two might have a few questions." Sabrina nods. "You think?" I say. Right," Kim says. "You see, when I was a girl growing up in Louisiana, my dad taught all of us, how to shoot and take care of ourselves. I'm not a fan of guns now with my children, so I've given you two a hard time about your weapons, but I'm incredibly grateful you had them today. Thank you, Sylvia. And I'd still prefer my children not know that I know how to use a gun. Can you help keep my secret?" "Doesn't Nicole know it was you?" I ask. "She doesn't. She was so freaked out. She didn't really know what was going on. She thinks you saved her." I sigh. "Great. I thought you grew up in Florida," Sabrina says quietly. "Florida? Oh, yes, that's correct. We lived in Florida too. We moved around some. My folks like to, see things." "And the fact that you broke his neck? Snapped the neck of a grown man considerably larger than you?" I asked between gritted teeth. "How'd that happen? Your dad have you wrestling alligators in Louisiana or Florida or wherever you may have lived?" Kim smirks. "Right, so can you two help us out?" Ray asks. "Just keep it on the, what do people say? The down low? Do you mind, Sylvia? The children already think you're a hero. Can we stay with that?" I look at Sabrina. She shrugs. "I won't lie about it. If they ask, I won't make something up. But I guess, for now, we don't have to say anything more." "Thank you, Sylvia. We appreciate it. Guess we can all get some sleep tonight. With the patrols, we should be safe." "Yeah, seems so," Sabrina says. "Well, good night, Sabrina. Sylvia," Ray says, while Kim gives a slight nod and heads to the little one-man tent. Ray stretches out under the stars. Sabrina shrugs, and we head off to our tent. We whisper late into the night about what in the world is going on with Kim. It's obvious she's not exactly who she's led us to believe she is. And the story about her growing up doesn't match up at all. I even sort of join in when Sabrina asked me to pray with her. She asked me to join hands with her, and I agree. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for keeping Nicole safe today, for not letting anything worse happen to her. Thank you for Sylvia being there then, and also here for Nicole now. Sylvia knows better than anyone how Nicole is feeling. Please, if there is a way you can use the wretched thing done to Sylvia by an evil man for good, please do so. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. I quietly chorus the amen.
Chapter 52. Lindsey. Thursday, day 22. Thermopolis, Wyoming. A roadblock greets us as we enter Thermopolis. We're instructed to park in a community lot on the edge of Hot Springs State Park. We've no sooner stepped out of our vehicles when we're approached by a lady with a clipboard dressed in business attire, being escorted by a uniformed sheriff. The combination makes an impression. We mean business. Logan and I share a look. I'm both impressed and slightly intimidated. Likely exactly the response intended. After we're all out of our vehicles, the businesswoman politely but without much warmth says, "Hello, folks. Welcome. You need a night's rest?" "Yes, that'd be great," Barbara answers quickly. "Sure. We can make that happen. We can't let you stay but the one night. You can set up in the field. How many tents do you have?" "We have 2, Barbara responds to clipboard lady, then turns to me. "Do you and Logan have a tent?" I nod. A tent was one of the things we acquired on an early pilfering expedition. 3 then, Barbara tells her. Oh, fine. Then definitely enough room here. Keep you nice and close to your vehicles. You can walk over the bridge and down the road to the state bathhouse and get 1 gallon of warm water per person for cleaning up. We have some jugs you can use, or you can take your own. And we have fresh water also. No food. And you can't fish in the river, sorry. Also, no open fires. If you have a camp stove, you can use it, or you can go to the community grilling station by the bathhouse to cook your meals. Sound good? We all respond, it does. Excellent. Looks like you could all use a stop in our medical tent also. Why don't you head there first? You can't miss it. She gestures across the bridge toward a blue tent with a red cross painted on each side. One more thing. Violence will not be tolerated. We'll treat you right, and we expect the same courtesy. If we have any trouble, well, it's shoot first and ask questions later. I noticed you're armed. That's fine. Just keep them holstered. I know you said we could stay overnight, Samantha says. Right. 1 night? Clipboard lady quickly responds. Oh, okay. Is there any option to stay longer? Most of us, we don't have anywhere to go. Samantha's voice cracks, and she drops her eyes to the ground. Clipboard lady softens her voice. I'm sorry. Unless you know someone here and they'll take you in, we can't let you stay. We just don't have the resources to take in extra people. Samantha's shoulders heave as she nods. Barbara wraps her arm around her, whispering in her ear. To change the subject, and because I'm desperate for information, I ask, is there any news out of D.C.? Clipboard lady and the deputy share a look. She gives a small shake of her head. We haven't heard anything. There were a few ham operators in town, but everyone lost their equipment in the pulse. So do we know if it's only the U.S. that was affected? We don't know. Rumors, that's all we have. Nothing concrete. As far as we know, World War III may have started. She drops her head for a moment, then pops it back up again and says in a much too cheery voice, Okay then, let's get you folks to the medical tent and get you checked out. Our thanks are subdued. Clipboard lady and the deputy take their leave. Logan, you need to be looked at, I say. Not just today's wounds, but maybe the, other thing. You mean the radiation poisoning? Barbara asks. Logan and I both look at her. She shrugs. You both have it, right? Saw a few others while I was on the road. Some looked a little worse than you, some a little better. I suspect the ones who looked worse. Her voice fades away, and she gives another shrug. Yeah. We think we probably have it, I stammer. We were in California. We saw a couple of the bombs go off. We hope there weren't really bombs, Amy says. We thought maybe it was a false alarm, and then just the power going out and the cars stopping. When Barbara first told us she'd met people who had seen the bombs, well, I thought we were dead for sure. Of course, since Eric killed my dad and brother and took us. She stares blankly as Carlene pulls her close. Several hours later, after taking turns going to the medical tent and getting water, we have our camp set up and are resting comfortably. We've arranged things so the tents and the vehicles are in close proximity. We don't want to risk losing anything tonight. We know we should set up a guard schedule, but we're all so tired we decide to forfeit tonight's guard. Logan and I do have radiation poisoning. He's a little worse than I am, and with today's injuries, he needs to be careful. The nurse, they don't have a doctor, said he'll probably heal slower than we think he should since his body was already weak. She told us to expect to feel better in a few days. Then in a few weeks, we'll feel sick again, maybe even sicker than we are now. She doesn't tell us our chances of having cancer have now drastically increased. We already know this. And with the world we're now living in, I'm not sure it matters much at the moment. She agrees the bullet wounds are minor and told us how fortunate we are to not be on foot. If we were on foot, she'd suggest we find someplace to hole up and let him heal. Of course, we're reminded it won't be where we are now. 1 night only, no matter what. Each of the women are examined. They've had a rough time of it, and it shows. They all have bruising, and Bobby, the one I watched Board Boy shove to the ground, has a broken wrist. I'm instantly regretful, thinking I should have done something to stop him from pushing her. Then Bobby says the nurse told her it's been broken for days. It's wrapped in a bandage, and she's told to avoid using it, to try and let it heal. No promises are made that it'll be good as new. I fall asleep quickly. Sometime later, the screaming jolts me awake. Chapter 53. Lindsey. Friday, day 23. Thermopolis, Wyoming. "You're okay, Gina. You're okay," Barbara croons. "We're safe now. We're safe." "We're never going to be safe. Not in this world," Gina screeches. "Hey, you all okay there?" A gruff male voice calls out. "Yes, we're fine. Just a nightmare," Barbara answers. "Yeah, thought so. It happens quite a bit." The voice modulates and softens as he walks closer to our camp. "You need some water or anything?" I can hear Barbara whisper, but can't make out the conversation, then hear her say, "No, I think we're okay. Sorry to disturb." "It's fine, ma'am. Almost daylight now, so folks will be getting up soon anyhow. Besides, you're all down here in the parking lot, away from the walkers. Doubt many heard you." "Should we go ahead and get up?" Logan asks in a whisper. "Can we lay here just a few more minutes?" "Are you that comfortable you want to stay snuggled in?" He jokes. Surprisingly, I think I slept better last night than I have since we left our condo. We doze off for a while, and finally get up when the sun's peeking over the mountain. Barbara, Gina, and Bobby are already up. Their tent is put away, and they look ready to go. Carlene and Amy are also up, but still moving slowly. No sign yet of Samantha. "Good morning," I say quietly to the group. "You look like you're ready to get a move on. I'm going to run up to the bathroom. Be right back." "Oh, hey, if you see Samantha up there, can you tell her we're going to take the tent down?" Carlene asks. "Sure, no problem." I'm back after a few minutes. I didn't find Samantha in the bathroom. She make it back? "No," Barbara says, with a flash of concern on her face. Maybe she went for a walk. Bobby, you feel up to walking with me a bit to see if we can find her?" She was mesmerized by the thermal features. The rest of us break down camp and pack up. We have a cold breakfast of granola bars and candy bars from the food we pillaged from the kidnappers. Barbara and Bobby reappear just as we have everything ready to go. "Where's Samantha?" Amy asks, her voice laced with concern. "We couldn't find her," Bobby answers, almost frantic. "We've looked everywhere. Where could she be?" "We should let one of the deputies know," Gina says. "The one last night, he sounded nice. They've all been nice. They'll help us." "Yes." Barbara starts, then hesitates. "I'm concerned. She might be hiding so she can stay here. I know she was pretty upset when they told her she couldn't stay without knowing someone. She asked again in the medical tent, even tried to make a deal to work so she could stay." "So what are you thinking? We should just go and leave her here?" Carlene asks quietly. "No," I say firmly. "We can't. They've made it clear no one can stay. We don't want to abuse their hospitality." "Oh? And why not?" Bobby spews. "What do we care about hospitality? We're trying to survive. You might have someplace wonderful to go, but we don't. In fact, this is about the best place I've seen in weeks. Hot water, medical care. No one's smacking me around and breaking my bones and she breaks down. Logan and I say nothing. While we haven't had it easy, things have sure been better for us than for these women." Barbara pats Bobby's back and says, "Lindsey's right, honey. We can't stay here. They've set up a nice place for people to rest. That's all. We'll find some place. I know we will. Right now we need to find Samantha. I'm going to go to the medical tent and see if we can get some help looking for her." I walk with Barbara. We file what is essentially an abbreviated missing person report. Within a few minutes, 6 people are ready to help us look. Bobby stays with our vehicles in case she returns. The rest of us go out in pairs using a grid pattern devised by one of the deputies. "Don't worry, folks," a man in a deputy uniform says. "We'll find her. We've had a few others who've wandered off. We have a good idea where to look." "You won't hurt her," I say, a statement, not a question. "She's had a rough time and isn't thinking clearly. We completely understand, ma'am. The nurse who treated you all, she told us to be gentle with your friend. Oh, goody. So they all know these women have been held captive by madmen for weeks. Well, maybe at least it'll buy Samantha some extra consideration. After about an hour, Logan and I returned to the cars, having completed our assigned area and ready to start another. There's no need. Oh, Lindsey, Amy cries. It's so terrible. They found her. They found Samantha. I make eye contact with the deputy standing nearby, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. He quietly says, "We found her near the river. There was no evidence of foul play." At this, Amy shrieks and cries out, "Why, Mama? Why? It happened to all of us. Why did she do that? We could have helped her." Carlene gathers Amy in her arms. Shh, shh. I know, it's hard to understand. We're going to be okay, though. We're going to take care of each other, Amy. You hear me? We're okay. For several minutes. The only sounds are the river and the sobs of our group. Logan takes my hand. We're both teary-eyed also, but are doing our best to hold it together. After several minutes, the deputy says, "We have a daily burial, if you'd like us to take care of her." A daily burial? Yeah, he sighs. We seem to have at least one death daily. Your friend, she's the third we found today. One natural causes, the other... He shakes his head. Same as your friend. When? Barbara asks. 3 o'clock. We can't offer you a second night here, but you could move on to Meeteetse tonight. They have camping facilities. It's only an hour or so up the road. I'll get Samantha ready, Barbara says, wiping her tears. Let me help, Carlene offers, kissing her daughter on the head and whispering to her. Amy nods and reaches for another hug from her mom. While Barbara and Carlene prepare Samantha for burial, the rest of us are very solemn, finding ways to occupy the time by talking and crying, taking walks, napping, and playing cards, a deck provided by a different clipboard lady. Logan spends most of his time resting, which he very much needs. The 3 p.m. service ends up including a 4th burial. It was done very quickly, yet tastefully. Even though Logan and I just met Samantha yesterday, it's still incredibly hard to lose her like this. We're on the road to Meeteetse by 4 o'clock.
Chapter 54. Sylvia, Friday, day 23, Meeteetse, Wyoming. Nicole, while not her usual self, is doing better today. There was even a bit of sparkle in her eyes when Bea and the other ladies from town delivered a cooler of food this morning. A quart of milk with a layer of cream on the top, half a dozen eggs, a loaf of homemade white bread, and a loaf of pumpkin bread, along with a generous pat of butter, did a lot to raise all of our spirits. They even brought clothes for each of us, which are a better fit than what we've been wearing. We spend the day resting. To pass the time, we play cards, thanks to the 3 decks packed by Sabrina, read, again, thanks to a couple of paperback books Sabrina brought along, and sleep. After our lunch of fish caught by Ray and Nate, along with thin slices of the pumpkin bread, Nicole asks if I'll escort her to the bathroom. Alone. After she's finished, she says, "Can we walk a little?" I nod and gesture toward the main street of town. No, down this side street. She points to the road in front of Agnes's house. After a block or so, she says, "I wanted to thank you for coming for me. I know what they were planning to do, and if you hadn't got there when you did..." Her voice shudders to a stop. She sucks in a deep breath. I suck in my own deep breath. Before I can say anything, she says, "It happened so fast, I didn't even hear them. The next thing I knew, there was a hand over my mouth. I tried to fight, but couldn't. They pulled me into the bushes, then down the bank. The one with his hand over my mouth was breathing in my ear. The other one was giving directions, trying to keep us upright, I guess. Even so, the branches kept scraping at me, and we stumbled a few times." She pauses, staring into the distance. I remember reciting what happened to me in the same matter-of-fact tone at the hospital. Like Nicole, I was almost catatonic at first. Sabrina was there for me then, and also at the hospital when I was able to tell the story. She was quiet and just let me talk. I'll try to do the same thing for Nicole, even though it's hard to hear because all of my own memories are getting in the way. They told me what they were going to do, made a big deal about how great it'd be. The one who was dragging me, he was going to go first. I wanted to scream and yell, but they said if I did, they'd kill me, and then they'd go and get Naomi and, you know, since I messed up their plans, they'd have to grab her, and she'd be my replacement. I closed my eyes. A quick death was more than those monsters deserved. Kim should have made them suffer. So I stayed quiet, let them do whatever. Then you and Mom showed up. She stops and turns to look directly at me. I don't think they would have let me live afterward. I thought about it, and it would have been better anyway. To die, I mean. I wouldn't want to live after that. You're right, you wouldn't, I say before I can stop myself. Her eyes widen. I touch her arm and quietly continue. You wouldn't want to live, but you would. I'd make sure of it. Because I know. I know exactly how it feels afterward. You know, she whispers. I know, I answer quietly with a nod. It was different for me. I wasn't dragged away by force, and there was only one man. What happened? I take a deep breath. I don't want to tell her, but at the same time I do. Only Sabrina and those at the hospital know. Sabrina was right. I've never told my therapist. I gaze off into the distance. I was at a party, a dorm party. I was taking classes to finish up my degree. I didn't live on campus, but was friends with some girls who did, so they invited me. I'd never been to something like that before. I give a little laugh. I was a good girl. Sure, I'd had a few drinks before, but never to the point of getting drunk. This party was crazy. A couple of kegs, several types of punch with booze in them, and people falling down drunk. And the party was just getting started. The music was booming. There were so many people crammed in there, and it was terribly hot. I was instantly uncomfortable. I look at her. She motions for me to continue. The girls I arrived with, they scattered, going to talk to different people they knew. I was totally abandoned. I wanted to leave, but didn't have a car. I thought about calling for a cab, but wasn't even exactly sure where I was. I knew the general area, but not the address. I decided to make the best of it. I made my way over to the punch table. At the time, I didn't realize it wasn't regular punch, but after my first sip, I could tell. I drank it anyway, then moved outside to the patio. It was at least a little quieter there. I was sitting on a little settee thing when this guy came over. I was a couple of years older than most of the people there, and definitely an outcast, as far as I was concerned. He was cute and very friendly. He asked if he could sit by me. He didn't seem drunk like so many of the others. We chatted for a few minutes, then he pointed to the cross I was wearing. He said, "Hey, are you a Christian?" When I said I was, he suggested we go to church together sometime. I didn't know you're a Christian, Nicole says. Sabrina, for sure, but you don't seem too enthusiastic when she reads or prays. I give a soft, rueful laugh. Yeah, I haven't been too enthusiastic, but before that night, I was a lot like Sabrina. Maybe not quite as devoted, but not how I am now. An atheist? I don't think of myself as an atheist. I'm just not a believer. I shrug. So, she prompts me to continue. I felt so flattered. This cute guy was talking to me. I was pretty dumpy. I've never been very pretty and have always been overweight. You don't think you're pretty? Sylvia, you're beautiful. I'm shocked to hear this from Nicole. Cute, blonde, blue-eyed with drop-dead gorgeous parents. I stutter. I've lost some weight. Even before when we first met you at that awful campground. That's why my mom didn't like you and Sabrina at first. She's always threatened by pretty women she can't intimidate. And you two are beautiful and strong. My mom's used to being the prettiest and the star of the show. It took her a while to realize you two were just nice. Nice, huh? I'm surprised by this turn in the conversation. Never would I have thought someone like Kim would think anything of me. Sabrina, maybe. She's always been the prettier of the two of us, the more outgoing one. But me? No. What happened? I mean, if you want to tell me, Nicole says shyly. We talked for a little bit. He offered to get me another drink. He was so nice and easy to talk to. Then he asked if I wanted to go for a walk. He said the house was in a nice area with lots of different parks and walking paths. I didn't even think twice and agreed instantly. When I stood up, I felt a little off. Kinda woozy. I'd never drunk enough to feel like that before. He grabbed me to steady me, then held my hand while we walked. I thought it was so sweet. We left the yard and walked a little bit. There were benches scattered along the path. It was very quiet, peaceful. These really pretty vintage-looking lights were by the benches. We finally reached a bench where the light was out. It wasn't super dark since the glow from the other lights reached the area, but it was darker, cozy. He asked if I wanted to sit for a bit. He started kissing me, then touching me. No one had ever. I sigh. I'd been kissed a few times but hadn't gone any farther. Remember how I said I was a good girl? Yes. I take another breath. I was still a virgin. I wanted to remain one. Oh, not necessarily until I was married, but until I was in love, until I found the right guy. And this guy, who I'd only met a half hour before, was not him. I asked him to stop. He didn't. I demanded he stop. He put his hand over my mouth. Then I started praying, harder than I had ever prayed before. God would help me, I was sure. He'd intervene. He'd send someone to help. He'd strike the guy dead with a heart attack or something. I was so sure he'd help me. The next thing I knew, my pants were down and I take a deep breath. God didn't intervene. Her mouth makes an O shape and she drops her eyes. I'm sorry, Sylvia. My eyes fill with tears. I give a nod in response. Are you okay now? She asks. Am I okay now? To be honest, it depends on the day. Sometimes the hour. I attempt a small laugh. I'd like to tell you I've put it behind me, but I haven't. I don't think about it as much as I used to. It's still there, but not such a big part of me, you know. Sometimes I'll even go a few days without remembering, without it coming back to me. But then something will happen, and I'm reminded of it. I feel pretty awful today, Nicole says. I feel sad and angry at the same time, and I'm not at all sad they're dead. Not at all. Whatever you are feeling today is fine. You're going to hurt, not just physically, but emotionally. You went through a terrible thing. But, Nicole, I wait until she looks at me. You're going to be okay. You're an amazing young woman, and you're going to be fine. You promise? I do.
Chapter 55. Molly. Friday, day 22. Bakerville, Wyoming. My collapse sure caused a ruckus. I guess I fainted because the next thing I knew, I was in my bed and Belinda was checking me out. She doesn't seem to know why I passed out, but has ordered me to rest. I'm confined to my bed. After supper, I'm in bed with Jake sitting next to me, telling me how sorry he is for getting me so upset when Kelly stops by. Seems Belinda thought it'd be a good idea for her to examine me also. I try not to think they're escalating this to something it's not. I'm not crazy. I just fainted. Why do I need to have a special talk with a psychiatric nurse practitioner? I try not to show my irritation as she completes a nearly identical physical to the two Belinda has already given me since the episode. Episode. That's what both Kelly and Belinda call my passing out. An episode. Physically, you don't seem the worse for wear. You're looking much better than when you first returned home, she declares. You've been sleeping okay? Better than the first few days after Doris's house. We don't get to bed as early as we used to. There's so much to do, so we're taking advantage of the longer days. Yeah, I guess we're all doing that, she agrees. It'll change when the sun starts setting earlier. We'll have reverted back in time, relying on natural light instead of artificial to do what we need to do. Of course, like you, we have a small backup system that survived the EMP. Lost our big generator, though, so we just have the wind turbine and the solar panels. Speaking of, I noticed the little wind machine on top of your place. When did you get it? Oh, it was one of Jake's purchases during the early days of the attacks. Just got it up yesterday. That's good. We're silent for several minutes as she looks in my ears, up my nose, pokes my forearm, and then finally says, "Kinda thought we were crazy, before. Sometimes I'd wonder why in the world we did the things we did, Phil and me, why we stockpiled. Jake and I thought the same things. We stopped prepping a few times. Didn't get rid of anything but didn't add to our stuff. Then some event somewhere would happen and we'd be back at it. Now, even with all we've done, it's blatantly obvious it wasn't enough. Seems that way, doesn't it? You start thinking about the situation, and even though things are fine today, all you can think about is how bad they're going to be in 3 months, or 6 months, or a year. Yes, I say quietly. You like things a certain way. I've recognized over the years we've been getting to know each other, you crave consistency. When things start to fall apart, you fall apart. When your marriage took such a hard hit, after your friends died, things changed. You and Jake pulled away from each other. You didn't have the harmony you were used to, but you fought back. You started working on yourself and your marriage. You became stronger for it. I also noticed your personality has changed quite a bit. Oh, you're not nearly as uptight as you used to be. What, she thought I used to be uptight? I give a small laugh. Okay. Sure, it's not a surprise to you that you still are in many ways, the proverbial type A personality. I'm that way too. Lots of people are. But for you, I think it was all-encompassing. You always had to have your little ducks in a row, and so did the people around you. When things happened and your ducks were no longer lined up, you couldn't adapt. But then you got some help, and you're stronger for it. Jake, too. I've seen the change in both of you. I thought we hid our troubles pretty well. Sure, you put on a brave face in public. I'm not just talking about when your friends died, though. The way you were before they died compared to who you are now, there's a difference. You and Jake are much stronger now than you were when we first became friends. You think? Absolutely. You both seem to be living in the present. While you still like your lists and your goals, you've lightened up. When a little thing goes wrong, it's not the end of the world to you. Or at least it wasn't until the end of the world really happened. She gives a sad smile. How do you know these things? I didn't think my issues were so obvious. Probably not to most people. It was little things. One time we were over for dinner, and you painstakingly arranged the vegetables you were roasting. The pieces were all a uniform size and lined up perfectly on the baking sheet. That was my first clue. Another time, we were talking about something that happened weeks before, and you were still lamenting on it, analyzing it. I can't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't something you could change, but it was still a burr in your side. Well, that sounds like me, both examples. I nod, slightly embarrassed. So I think maybe you're having panic attacks. You're no longer the totally uptight person you used to be, but you're not fully comfortable as the new person you were becoming, and things are wonky for you now. Wonky? Is that one of your big shrink words? You know it. The bump on the head didn't do you any favors, but I really think it's more situation-related than anything. Things aren't the way they used to be. You need to adapt. So basically, stop being a whiny baby and buck up? Not exactly what I'm saying, but we all need to buck up if we're going to make it. Those who don't, they end up like Helen and the others, I say quietly. Helen was a neighbor who took her own life after her husband was murdered. She couldn't see a way to go on without him. Yes, Kelly says, we'll likely have more people like Helen. Chapter 56. Molly, Friday, day 23, Bakerville, Wyoming. Mom, are you awake? I lift my head toward the bedroom door. My girls, Sarah, Angela, Callie, and Katie, are all just inside the doorway. Callie's carrying a breakfast tray. There are several plates and a small bud vase with a single black-eyed Susan standing at attention. Are you hungry? Callie asks with a smile. Time's it, I ask groggily. About 9 o'clock, Sarah says. We know Jake brought you a cup of coffee and some toast earlier, but we thought you might like something more. After yesterday's episode, Belinda has ordered me to take it easy today. I tried to get up earlier, but Jake promptly sent me back to bed. I guess they all think I'm going to faint again. Sarah's right, I would like something more. But with the rationing, Angela must read my mind. Don't worry, Mom. It's just some leftover oatmeal and a little sausage. You aren't taking food from anyone else. I nod as I sit up and adjust my pillow. You need help? Katie asks. No, I feel completely fine. Belinda's just being overly cautious. The girls exchange a look, one I can't quite decipher. Enjoy your breakfast, Mom, Callie says. I'll be back in a little bit to get your tray. Oh, I can bring it out, I say. Nope, nopity, nope, Callie answers. I'll take care of it. Then maybe you can move out to the couch and rest there. We'll be working in the kitchen, so we can visit with you. Belinda said either your bed or your couch until she decides you're well enough to get up. I fight rolling my eyes and give a small nod. Thank you for breakfast, ladies. I really appreciate it. Callie gives me a kiss on the cheek, and each girl moves in to follow suit before leaving the room. The oatmeal's wonderfully creamy, topped with raisins, brown sugar, and goat milk. The small but delicious sausage patty is our own mix, using ground antelope, basil, and several other spices. Jake and I had a long talk last night. He's probably right. I was being overly dramatic about the community militia and food situation. Definitely one of my faults, and something I've worked on in recent months. I thought I was doing better about not ranting and raving. Guess not. Lately, I just feel so wound up. Maybe this is related to my minor head injury. Maybe it's related to the killing. It's not like me to be so... I can't really think of a good word. Catty? Malicious? Oh, I can think of an accurate one. Definitely not how I want to be. Things bothering me now would have never bothered me before. In my mind, I know raiding the empty houses is the smart thing to do. I know using things from those homes, like finding new windows for the Snyders, is necessary. But when I think about it, I'm furious. I know the militia is necessary. We're not completely safe here. We have proof of this. But again, it makes me angry when I think of it. Just thinking about these things gets my dander up. Or maybe it's related to our world falling apart. I try to put on a brave face, to not complain about everything. And for the most part, I do okay. Most of the people living here think I'm handling things well. Cheery almost. But with Jake, I let my guard down. I don't hold back on my true feelings. As a result, he experiences the worst I have to offer. I let out a huge sigh. Please, God, please help me be a loving wife to Jake. As promised, Callie returns for my tray and escorts me to the couch. Never mind, I don't need an escort and feel perfectly fine. They've done some rearranging of the furniture, having set up a card table and chairs near the couch and sitting area. My girls, Deanne and Sheila, are all gathered around. What's this? I ask. We figured we'd sit next to you and visit while we work on the processing, Deanne says with a shrug. Sheila nods and gives me a small smile, the first non-frigid response I've seen from her since I've returned home. I return the smile. Sounds great. What are we working on? We, Sarah says, motioning to everyone except Katie and me, are working on the fermenting right now. We topped the turnips and are using the recipe in your book to make a lemon slaw with the turnip greens. The recipe called for spinach, but we figure this will work fine. You and Katie are relaxing on the couch. Katie pats the seat next to her as I nod my agreement. The Fermenting Book, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Fermenting Foods, is a must-have for learning to preserve foods without heat or cold. Fermenting uses traditional methods, keeping enzymes, vitamins, and other beneficial probiotics. It's also a great method for preserving small batches, since one jar can be processed at a time. We had radishes left over from yesterday, Deanne says, so those are being naturally pickled from the recipe in the book, too. I'm pretty happy about not having to use the water bath or pressure canner today. She gives a fake wipe of her forehead with the back of her hand. Whew. Will the radish pickles be ready in time for the wedding? Katie asks. Yes, should be, I answer. It takes them 3 days or so to process with the temperatures we are having. Once they're bubbly and softened, we'll move them to the root cellar to slow down the process. I don't really understand how this fermenting is safe, Sheila says. What keeps the radishes and greens from rotting in the jar? Good question, I say. It's the addition of the salt and starter culture. The harmful bacteria can't tolerate the salt, so the starter culture begins the process and helps the healthy bacteria flourish. The good bacteria converts the sugar present in vegetables or fruit into lactic acid. Lactic acid is a preservative that helps keep away any bad bacteria and also maintains the flavor and texture of food while keeping nutrients intact. I have no idea what you just said, Mom. Angela shakes her head, but I guess it means fermenting won't kill us when we eat it. Exactly. I smile. But remember, it's not the same thing as canning. Fermented foods aren't shelf-stable. They need to be kept cold, and they won't last as long as canned food. We'll get several months out of them, as opposed to canning foods, which last for a year or longer. While they work on the ferments, we visit. Sheila is surprisingly cheerful, chatting about the upcoming triple wedding. The older couple will be joining them, and the bridal shower we're planning for Katie and Lori. She's asked if she can be in charge of decorations. Definitely a change from the mopey person she's been since I returned. While I don't know Sheila well, I've been around her many times over the years. As Callie's maid of honor, she hosted her bridal shower and helped quite a lot with the wedding. We always had a good time together. It's nice to see at least a glimpse of the person I enjoyed being around. Of course, I do know things are very different now for Sheila. Not only has society changed, but she's also recently divorced. Rumor has it, Sheila's been a bit of a mess since her husband left. Maybe we have this in common. Both of us were a bit of a mess before the attacks and need to learn how to adjust in this new world. Shoot, I suspect pretty much everyone is in the same situation to varying degrees. None of us have truly adapted to our current circumstances. A half hour or so into the work and conversation, Lori joins us carrying a large bowl covered with a dish towel. What do you have there? I ask. Our latest experiment, she answers, carefully lifting the edge of the towel. Cactus pads. Oh, nice, I exclaim. Angela makes a face. Sarah shakes her head. Kelly mentioned they're harvesting some of the cactus at their place, Lori says. I asked her for the details on how to do it and then what to do with the pads, so... She shrugs. I thought I'd give it a try. She said to harvest at mid-morning, something about the acid being lowest then, and only take 1/3 of the pads from each plant so it can reproduce. You didn't get poked? Katie asks. Oh, I did. Even though I was wearing long sleeves, gloves, and using a pair of tongs and a long knife. It's like they reached out and grabbed me. They seem to do that, I agree. Are you thinking we'll eat those? Angela asks, the look of disgust still on her face. I'll need to take the spines off of them. Kelly said these are much smaller than the cactus used in recipes in the Southwest and Mexico, and removing the thorns isn't easy. I'll wear dishwashing gloves and hopefully won't end up with too many pokes. Thought I'd try using the flame from the stovetop to sear them. When they're cleaned, she suggests stewing them. So that's what we'll try first. I suspect they'll cook down quite a bit. This bowl will probably only give about 1/4 cup per person when they're cooked. Should be perfect for an experiment, and it'll go well with tonight's dinner, Deanne says. We're having an enchilada casserole. Sounds delicious, I say. Perfect combination. If we like the cactus, we can harvest more. Kelly said each plant can be harvested several times per year. This bowl is only the tip of the iceberg for the harvest. I was only working in one section. And we can teach the rest of the community, Lori says excitedly. I'm suddenly struck by the difference in her today than the first day she arrived at our homestead. Master Shane said she had a difficult time in Wesley. I haven't asked her about it, but it seems, whatever it was, isn't as much of a focus today as it was then. Time does help heal wounds. Lori moves to the kitchen to work on the cactus. Sheila offers to help. There are many yelps and laughs as they attempt to master the process. Our semi-open floor plan allows us to join in on their endeavor. I can't help but smile at the change in both of them. Once they get into a rhythm and a quiet settles over the house, Katie brings up wedding plans. So, Pastor Ralph is bringing the other couple over tomorrow so we can meet. He's going to do their ceremony. Leo and I are still having David Hammer officiate ours. Katie raises her voice slightly to ensure she can be heard in the kitchen. Lori, have you and Aaron decided on Mr. Hammer or Pastor Ralph? Mr. Hammer. We've enjoyed his services. Even on the days it's not much more than a reading. His voice is so soothing. I feel like I am really hearing God's words come through him. Oh, he's so humble about it, of course, but... Her voice fades off for a moment, then she says, he's also been there to talk with me about things. It's been helpful. We liked Pastor Ralph fine, just feel a connection with David and his family, you know? I do know. Since the day of the missile alert, when we all holed up in our basement, David has conducted a daily service. The location of the meeting changes depending on the day. When our neighborhood is in charge of the Bakerville meal, it's held at the community center and tends to be a longer reading resembling a Bible study. Other days, it is a quick verse or two before group PT is started. We've adopted Psalm 91, the soldier's psalm, as our promise, our guarantee. This verse helped me when I was trying to make my way home from Oregon. It was also my assurance when my girls and I were attacked, when Katie was almost killed. David shared with us a little about this psalm and the belief many soldiers in World War I recited this psalm daily. Not everyone's on board with the daily meetings. Sheila doesn't participate. My daughter Sarah and her husband Tate are also apathetic, having declared shortly before their marriage that they're free thinkers, which I guess is another way of saying non-believers. Along with PT and militia training, we have all of our farm chores, cooking, gardening, food preservation, finishing the new lodging. The days just aren't long enough to get everything done. Adding in the wedding celebration does create additional stress, but is also becoming enjoyable. We're keeping the food plans for the wedding celebration somewhat loose. We're not sure what all will be available in the garden and what the looting teams might find to add to the supplies. We've put aside a few delicacies that have popped up. Cans of shrimp and crab meat, hearts of palm, interesting pickles of all sorts, and several other unique and sometimes exotic specialty items in a can. I had no idea some of those things even existed, and some, like the 2 cans of ox tongue, I'm not so sure about. I seriously doubt they'll make an appearance at the wedding feast. Some of the more interesting items we found, and not just in the pantry, were at a nearby neighbor's house. They live in Bakerville part-time, spending winters in Arizona, and were visiting their children on the East Coast when the disasters started. Several days ago, I was helping Jake and a few others with the clean-out. We'd already emptied the cabinets and pantry. What a bonanza. Their large pantry was nearly full. Unfortunately, the freezer had also been full, and everything inside was lost. As much as I hate pilfering from our neighbors, part of me thinks it should have been decided the day after the power went out. Then, maybe the freezers could have been salvaged with some kind of rotating generator schedule while the food was preserved. While focused on the basement craft room, I was surprised to hear Jake say, "Woo-wee, welcome to Wyoming, consider everyone armed," and then some. "Molly, you have to see this." He wasn't kidding. They have a gun room. Not a gun room like Jake and I have, with a few hunting rifles and shotguns, plus our personal pistols. Nope. Theirs is the size of a bedroom and more like a gun store. There must have been over 50 different rifles and carbines in every caliber and style you can imagine. Almost as many shotguns and even more handguns, along with several compound and crossbows. What did he do for a living before he moved here? I asked. No idea. I've only spoken to him to say hello. I'll ask David Hammer. He visited with him a few times, but I'm thinking either a gun dealer or he's the Godfather. Did the Godfather have a lot of guns? I've never seen the movie. It was a joke, Molly. I was implying he was a hired killer for the mafia. Oh, got it. Thanks for telling me it was a joke. I didn't know. Then I laughed like a crazy woman while Jake gaped at me like I was a loon. What are you going to do with them all? I asked, after I finally got control of myself. Lock the room back up, talk to Evan, and go from there. You found a key? Yep, it was on a hook in the furnace room. Sounds like a good plan. The guns will come in handy with our new militia. Katie thinks Belinda's going to allow her to start doing more things. Still no lifting, but maybe easing into physical activities and allowing firearms practice. She won't be a full member of the militia anytime soon, but can maybe be put in sentry rotation. Of course, I'm banned from the militia for a few days, just like I'm banned from everything else. You feeling okay, Mom? Sarah's voice jolts me back to the present. I hesitate before answering. I don't feel too bad, but not great either. I sense the start of a headache coming on, probably from being forced to sit around. Maybe a nap is in order. Chapter 57. Molly, Friday, day 23, Bakerville, Wyoming. Hey, Molly, how are you feeling? Belinda asks. It's been several hours since I excused myself from the food preservation festivities. I've had a short nap and am once again lying around. The headache never materialized, so maybe a rest was simply in order. Bored. Otherwise, I think I'm fine. It was probably just the heat. Yeah, you've said that before. Only it wasn't really that warm yesterday. I want you to continue to take it easy. I just finished checking on Katie. She's resting in her bedroom. Like you, she tries to overdo it. Belinda gives an exasperated shake of her head. Now it's your turn for a quick exam. Sure. Why not? You haven't poked and prodded me enough since yesterday. Maybe after this time you can release me to get up and do a few things. We'll see. We both turn toward the bedroom window as we hear a loud squeal. At first, I think something nefarious has occurred, but quickly realize it's Malcolm and one or two of the other boys. Do you know what they're doing? Malcolm has TJ, Tony, and Mark doing sword practice, Belinda says with a wry smile. He's convinced the militia group will decide to add swords as part of their weaponry, even after they said no at the last meeting. I give a small laugh. Malcolm, Tony, and TJ join in on the militia meetings, even though they're not officially part of the militia, much to their dismay. Even so, they participate in meetings, PT, and some of the very basic training. Everyone, except whoever's on rotating sentry duty, participates in physical training based on their current level of fitness. I lead a stretching and light activity group for the younger children and those needing a modified program. The workout is only 15 to 30 minutes, early in the morning after chores but before breakfast, and focuses on movement. We also have daily self-defense training in the late afternoon, again broken up by ability, with me leading the very young and those who are less physically inclined. Finding time in the day to get everything done is not easy, and for the next several days, Belinda's ordering me to let someone else lead the classes. Aside from the PT and self-defense classes, part of the group, the ones who will be more involved in the community militia, has some sort of specific training, like in-depth hand-to-hand combat training, marksmanship of some sort, how to clear a building, and more. At our last meeting, Malcolm spoke up. I was thinking of a way the three of us, he gestured to include Tony and TJ, could help a little more. You know how I've been working on my sword training for a couple of years? I have my practice katana. A katana is a Japanese sword with a special blade and made to be held with two hands. You can tell us more about the katana later. Alvin gruffly interrupted. Okay, Grandpa, I'll tell you all about the history of it later. But anyway, I've been teaching Tony and TJ how to use the sword. I have the 2 katana practice swords since Dad and I used to practice together before all of this happened. I also have a set of bamboo shinai for practicing kendo. That's fine, Malcolm. I know those are fun toys for you, Alvin said. But that's just it, Grandpa. They could be more than toys. What if we started working with them more to use in the militia? There might be times when someone can't use a gun. Maybe they need to be quiet or they run out of bullets. If we had swords, we could still fight. You all carry the knives Evan's teaching you how to use. Malcolm might have a point, Bill Shane said. I've worked with the shinai swords also. Wish I would have brought them along. While I fully agree with the truth of don't bring a knife to a gunfight, it seems the more options we have for self-protection, the better. I don't disagree, Leo said, but I don't know if we have the time to add another training right now. We've already added in archery practice for the times we need to be stealthy and are trying to provide training on the variety of bows we've found. Plus, I'm not so sure there would be someone around to make swords. It's kind of a lost art. Malcolm looked crestfallen as he nodded in agreement. It's for sure a lost art, but there are lots of old people around here. Malcolm, I gasped, while everyone else in the group laughed. Sorry, Mom, but maybe someone will know. Maybe a blacksmith could do it. I think there are some blacksmiths around here, right? Something to think about for the future, for sure, Alvin said. Now let's get back to the business at hand. While Malcolm was mildly shot down at the meeting, he and the other boys have ramped up their own practice. They plan to be ready when we decide it's time to add swords to the militia. He doesn't give up easily, I say to Belinda. She spends a few minutes doing her thing, looking in my eyes, having me lift my arms, and other exciting stuff. So, when was your last period? Couple of months, I guess. I stopped being regular last year. I'm at that age, you know. Figured it would just stop one of these days. You think that's what's causing my problems? Menopause? Maybe. Your doctor put you on estrogen replacement therapy? No, I've been using herbs to help with the symptoms, those and acupuncture. Why am I not surprised by this? She smiles. With your honey for infection and the hippie commune you have going on here, I'd expect nothing less. So what are you using? Black cohosh? Hippie commune? No, wild yam, licorice root, and stinging nettle. Still taking those? Not since before all of this started. I kind of thought I might be over the worst of it. The hot flashes eased up around the time my daughter Sarah moved to Billings, so early May, and my energy was a little better, which is what the stinging nettles seemed to help with, so I just kind of stopped taking things. I'll get back on it. Probably a good idea. Let's give you a pregnancy test first, just to make sure. I break out laughing. I don't think we'll need to do that. Seriously, I'm 50 years old, Belinda, and I've had perimenopause symptoms for about a year. Sure, and you've also been tired, irritable, and sick to your stomach for a few weeks. You know those are all signs of pregnancy in addition to being symptoms of menopause. Also signs of stress, I add, gesturing wildly to try to encompass this new, full of stress world. She ignores me and soldiers on. At your age, pregnancy is rare. Less than a 1% chance, but it can still happen. Jake have a vasectomy? No, and I don't have my tubes tied. You've been using protection? Belinda, did we not just cover the fact I'm 50 years old? Not a teenager. We use protection. My voice fades away before I add, most of the time. Truthfully, we've become a little lax. After all, I'm in menopause. Fine, I sigh. I'll pee on a stick. We have a couple of pregnancy tests in our supplies. I have one in my stuff. I'll get it and be right back. I lie back in my bed, fluffing the pillows until I'm comfortable. I shake my head, thinking how absurd this is. In a way, I understand since menopause symptoms and pregnancy symptoms have some overlap. But really, I guess I can't fault Belinda for wanting to be thorough. Belinda's gone for longer than I think she should be. I'm beginning to think she realized how preposterous the idea I'm pregnant is when I hear banging and clomping on the steps. She's usually much quieter coming up the stairs. I smile toward the doorway. It's not Belinda, it's Lydia, and she's covered in blood. Chapter 58. Molly. Friday, day 23. Bakerville, Wyoming. Lydia. Her clothing, her face, her hands, all soaked in blood. The metallic smell hits my nose. My stomach wants to revolt. I swallow hard. In her right hand is a small knife of some sort. A scalpel, maybe? Not the kind with a gentle curved cutting edge, but a pointed crescent shape, sharpened along the inside edge. Blood drips from the tip, blemishing the hardwood. In her left hand is a pair of pointy scissors, also painted in blood. Where's Katie? Belinda said she was downstairs resting in her bedroom. Is she safe? Does the blood spattering on my floor belong to her? Belinda and Tammy. They're both in the basement. Katie. I've been in and out of bed all day, so I don't have my firearm on my hip. It's locked in the nightstand. No way to get to it before she can get to me. My instinct is to run. Can I get out of the bedroom and into my office before she is on me? Before she adds my blood to the splotches on the floor? No. Can I fight? Lydia, I say as calmly as I can muster, while slowly moving toward the edge of the bed farthest from her. Are you okay? The vessel's empty. Eyes blank, she shakes her head. I can only imagine the concern you're feeling over the vessels. My feet are now on the floor. I slowly stand and turn to fully face her. The vessels, they should be full, but... She makes a slashing motion with the scissors. The fork popped the vessels. She gives a sad shake of her head. I'm inching my way toward the bedroom door. There are voices coming from the kitchen or living room. My heart stops. It's Malcolm and TJ talking about finding a snack. Lydia, staring at the scissors now, shaking her head, doesn't seem to hear them. I want to yell out, get back outside and stay away, but I'm afraid this will cause her to snap. Snap more. She's clearly already snapped. I continue to carefully move toward the door. Slow, minuscule movements, so small, like silent stalking during hunting. I don't want to spook her by moving quickly. Slow, quiet, inconspicuous. If I do it right, maybe she'll just keep staring at the scissors and I can escape. Katie. Is she... I can't think about her right now. A small step with my right foot, making sure I'm fully balanced, then move my left. Right, left, step, step, repeat. I'm halfway to the door. Hey, Mom, you feeling better? Lydia jerks up her head, raising the scalpel and snarling, showing yellowed, half-rotted teeth. Malcolm, a foot inside the bedroom, sees her and stops. Mom? Concern, worry, and fear lace his voice. I'm okay, buddy, I say as calmly as I can, eyes still locked on Lydia. Step out of the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I see his head move in my direction, confirming my status, making sure the blood covering her isn't mine. Then he turns back to Lydia. She shakes her head. Step out, I say again, forcing myself to be cool as a cucumber. I want to scream, run! No, Lydia screeches. The small vessel must not move. He must stay full. He cannot move. Then she starts talking gibberish. The words tumble quickly, each stumbling over the first. Her enunciation is off, making her nearly inarticulate. Malcolm and I both understand well enough. If he moves, she'll attack. I give a quick glance in Malcolm's direction. I don't want to take my eyes off Lydia, but I have to see my boy. Malcolm, he's standing tall in a fighting stance, feet staggered about hip-width apart. He looks well balanced. The handle of his heavy plastic practice sword is in his left hand, and his right is resting mid-blade. Okay, Lydia, I say, as I take another small sideways step toward the door. She notices my movement and bares her teeth again, this time adding a hiss. I try to smile. You're okay, Lydia. We're going to make sure you're okay. Lydia is not okay. She emptied the vessels, emptied them all. Her bottom lip sticks out in an exaggerated pout. Emptied them all. Tammy, Belinda, Katie, my Katie. I suck in my breath. I want to cry. Not now. I can't. Lydia, Malcolm is just a little boy. Like your little boys, Mark and Andy. He's so young and innocent. Let him leave. You and I can talk. She's ignoring us again, looking at the scissors and then the scalpel. I gently move my head backwards, hoping Malcolm will understand I want him to back out of the room. He takes a very small, cautious step backwards. Lydia's head jerks up. She lifts the scalpel shoulder level and sweeps it downward, like Norman Bates in the Psycho shower scene. She's a dozen feet from Malcolm, so the stab doesn't connect with anything but air. We're not talking our way out of this. I need Malcolm out of here so I can attack. I'm not waiting for her to be the aggressor. I'm going to tell him to run. He'll go for help while I subdue Lydia. Before I can yell, "Run!" she springs, throwing herself toward Malcolm, blade slicing through the air. I watch, as if in slow motion, as Malcolm steels himself, the heavy plastic practice sword moving as an extension of his left arm. He drives the sword hard into her stomach. The blunt plastic won't penetrate, but the force of the strike folds her, causing an umph to escape. She squeals like she's been stuck, quickly recovers, then starts moving again. Malcolm is between us, still in Lydia's line of fire. "Run!" I yell. He ignores me, swinging the katana again, this time connecting with her arm. The crack of bone sounds like thunder, her wail a siren. The scalpel hits the hardwood and clatters away. "Mom," Malcolm says in a calm, steely voice, "you should go get Dad." I'll make sure she doesn't get up. While I have no doubt he'd do just that, I'm not leaving my son. The evidence of what she's capable of is all over her bloody body. "Give me the sword, Malcolm. I'll keep watch over her while you run and get your dad." "Yeah, I suppose that's best since you're the mom and all. Where's your gun? You should probably get your gun since you aren't very good with a sword." That's the truth. Lydia's still crying on the floor, curled up in a fetal position and cradling her right arm. The scalpel is several feet away. Where are the scissors? Her left hand is holding her right elbow. No scissors in sight. "Okay, give me a second," I say, as I scramble over the bed. Seconds later, my gun's out of the small safe and I'm covering Lydia with it. "Go now." "I'll be right back, Mom. Shoot her if you have to." Lydia sobs like a little girl missing her favorite doll. So young, so innocent. The sounds don't match with the visual, the blood on her face, in her hair, covering her clothes. Tammy's blood? Belinda's blood? My Katie's blood. Chapter 59. Molly. Friday, day 23. Bakerville, Wyoming. "Molly, it's Jake in my office right outside my bedroom. He sounds so calm." "I'm okay. Lydia's on the ground. I have her covered." "Okay, Leo's at the back door. Can you tell him it's safe to enter?" Seconds later, Jake and Leo are in the room. Lydia's moved from her spot on the floor to the rocket heater bench in our bedroom. I start for the basement. "Wait." Jake swallows hard. "It probably isn't good." "Katie," Leo asks, immediately paling. "In the basement, I think. I'm going." I shove down my emotions. I'm on the stairs when I hear Tate say he'll watch Lydia. Leo and Jake are right behind me. Blood droplets lead the way. Katie's bedroom door is open. Splotches of bloody handprints covering the surface, the jamb, the knob. I hesitate a moment before looking in the room. "Katie?" I say tentatively. Mom, by the safe room." "Katie!" Leo takes the lead, sprinting through the rec room into the storage section. Jake is on his heels. I'm right behind Jake. There she is, kneeling with her back to me, her hands in front of her. "Katie, I'll take over," Leo says. "There's so much blood. I wanted to come up for help, but I didn't want to release pressure," Katie says, her hands and shirt covered in blood. "Are you injured?" Jake asks. "I'm fine. I was in my room when I heard noises. I came out to investigate and saw her. It was Lydia. She was bent over Belinda, stabbing her. She saw me and came after me. I locked myself in my room. "Where's Tammy?" I ask. "Safe room." I couldn't help her. Tears streamed down Katie's face. "Belinda, she's still alive. Right, Leo? She's alive." "She's alive. Unconscious, but alive. Jake, we need Dr. Sam. Can someone go after him? And Deputy Fred better get him also." Tim called for Evan. He's on his way down. The walkie-talkie grapevine is active, and they're calling for Dr. Sam and Fred or one of the other deputies. I'll go upstairs and update them. Jake walks toward the rec room. "Be right back." "Molly," Leo says, "can you grab your trauma kit?" The one you made for gunshot wounds. After grabbing the kit, Katie and I help Leo as best we can. Belinda's a mess. I don't see how she can survive this, not with the amount of blood she's lost. As we're working on her, I notice a small box on the floor. Digital pregnancy test. The reason she came to the basement. What happened? How did Lydia get the scalpel and scissors? Leo starts an IV and puts pressure bandages on the worst of the lacerations. She must have lost a lot of blood to be unconscious, I say. I think she was knocked out first, then stabbed. See the thermos over there on the ground? He motions near the open door to the safe room. It has blood on it. There's blood on the back of Belinda's head. I think she was getting something off the shelf, and Lydia conked her from behind. Great. Another head injury. I'm beginning to think our people need to start wearing hard hats. While she has lost a considerable amount of blood, I don't think it's up to the point of immediate death. I do still think she'll need blood, like Katie did. I'm not exactly sure how to do it, so we'll need to wait for the doc. I'm going to check on Tammy. You're okay staying with Belinda? I'm sure I'm right about, Katie whispers. I'm sure she's dead. He gives a solemn nod. I'll be just a minute. What will happen to Lydia? Katie whispers after Leo leaves. I don't know. I heard Deputy Fred is putting together some sort of jail, but I don't know. I knew she wasn't well, but I had no idea. I don't think Belinda thought anything like this was possible. She wouldn't have kept her here with all of us if she thought something like this would happen. Was anyone else hurt? Katie asks. No, we're all fine. Malcolm was able to stop her. Malcolm? Yeah, with his practice katana. You're kidding. How? Hit her with it. The heavy plastic broke her arm. I guess Leo should go take care of her. Katie makes a face. There was nothing you could have done, Katie, Leo says softly. It looks like one of the first wounds was fatal, her brachial artery. She probably went quickly. Okay, Katie whispers, tears in her eyes. Tammy is dead. Tammy, who was a retired labor and delivery nurse. Selfishly, I think of Sarah and her baby. Sarah took a lot of comfort in Tammy's familiarity with delivering babies. I think of TJ, Belinda's son. He's had so much loss. First his dad, then his grandpa, and now his grandma. All violently killed, murdered, in the last few weeks since the attack started. Leo looks over Belinda, seeming satisfied for the moment. I'm going to check on Lydia. Molly, I'm taking your small trauma kit. If anything changes with Belinda, one of you come get me immediately. Finally, after what seems like an eternity but is only a little over half an hour, Dr. Sam Mitchell arrives. Do you need me, doctor? I need to go check on my son. Malcolm's your boy? He asks while checking Belinda. Saw him upstairs, heard what he did. Amazing young man. Seems to be handling it okay, but I'm sure he'll want his mom. Where's Lydia? I ask with an involuntary shudder. She's in one of your outbuildings. Jake said it's the one you use as a nursery. It had a stall we were able to secure. Yeah, for when the goats kid gives them some privacy. They left her there alone? One of your family members is watching her. She won't be going anywhere. I'll set her arm once I'm sure Belinda's okay. The deputy will be here soon. He was in the middle of something. Go on up to your son. Dr. Mitchell was right. Malcolm was happy to see me, and he was handling things well, mentioning many times how it was good he spends so much time practicing his swordplay. I fully agree. He saved us. Many of us living in the homestead are gathered in the kitchen, awaiting news of Belinda. Jake and a few others are downstairs. Jake wanted to take care of cleaning up the safe room, then he'll bring Tammy upstairs and we'll take her to her place to get her ready for burial. It'll likely be tomorrow. With no embalming, burying needs to happen sooner rather than later. It's not long until Leo arrives to update us on Belinda's condition. Somehow, her injuries, while incredibly serious, are not immediately life-threatening. There were many cuts of varying degrees, and she lost a lot of blood, but no arteries were hit or even nicked. There is some concern about her left arm where a cut to the tendon, and possibly nerves, may have some lasting damage. Only time will tell. We know she's O negative, Leo says. She knew her blood type and told us after Katie was injured. All of us on the original medical team know our type. So she's a universal donor. Good for us if we need her blood, but she can only receive O negative. Tate's O negative, so we'll start with him. How do you know? I ask. He was in the Air Force and knew his blood type. When he donated to Katie, he told me. Okay, sorry, I can't help. B positive. Are we keeping Belinda here? Yes, for now at least. Best not to move her. June Mitchell's with her now while Doc Sam sets Lydia's arm. And Tammy? Is she about ready? Jake, his dad, and Keith are finishing up. We'll bring her upstairs shortly. I'd like to take care of her, Lois says quietly. We've become very close while they've been here. I'd like to do this final thing for my friend. I'll stay with her tonight. Deanne reaches over and pats Lois on the arm, while Sarah goes to her and says, I'm happy to help you, Mama. Thank you, Sarah. I'd appreciate it, Lois says, wiping her eyes. So tomorrow we'll have another funeral. I've lost track of how many this will make since the attacks started. Too many for sure.
Chapter 60. Sylvia, Friday, day 23. Meeteetse, Wyoming. Sabrina is braiding Naomi's hair. Nicole, Nate, and I are playing cards while Kim and Ray watch. About mid-afternoon, we have another visit from the town mayor. So you folks look pretty good, he says. Bea says she stopped by and brought a few things. I hope you know how, sorry we all are for the troubles. He looks at Nicole as he says this. She quickly drops her eyes. When none of us respond, he continues. There's been some, questions on what exactly happened. Oh, not exactly. I don't mean that at all. No, we know. Anyway, the one guy, the one with the neck problem, well, we just can't figure out how he slipped and broke his neck. It's just beyond our belief. Oh, that? Kim says casually. Does it really matter? Maybe the Lord works in mysterious ways. Maybe he sent us a miracle, which helped save my little girl from harm. I'm sure you believe in the Lord, right, Mayor? Absolutely, yes. I absolutely do. Perhaps you're right. Maybe it was just a miracle, as you say, or a fluke, something like that. Well, I'll let you folks get back to your day. Do you need anything? Maybe more hot water? You're very kind, Saccharine Kim returns, now batting her eyelashes. All of you are so nice to us. We can't tell you how much we appreciate the consideration. And B, bringing us food and clothing. It's all very nice. Well, yes, sure. He sounds flustered, which is likely Kim's intention. Wow, she can really work a guy. Ray doesn't seem the least bit bothered by the way Kim's behaving. I'll, see if maybe B or someone can bring over more water. Perhaps there's a little food to spare, you know, for the children also. When do you folks think, when do you plan to move on? Kim asks, acting crestfallen. Oh, Mayor, have we worn out our welcome? No, not at all. Please, stay and rest up as long as you need. It's just, well, there's another family, a mom, 3 boys, and the mom's sister. The husband, he fell and broke his leg, broke it bad. They were able to get him here, but he had a terrible infection. Bea tried, but she couldn't save him. They're trying to get home to Great Falls. At least I think it's Great Falls, somewhere up near there. We were wondering if they might be able to travel with you. You all seem to be able to take care of yourselves, but I think they'd be a good addition to your group. We're not going that far, Sabrina says quietly. Sylvia and I are only going to Bakerville, Ray and Kim on to Bozeman. Right. I understand, but it'd get them closer. We've offered to let them stay here, but they're determined to make it home. I'm sure we don't have the resources to allow them to travel with us, Kim says haughtily. We barely have enough to make it. In fact, I don't know how we'll make it once Sylvia and Sabrina leave us. We could take up a small collection to help with some of their needs, the mayor offers. Enough to help a little at least. Do you mind if we think about it? Ray asks. Not at all. I don't think they'd be much trouble. The children are teens. They were on a trip to check out colleges when things fell apart. Twin boys and a slightly younger brother. Those boys were able to make a travois and transport their dad. The mom and her sister are also pretty tough. I think they'd be an asset as opposed to a hindrance. You'd want to meet them, of course. After you discuss it a bit, if you lean toward taking them, we'll introduce you. I think we could certainly consider it for the right negotiations. Flirty Kim returns, once again batting her eyelashes. Oh, yes, of course. Negotiations. And with that, the mayor quickly steps through the lilac bushes. Kim smiles triumphantly, as Ray quietly says, Kim, that wasn't necessary. Maybe not, but it was fun, she cackles. Weird. Nicole and Nate both share a look, then shrug. Kim? There's something definitely off about her. I mean, seriously. She broke a guy's neck. I think I'm being generous in thinking there's something off. I think psycho might be the word I'm looking for. What do you think? Ray asks Sabrina and me. No, absolutely no, Kim says. We don't need anyone else. I would like to see if we can get a little more food, though, so let's at least pretend to be in discussions and see what it'll buy us. You want to lead him on? Sabrina asks. Sure, Kim shrugs. A little. After all, they kind of owe us for what happened. Kim, Ray says stiffly, they don't owe us. It wasn't the town's fault. I think we should take them along, Nicole blurts. We need more protection. Dad and Nate are the only guys. All of us girls, we look like easy targets. We're not girls, Nicole. We're women, Kim snaps. I haven't worked all my life at earning respect to be called a girl. Fine, Mom. Women. Even so, it sounds like they're strong guys and could make an impression. Ray is nodding as he says, might be smart. Let's think about it. Sylvia? Sabrina? Sound okay to you? I'm not opposed to it, Sabrina says. We still have a week and a half or so before we reach Bakerville. Might make sense to have the help. And I do think Nicole is right about the show of force, especially when Sylvia and I are no longer with you. My heart drops a little thinking of not being with the children, especially Nicole. I glance at Nicole. I think she feels the same. I agree. The right people could be helpful, I say. But we do need to think about food and supplies, make sure they have what they need, and water containers. I think water will be scarce in places. A while later, Kim and Ray ask if we can watch the children. They'd like to take a walk along the river, maybe try to catch a few more fish for dinner. We fillet the fish for lunch. We save the bones and skin to make a soup chowder for dinner, using the rest of the milk along with the bread. I can't even tell you how excited I am about soup and bread. Shortly after Ray and Kim leave, we hear the rumble of engines. Cars! What would have been a normal sound 3 weeks ago catches us off guard. We've seen a few vehicles since we started walking, but they're few and far between, especially since the EMP. From the time we left the train tunnel until today, we've seen 5 cars. Now, we definitely hear more than one, and the sound is getting very close. Naomi pops up and runs to the side of the house. Naomi, stay here, I say. I am, Sylvie. I'm just looking at the cars driving up. Sabrina and I hustle to where she is, with Nicole and Nate trailing right behind. The 5 of us peer around the edge of the house, watching as a pickup truck with a flatbed loaded with motorcycles pulls up to the house. It's followed by a regular-looking pickup and an old weird-looking car. A car like I've never seen. That's a funny-looking car, Naomi says. It reminds me of my roller skates. Dork, Nate whispers, while Sabrina says with a laugh, Your roller skates? Why does it remind you of those? I don't know, but it does. It reminds me of a fishbowl, I say, causing Naomi to giggle. A fishbowl? That's almost as silly as roller skates, she says. Oh, look, there's a girl about the same size as you, Nicole. Maybe she can be your friend and you won't be so sad. Nicole looks at the girl and nods, as Naomi whispers, except the girl looks sad too. They all look sad. Maybe we don't want them here. They're too sad, and we don't need any more sad people. Then, one of the ladies, a very tall blonde around my age, sees us. She gives a small wave and a smile. Not a big toothy grin, but the kind of small smile that says, Things are rough, but I'm friendly. We don't need more sadness, but I'm suddenly struck with a thought. We might need these people.
Chapter 61. Lindsey. Friday, day 23. Meeteetse, Wyoming. I step out of the truck and survey the area, giving a small wave and attempting a smile for the 2 women and 3 children peeking at us around the corner of the house. The little girl gives me a huge smile and waves back. You setting up camp? One of the women smiles and asks. At my nod, she asks, Do you need some help? I look to Logan, who shrugs. Sure, why not? I answer, even though we don't really need help. I'm Sabrina. This is my sister Sylvia, then Nicole, Nate, and this little munchkin, she ruffles the smallest girl's hair, is Naomi. We're set up behind the house. We've been traveling with the children and their parents since outside of Shoshone. Where are the parents? I ask. Went to try and catch some fish. They'll be back shortly. This is my husband, Logan, and our friends Barbara, Bobby, Gina, Carlene, and Amy. Amy, you look to be about the same age as Nicole, the sister Sylvia says. I'm 14, almost 15, Amy answers shyly. I'm 16. My birthday was the day before the planes crashed, Nicole says. You been on the road long? Amy looks at Carlene, who gives a slight nod. Then she says, We were kidnapped. Lindsey and Logan rescued us yesterday. Oh, Nicole says quietly. I'm sorry. I was kidnapped yesterday too, but only for a little bit and nothing super bad happened, but it was scary. Sylvia rescued me. Nicole beams at Sylvia. Sylvia gives a small smile in return, looking embarrassed. Carlene tells Amy she can visit with Nicole while we all set up camp. They move over by a hedge of lilac bushes, with the younger girl joining them. A man and woman walk around from the back of the house. Sabrina introduces us to Kim and Ray Hoffman. Sylvia interjects, making a point his name is Ray, spelling it out for us. Okay then. Kim and Ray are both attractive, very attractive. Even though it's obvious they've been on the road, they still have movie star looks. I suddenly feel terribly self-conscious. I'm not ugly, but I know the last several weeks have been hard on me. I'm too skinny, and the radiation sickness is taking its toll. I lost another chunk of hair this morning, and my scalp is showing in places. You look very familiar, Kim says to me. Do we know each other? She doesn't look familiar to me at all, but I spend several seconds searching my memory just in case. I don't think so, I finally answer. I lived in San Jose. Before that, outside of Seattle. You? I visited both places but never lived there. We were living in Denver. Been there since shortly after Nate was born. I shrug. Maybe I just have one of those faces. Maybe so, she answers, unconvinced. You just seem so familiar. It's almost strange. Ray laughs. Kim does this all the time. She says she never forgets a face, which is true, but she also sees other people in strangers. I've learned to live with it. As we're finishing setting up camp, a man walks up. Kim straightens and gets a huge, cloying smile. She turns on the charm as she says, "Hello, Mayor. Have you met our new neighbors?" "No, not yet. Heard about them, but haven't met them." Kim takes care of introductions. Once those are completed, the mayor says, "So, Kim, have you folks had a chance to think about my suggestion?" "Oh, we've barely had a minute to discuss it," she says sweetly. "Ugh, so fake." "We'd like to meet them," Ray says quickly. "At least if it's okay with Sylvia and Sabrina. I think it's a good idea." "I'm fine with it," Sabrina says. "Me too," says Sylvia. Kim rolls her eyes. The mayor smiles broadly. "I'll go get them. I think Bee might have made a nice treat for you all for dessert. I'll see if she has enough for your new friends here also." After the mayor leaves, I glance at Sabrina. "There's a family here trying to get home," she says. "The dad was injured in an accident and passed away. The mayor asked if they could travel with us." "Ah, makes sense. It's smart to travel in groups." "For sure. Sabrina points to herself and Sylvia. "Don't have much farther to go, but Ray and Kim are going to Bozeman, the other family, even farther." "Where you going?" I asked Sabrina. "Home. To my mom's home anyway. She and her husband live in a little town near the Montana state line. Bakerville." "What?" I blurt out, unable to contain my surprise. "How can this be?" "We're going to Bakerville too. My mom and stepdad live there." "No way," Sylvia says. Sabrina smiles. "That's amazing." I look to Logan. He's also smiling as he says, "Small world." I give him another look, imploring him to read my mind. He does, giving me a small nod before saying, "How big is the family the mayor wants to have you take along?" "2 women, 3 teenage boys," Ray answers. "And there's the 7 of you? So 12 altogether?" "Right. We could probably figure out a way to travel together in the vehicles, if you all want. Give you a break from walking." Sylvia and Sabrina hug each other, tears glistening in their eyes. "Would you?" Sylvia asks breathlessly. "Absolutely," I answer. "We're staying here tonight and we'll be in Bakerville tomorrow. It'll be tight traveling, and people will have to ride in the bed of the truck, but we can do it." "Any of you know how to ride a bike?" Logan asks. "I can't ride my Harley with my injury, and it was easier for Lindsey just to ride in the truck. But we've got the 2 bikes and really need to use them to get everyone to fit." "I ride," Ray answers. "Good. Anyone else?" Logan asks. "I never have," Sabrina says, "but can learn if you need me to." "I'll ride the other bike," I say. "No reason for me not to." "Let's get them off and ready. Make any other adjustments needed so we can load up easily in the morning," Logan says. A few minutes later, the mayor returns with the family of 5 and a good-sized plate of brownies. The boys look like football players. Defensive linemen, in fact. Even though they're still in high school, they're all tall, several inches taller than my height of almost 6 foot, and husky. The boys, 17-year-old twins and a 15-year-old, all have names beginning with A. I don't even try to remember what they are or which is which. I do catch their last name, Dosen. Their mom is a few inches shorter than me, about Logan's height. She's not really fat, but she's definitely not skinny. I think of her as husky also. Same with her sister. Their names are also a blur to me. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on remembering their names. I suspect all 5 were heavier before this all started and food has become scarce for so many. I wonder how long it'll be before being overweight becomes a thing of the past. We visit with each other and share the brownies. I can't even begin to describe how amazing they taste. Yes, we'll all travel together. No one minds that we'll be overcrowded on the drive to Bakerville. 2 weeks less walking is well worth it. Logan and I, along with Sylvia and Sabrina, are confident the other 2 families will be able to stay a day or 2 in Bakerville before starting again. The Dosens head off so they can get packed. We'll leave by 8 a.m. Logan and I learned from Sabrina and Sylvia about how things have been for them. Not good. Not as bad as what Barbara and the ladies we found have experienced, but not good.
Chapter 62. Sylvia. Friday, day 23. Meeteetse, Wyoming. So, Lindsey whispers conspiratorially, what's the deal with Kim? We're sitting with Logan and Lindsey near their camp. Everyone else has dispersed and is resting or in groups visiting. I catch Sabrina's eye, then take a deep breath before whispering back, good question. How much time do you have? Sabrina gives me a slight smirk and a shake of her head, then says, she's a little different, and we're not entirely sure what her deal is, but she's a great mom. And in the time we've known her, she's changed. I'll say, I huff. Kim is very complex, Sabrina says. Ha, I'm not sure complex is the word I'd use to describe her, I say. What word would you use? Logan asks. Crazy, I answer without hesitation. Lindsey raises an eyebrow at me. Only one. I'm always impressed with people who have that ability. Logan's face immediately expresses concern. Sabrina shakes her head. Not crazy. She's not insane. She has all of her wits about her. Yeah, well, she's deranged. Isn't that part of being crazy? I snap. As a freelance writer, Sabrina's a walking thesaurus and dictionary. Surely she can't deny Kim is deranged. Sabrina gives me a patient look before addressing Lindsey and Logan. Kim has put Sylvia in an awkward position. Sylvia isn't... No, we're not quite sure what to do about it, if anything. Oh? Lindsey asks. Sabrina looks at me, willing me to explain. I give a slight shake of my head. Nope, not doing it. She lifts her chin at me. Fine. Why not tell the entire world? You heard Nicole say she was kidnapped? Yes. Terrible thing. We didn't explain, but that's how we found the women with us. And Amy. They were being held hostage. There was a sixth, Samantha. Lindsey takes a deep breath. She took her life yesterday? Sabrina gasps, and I quietly say, oh, I'd be lying if I didn't admit to understanding why she would. Logan wraps an arm protectively around Lindsey, then kisses her temple. I think Nicole's going to be okay, I say. She didn't... The guys? They were stopped before... That's good, Logan says quickly. Yes, very good. She's still very shaken up and isn't without any injuries, but... I shrug. So here's the weird thing. I lean in to whisper. Kim was a self-professed anti-gunner. She totally freaked out on us when she found out we conceal carry. Okay, Lindsey says. Lots of people are like that. Sure. But then do those people take someone's weapon and blast two guys without blinking an eye? What? Logan asks, while Lindsey does that single eyebrow thing again. Yep. She took my sidearm, killed one guy, shot the other in the arm, then get this. She broke his neck. After my story, we spent some time discussing how Kim could have done those things. Sabrina still wants to believe it was Kim's mama bear instincts, but Lindsey says it sounds like there's much more to it. I'll admit, Sabrina says, I don't really understand it. She doesn't even seem like the same person we met at the campground. Not at all, I agree. Something is way different about her. Like a flip was switched. Saying that reminds me of a movie I watched a few years ago over at a friend's house. A movie about a female spy who lost her memory. Then, after a series of traumatic events, her memory starts to return, and she finds out she's not just a spy, but an assassin. I don't think Kim is suddenly regaining her memory. More like she's been hiding who she really is. And now what? It's the end of the world. So why bother faking it? The four of us sit in companionable silence for several minutes when, to my own surprise, I blurt out, how are the others handling their captivity? Lindsey gets a very sad look. Not very well. It was bad. They were kept for a couple of weeks, not treated well at all. Carlene and Amy, the mother and daughter, they were kidnapped from their home. They knew the guy who did it. He even killed Carlene's husband and her son, Amy's dad and brother. And they weren't spared from the worst of it, like Nicole was. They have nightmares, and it's bad. Barbara's the most stoic of the group and seems to be keeping everyone together, but I think she's barely hanging on herself. I suspect she'll fall apart when given the chance. Maybe I can help them, I again surprise myself. You a counselor? Nope. Paralegal. But I know a little about what they're going through. Not the abduction part, but the rape part. I'm so sorry, Lindsey says, while Logan looks embarrassed. Sabrina touches my arm and gives me a tender smile. Whenever they're ready, I'll be here for them. Tears fill my eyes, and I'll be praying for them. I'm shocked to find I actually mean this. Lord, use me for your glory. Use me to help these women, these children, from what they've endured. I'm shocked to find I actually mean this also.
Chapter 63. Lindsey, Friday, Day 23. Meeteetse, Wyoming. I'm not entirely sure what to think about the things Sylvia told us. Could someone without prior training break a guy's neck? I quizzed her extensively on what she saw, what she heard. She's convinced Kim did it, convinced she snapped his neck like the proverbial twig. Sylvia even stressed the guy was huge, and that maybe, if it were a small wimpy guy, she'd think it was possible. But not with such a big guy. Sabrina said the mayor even questioned how it could happen, and Kim blamed him slipping on a rock. What kind of a person, what kind of woman could break a guy's neck? My mom. A woman like my mom could do it. Not quite as tall as I am, but just as fit at almost 60. My mom is impressive. She's like a combination of G.I. Jane, Wonder Woman, and Marvel's character Black Widow. Maybe more Black Widow than the other two. Black Widow wasn't born with superpowers like Wonder Woman. She developed them as a KGB agent. There were many times growing up when I half wondered if, instead of a government trainer, my mom had a more clandestine position with the government. I asked her about it once. She answered with a non-answer. I go where my country needs me, then promptly changed the subject. When I first started talking about not only joining the police force but possibly the FBI, my mom wasn't enthusiastic. She was okay with the police, with me being a cop but not federal. She said I wouldn't like the politics. There's plenty of politics for city police too. Definitely not my favorite thing, but not too big of a deal. Even with the abnormality surrounding Nicole's rescue and having more questions than answers, Logan and I agree we'll still travel together to Bakerville. Not for Kim or Ray, but for their 3 children. They could use the rest, and hopefully my mom and Evan will let them regain some strength before traveling again. Those children are way too skinny. I looked down over my own way too skinny body. The nurse in Thermopolis said Logan and I would start putting weight on once the radiation symptoms passed. Good thing. Gone is not a good look on me. We've found somewhat kindred spirits in the sisters. Both are well armed with several handguns and the small armory Sabrina has stashed in one of those little collapsible shopping carts city people use when walking to the grocery store. I'm duly impressed. Of course, the terrible ordeal Sylvia experienced in her past probably has quite a bit to do with how they're dealing with this world we're now living in. This trip has been such a long, drawn-out ordeal. It's hard to believe we'll finally finish tomorrow. I hope my mom's doing well and is healing from her gunshot wound. When Evan told me about it, he tried to sound optimistic, but I could hear the fear in his voice. Tomorrow I'll be able to see for myself how she is. Logan and I will build a new life in Wyoming. We'll rest up and recover from this trip, from the radiation poisoning, from all of the things we've been through these past weeks. Maybe we'll even talk about having a child. That's not something I ever thought I wanted. Logan, the youngest of 5, wanted to have children. When we were dating, he asked me about it, and I told him no, that it's not something I'm interested in. We even stopped seeing each other for a few weeks over it. When we got back together, I made sure he knew being a mom wasn't for me. He agreed, and we haven't discussed it again. Oh, I see the way he looks sometimes. When my friend and her husband announced their pregnancy, I could tell he really does want a child, not me. How can I be an SA with the FBI if I take time out for kids? They have age rules, and I'm pushing it now to make sure I'm in before I age out. Now, the world has changed so much. The last thing I should be thinking about is a child. Our child. But I am. It started almost as a whisper when we were in our culvert hole, attempting to avoid the fallout. I shut the whisper down pretty quickly, but it's kept returning, almost tormenting me. I guess the end of the world has given me baby fever. I wonder what Logan will think of this. Me changing my mind will surprise him. Once we're settled and feeling better, we'll discuss it. I know he'll like the idea.
Chapter 64. Molly. Saturday, day 24. Bakerville, Wyoming. Malcolm stayed in our room last night, making a bed on our rocket heater bench. The cob bench is wonderfully cool in the summer. It's also hard and uncomfortable to sleep on, so he added his camping mattress. Even though he put on a brave front for most of the day, by bedtime, he was pretty shook up. We stayed up terribly late last night just talking, not only about Lydia, but everything. How much our lives have changed, the things he misses from before, and especially swords. His fascination with swords and swordplay started about 1.5 years ago. He reminded us several times how good it is he likes swords. We wholeheartedly agree. "I think God helped me," he said quietly. "He knew what was going to happen, and he made it so I could help you, Mom. I just wish..." Jake and I both waited for him to finish his sentence. Finally, just above a whisper, he said, "I wish I didn't have to hurt her. I didn't like hurting her." Then, for the first time since the incident, that's what we're calling it, the incident, he dissolved into tears. Belinda regained consciousness around supper time last night. Dr. Sam is confident she'll make a full recovery, but it'll take some time. Tammy hadn't been taken to her home yet to get ready for the burial when Belinda awoke. She asked to be able to see her, to say goodbye, since Sam said she wouldn't be able to attend the burial. Lois and Sarah, along with Keith and Tate as their escorts, took Tammy home. Sarah stayed and helped Lois prepare Tammy. Tate and Keith made a simple casket out of scrap lumber. Sarah helped Lois with Tammy, finding a nice dress, fixing her hair, and doing her makeup. Even though it'll be a closed casket, they wanted her to look good. Tate and Sarah came home so Lydia's children would have their usual nighttime routine. Lois and Keith stayed at Tammy's house. Lois didn't want to leave her there alone. The burial will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon, followed by a community meal to replace our usual luncheon. Notification was sent out via the walkie-talkie, grapevine, and messenger. Today was the day we were supposed to start our local meals. The stations were set up so people wouldn't have as far to go. Instead, each station manager will bring the meal to the community center. It was discussed having the burial earlier, at our usual noon lunchtime. But with the rocks and hard ground, it'll take several hours to dig the grave. David Hammer and his boys offered to dig. They were able to get a few hours in yesterday as a head start. The funerals before the EMP were much easier. Then, Mick Michelson used his backhoe. Now, his backhoe and all the rest of his farm equipment are the equivalent of giant paperweights. "Good morning, Molly," Deanne, already working on today's meal, says as I walk into the kitchen. It's early, the sun isn't even fully up, but she's well into her cooking. She looks exhausted. Did she even sleep? "Hello, Deanne. What time did you start?" "Oh, I don't know, an hour or so ago. Didn't sleep well last night, so I figured I might as well get to it. I didn't wake you up, did I?" "Not at all. I didn't even realize you were here. Jake's just getting ready. He'll be right out." "Coffee's ready." She motions to a thermos on the counter. "Ah, wonderful. Let me have a cup, then I'll start on today's bread." "You've been cleared to be up and around today?" "No, but I'm not going to worry about it. Other than the slight headache yesterday, I had no other physical issues. I'm pretty sure I'm fine." I shrug my response to Deanne. She gives me an understanding nod. "What are you making?" I ask, motioning to the ingredients spread in front of her. Pasta casserole is something like a lasagna, only not layered. Since we've salvaged a decent amount of pasta from the houses, it seems smart to use it up. It's all different shapes, but I figure if I use one style per dish, it should cook evenly. I'm adding a little meat to most of them. A couple will only have cheese, and one will be vegan. Even at the end of the world, we still have people on special diets. I silently wonder about the few people who were eating paleo or low carb before the attacks. Will they eat the pasta casserole? I was one who watched my carbs before all of this. It helped with keeping my weight in check. Now, with counting our calories and the increased activity, as opposed to me sitting at a desk most of the day for work, carbs don't seem to be as much of a weight-adding issue. But I know at least one person in the community who found limiting carbs to help with her arthritis symptoms. I wonder how she's faring. I'll search her out at the funeral service today and ask. "Morning, honey," Jake says, giving me a quick peck. "Ready for me to start the bread oven?" "In about an hour. Since I didn't start the sourdough loaves last night, I'll make the Cuban yeast bread." "Sure, an hour it is. That should be right after breakfast, which I'm making this morning. You're still taking it easy." "No need," Deanne interjects. "I have an oatmeal breakfast cake mixed up and ready for the oven. If you want to light the bread oven now, we can bake it and all of these casseroles out there also. No sense heating up the kitchen if we can avoid it." "Sounds like a plan," Jake says as he heads out the door. As I'm kneading the bread, I realize my stomach feels pretty good today. Maybe I'm finally getting back to normal. I think of Belinda. She went downstairs to get a pregnancy test for me to take, just to be sure. I never did take the test. 50-year-old women who've already started menopause rarely get pregnant. Even so, I feel like I should take the test, more than anything because Belinda wanted me to. About mid-morning, Deputy Fred arrives. I offer him the final cup of coffee from the thermos while Tony runs to find Jake. "So, Fred, I hear your cousin's family is here." Yep, not my cousin. He didn't make it. Died just down the road. They were attacked. His wife and children managed to find a hiding place which spared them. I'm broken up about losing my cuz, but at least his wife and girls are okay. I brought them home with me. They're in a pretty bad way." He gives an exaggerated frown. "It's a miracle you were able to find them." "That it is. I'd been out looking every day. I knew they should get here soon, so I was checking. You see, we were able to make contact when the phones were up and working, so I was expecting them." I nod my response as he says, "We've beefed up security after this." My cousin's death was only a few miles from here. Now we're making sure only authorized people get into Bakerville. We had a single person stationed at the main road before. We've doubled them up and added 2 people at the secondary road. You probably heard about this since your group's involved. A little. Yes. No sense telling him how much I hate it. Hate isn't the right word. I want us to do our part for sure. I just don't like putting my family in danger. Jake enters through the back door saying, "Fred, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine, Jake." Fred gives a wave of his hand. "I thought about calling you on the radio, but decided this was best to tell in person." With our grapevine system of communication, the walkie-talkie radios we're using to communicate are anything but private. For Fred to call us, his message would be relayed by 6 to 8 people before a radio, near enough, had put out a call we would be able to receive. A few people in the community had ham radios. All but one are known to be fried. The final one we don't yet know about. The owner took down the antenna and disconnected everything as soon as the alert arrived. He even moved the parts to his root cellar. He says when we reach day 30 post-electromagnetic pulse, he'll then start thinking about putting it back together. Until then, it stays stowed away. He fears a secondary attack. Most of us agree additional attacks are unlikely, but we understand his concern. I'm anxious for him to set it up so we can get news from the outside. We hear rumors but don't have concrete info. Was the U.S. hit by nukes? Is there even still a U.S.? As far as I'm concerned, yes. We even have a small hope we might be able to find out news of Jake's brother and his family. Surely someone near Robert's home in California will have an amateur radio system. "Okay, Fred, what's going on?" Jake asks. "That Lydia chick offed herself," he says casually. I gasp while Jake shakes his head. Fred continues with, "Yep, used her pants and the doorknob. Can't say I'm overly upset about it. Saves me having to house her until we can decide what to do with her." He looks pleased as he nods his head. I know Kelly Hudson isn't going to be very happy about it. She made a big deal of telling me the lady was mentally ill. Yeah, well, no kidding. She also killed an important member of our community. Tammy was worth a dozen people like her. While I don't completely disagree with him, it's still hard to hear him talk about her like she's nothing. So, he continues, John Dawson's talking to Judge Avery right now, but you should be able to keep the children with no problem. Oh, so that's how it is. Jake catches my eye. We're very fond of Lydia's children, and Sarah's especially fond of them, but we already have Tony and Lily. Do we have the resources to care for 3 more? Of course not, but no one does. Jake relays my thoughts perfectly. We completely understand the children need to be cared for, Fred, and as far as we know, there isn't a father in the picture, or any other relatives. Yep, true. Seems she was a bit of a, we do already have Tony and Lily, Jake interrupts, at least until their dad gets back. Do you think there might be someone else who would want to take Lydia's children? Not a chance. Besides, Dawson says since you found them, you keep them. The laugh he gives lacks all humor. Jake gives a single grim nod. I guess I've known Lydia, and her children would likely be with us from the day they carried her in on the stretcher. I thought she'd eventually recover and could be a mom to her children, though. We'll happily keep them, I say. Knew we could count on you, Molly. We're going to bury Lydia as soon as we can get the digging done. Didn't figure we'd need a community meal since she isn't really a part of us. You want some kind of graveside service for the kids? It'd be the right thing to do, Jake says. Where are you burying her? Same place as the ones your wife killed. Our own little potter's field. Ouch. What he said is technically true. I did kill them. Well, one of them. My girls killed the other 2 while fighting for their lives. But the way he says it, it sounds terrible. We'll take her, I say. We'll bury her on our land. If we're going to raise her children here, it's only right. Jake finishes for me. Suit yourself. He shrugs. We haven't started the digging yet. You want to send someone for her body? Yep, be right there. Fred, where is she? Jake asks. I don't know where you set up the jail. Not much of a jail. It's just a shed I reinforced at my place. It has a big sign on it. You won't be able to miss it. She's inside. Better hurry before she starts stinking up the place. Don't need that mess to deal with. And don't go to the house. My relatives are still in mourning. Of course. I'll be there in a few minutes. After Deputy Fred leaves, Jake pulls me into his arms. Well, I guess it only makes sense for us to take them. Yes, but not us. Sarah and Tate. You think? What about their baby? They already stay with them, and it's not like she doesn't have all of us here to help. We need to talk to them. The children need to know before you bring her remains home.
Chapter 65. Lindsey. Saturday, day 24. Meeteetse, Wyoming. Good morning, sunshine. Logan wakes me with a kiss. Hey! My voice is hoarse with sleep. I clear my throat. Is it time? Think so. I hear people moving around, talking. Sounds like we might be the only ones still in bed. Yeah, okay. The sooner we get going, the sooner we get there. Finally, I sit up and expel a huge breath. Maybe, before you go greet our new friends, Logan says with a smile, you might want to spend a little time with your toothbrush. Oh, really? Right back at you, Mr. Maverick. I pinch my nose and make a face of mock disgust. Logan laughs and grabs me into a quick hug. I'm so glad we'll be there today. It's been such a... I search for the word. Hard? Difficult? Nightmarish? I know, Logan says, his lips right by my ear. But we've made it. And we've made a difference. You were right, insisting we help Barbara and the others. And taking everyone to Bakerville with us, it's the right thing to do. The time is always right to do what is right. He gives me a look. Gandhi. No, but I can't remember who. Gosh, I know this too. Maybe when I wake up a little more, I'll remember. Right now, I have a date with my toothbrush. Shortly after 7 o'clock, the mayor, the Dosen family, and a neighborhood lady who Sylvia called Bee arrive. Bee brought homemade bread, 2 quarts of milk, and 2 small plastic containers. One had butter, the other a soft, creamy cheese. I almost drool at the sight of the feast. "Thought you should have a little breakfast before you leave," she says. Yes, before you leave," the mayor parrots. "What can I do to help you get on your way?" Geez, he seems terribly anxious for us to go. Logan and Ray ask him to help move a few final items, and he readily agrees. We're pulling out of Metitsi at 7:45, 15 minutes ahead of our 8 o'clock goal. Everyone is, understandably, jubilant. We've all been traveling for so long, getting to Bakerville was starting to feel like a pipe dream. The Hoffmans and Dosens will stay a few days before continuing on. While the Dosens don't need the rest, the Hoffmans most certainly do. After taking the bikes off the Ford flatbed, we moved and secured the gear and supplies from the F-150 to the flatbed. The only way our large group could all fit was by enlisting the bed of the F-150 for people hauling. Barbara and Logan are leading our convoy in the large flatbed, with Barbara at the wheel and Logan riding shotgun, holding his shotgun. Ray is next on Logan's Harley. I think I saw a little tear in Logan's eye as he watched Ray mount up. No doubt, he'd much rather be riding than inside the cab of the truck. The F-150 follows, driven by Carlene. Sabrina is in the passenger's seat, pulling out a pump 20 gauge from the sister's shopping cart after seeing Logan with his shotgun. Sylvia and the older children, Nicole, Amy, the 3 Dosen brothers, plus the brothers' mom and aunt, are piled into the bed of the truck. The Pacer is next. Gina is driving with Bobby in the passenger seat. Kim, Nate, and Naomi are in the back seat. Nate wasn't at all happy about riding in the car. He wanted to ride in the pickup. Kim put the kibosh on it, saying she needed him in the car with her to help with Naomi. I'm on my bike, finishing up the procession. Our plan is slow and easy. Logan and I have definitely learned that a steady, safe pace is the best way to go. As we pass the bridge over the Grey Bull River to leave Metitsi, several men are standing on the side of the road in front of a motel and campground. The men who, according to Sylvia, may have been behind Nicole's abduction. One catches my eye. A chill runs through me as he stares me down. Soon, they're in my mirror as we travel the highway with farmland on either side. At our sedate pace, it takes an hour and a half to reach a large, lately well-known ranch 10 miles outside of Cody. The ranch made headlines when it was purchased by husband and wife celebrities. There were rumors Cody was on its way to becoming the next Jackson. Not now, of course. Now, celebrity or not, we're all just trying to survive. Nothing like an EMP to even out the societal field. We skirt Cody, choosing to travel by the airport and avoid the bulk of town, before finding the road that continues north to Prospect. We're close to our turnoff when I hear gunfire. Barbara suddenly increases her speed, and we all follow suit. The people in the back of the pickup hit the deck, making themselves almost invisible. At a turnoff on the highway, the big Ford pulls over. Once everyone is parked, I step off my bike. Logan is out of the truck. "Everyone okay?" he asks. "What happened?" I ask. "I heard the shots but didn't see anyone." "They were on top of a roof," Barbara says, looking terribly pale. "Logan saw them right before the first shot rang out. I thought for sure." Her voice fades away. Logan walks around the big Ford, then goes to the F-150. He stops at the back bumper. Looks like a shot took out the taillight. Sylvia, who was sitting only a foot from there, blanches. Sabrina touches her arm and quietly asks, "You're okay? You weren't hit?" "I'm fine," Sylvia whispers. "You sure it was hit?" I ask. "You know, this truck is pretty banged up. Wasn't the taillight already out?" "Not this one. The other one was." I nod. "Well, looks like we're okay other than that. Should we get back on the road?" "Bathroom break first?" Barbara asks, motioning to taller scrubby sagebrush along the side of the road. No trees in sight, so this will have to do for privacy. An hour later, we're at the edge of Prospect, once again skirting the town. This time, we make it through the populated area without incident. Again, we find a pullout after the town to regroup. Whew, I'm sure glad we're riding instead of walking, but my body isn't used to that position, Ray says, stumbling off the bike. I hear you, man. When we were riding, those early days were hard. I had calluses where people shouldn't have calluses. Right, Lindsey? Logan, I admonish, with a shake of my head and a slight smile. He pulls me close into a hug.
Chapter 66. Sylvia. Saturday, day 24. Outside of Prospect, Wyoming. I watch as Logan and Lindsey embrace. It's wonderful to see the love these two share. Maybe someday I can have a relationship, a marriage, full of love. Of course, my chances of it might be over. Not a lot of men my age in the retirement community of Bakerville. I catch Sabrina's eye. She gives me a slight nod. I know she wants love, marriage, and children. No use worrying about this today. Today is the day we'll finally end our trek, and that's cause for celebration. I can worry about what the future may bring another day. Sabrina signals me to move over to the side. Once I'm there, she quietly says, "They make a cute couple, very much in love." I nod but say nothing. Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Scripture. Out of habit, I want to roll my eyes, call it hogwash. Instead, I say, "How is it you always know what I'm thinking?" She makes a motion with her index finger, touching her temple and then pointing toward mine. I get you, girl. You know that. I can't help but laugh. She does get me. You doing okay? Still a little freaked out by bullets hitting so close to me, I admit. Yeah, freak me out too. She gives me a small smile and taps my arm. Everyone ready to go? Barbara asks, walking back to the flatbed Ford. I'd like to get where we're going and be done traveling for a bit. Agreed, Sabrina and I say in unison. Riding in the back of a pickup truck isn't something I've ever done before today. I have to admit, I love it. I love the feeling of the wind in my hair. Of course, it's not at all comfortable. Sabrina suggested putting our sleeping mats out to provide a little cushion. Unfortunately, the mats are only large enough for 2 people each. I gave mine to Nicole and Amy. The Dosen sisters are using Sabrina's mat. The teenage boys and I are toughing it out. I should have spread out my sleeping bag. It would have at least provided a little cushion. Even with the breeze, it's still hot. The sun is relentless, beating down on us and reflecting off the metal of the truck. I feel a trickle of sweat at my mid-back. We're making good time, maybe going a little faster than before. The big Ford, still in the lead, crests a small hill. Ray is at the base of the hill as the Ford goes over the top. Before Ray makes it to the pinnacle, the air is filled with the crunch of metal, the breaking of glass. A torrent of gunfire follows. I again throw myself to the bottom of the bed as Carlene swerves the truck to the side of the road, flinging me about like a rag doll. Everyone, get down, Sabrina commands. I peek up, looking through the back window and out the windshield. Ray has stopped the bike and is creeping up the hill. Behind us, the Pacer and Lindsey have also stopped. Seconds later, Lindsey is by the side of the truck, rifle in hand. She has a frantic look about her, understandable considering the truck her husband was in. Well, we don't really know what's happening with it, but it went over the hill before the commotion started. My gut is screaming, danger, danger. Sylvia, can you keep everyone here? I'm going to see what's happening. Let's get everyone hidden in the ditch, Lindsey orders. Okay, yes. You want me to go with you? Sabrina asks. Please. Sabrina takes the shotgun and they sprint toward Ray, now hiding behind a boulder near the top of the hill. I hustle to get everyone into a secure position. Not that I really have a clue what I'm doing, but I try to think about what would be safe. Should I get the rifles out of the shopping cart? We might need them. Sylvie, I thought we'd be safe in cars. Naomi quietly says, "I know, sweetie, me too."
Chapter 67. Lindsey. Saturday, day 24. Near Bakerville, Wyoming. I can barely breathe. Logan, please be okay. Please be okay. The gunfire has dropped off. Instead of a steady bombardment, it's an occasional discharge. You ready? I ask Sabrina. Ready. We trot up the hill to where Ray is cowering behind a boulder. Large boulders and sagebrush dot the side of the road. I get an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. The landscape is so much like the area we found Barbara and the others. Only then, Logan was with me, by my side. Now, Logan, he's fine. He has to be fine. He's probably on the floor of the truck, protected by the engine block. He'll be smart about staying concealed behind cover. He has his pistol on his hip, his backup on his ankle, and a shotgun. He can protect himself and Barbara. They'll be fine. Fine. As I reach the crest of the hill, the déjà vu intensifies. Sabrina and I walk in a crouch to Ray. He hears us and turns. The sadness on his face is evident. What do we have? I ask in my cop voice, keeping my tone low. Stay professional. Logan is fine. He's fine. It's not good, Ray whispers. I shift my gaze downhill. It's a steeper slope than most on this road. The climb up was abrupt, and so is the descent, a good place for an ambush. Our truck, the truck Logan is in the ditch, leaning precariously. The front tire is gone, lying 50 feet away. The blue pickup shows many glints of silver, bullet holes, riddled with bullet holes. I suck in a breath. He's fine. Logan is fine. He's hiding behind the engine block. In front of the truck is a blockade of cars and railroad ties. The ties have been piled like a wall. There, Sabrina says, pointing to movement behind the barricade. There are several people, Ray says. I've counted 5, maybe 6. They're all dressed similarly, so it's hard to keep track. I notice a slight accent to his voice, something I hadn't heard last night. British, maybe? Sabrina gives him a strange look. He clears his throat. So, what are you thinking? I hesitate as I adjust my weapon. I'm going to provide cover so Logan and Barbara can get out and get to safety. A look passes between Ray and Sabrina. I want to scream at them. Logan is fine. He's fine. I hold my tongue. My shotgun isn't going to be much good at this distance, Sabrina says. True. You can be my spotter. We'll see if we can even the odds a bit, then we'll really let loose so Logan can get out of the truck. You and Ray can use your handguns. We'll make lots of noise. Should we have Sylvia come up? I think about it for a second. No. You and Ray for now. They're safer back there. Sylvia will make sure of it. I take only a moment to assess the situation and find a comfortable yet concealed perch. Within a few seconds, one of the attackers moves, lifting his head above the railroad ties. I don't hesitate. There's a pink spray before I hear the report of my rifle. Good shot, Sabrina says. My good shot receives a huge response from the other side. We're fired upon. We scrunch low. Be right back, Ray says as he races down the hill. Great. Run and hide. We didn't need his help anyway. Sabrina and I stay down, out of the line of fire. I want to try another shot from here, then we'll probably have to move. Once the salvo stops, I scour the blockade. Far right, Sabrina says. I just saw movement.
Chapter 68. Sylvia, Saturday, day 24, near Bakerville, Wyoming. We've moved the pickup and pacer slightly to give us a little extra protection as we hide in the ditch. Even though Lindsey thought I should get everyone organized and protected, Kim takes over, and she's amazing. It was her idea to move the cars. Where I'm sitting, I can see Sabrina. She, Lindsey, and Ray are behind a small rock outcropping. Lindsey shot her rifle and got a huge response from the others, the ones I think of as the bad guys. What else could they be? Ray runs back down the hill toward us, moving fast but carefully, pistol against his leg, muzzle pointing toward the ground. As he gets closer, I can tell it's not the handgun Sabrina loaned him to carry. It's still in the holster. Maybe Lindsey gave him one. He moves into our hiding area, looks at Kim and says, "Your skills are needed. There are at least half a dozen of them. Well, one less thanks to Lindsey." Kim shakes her head and says, "No getting around this?" "Doesn't look like it. The gig is up. You're on." "Let's set up a backup perimeter," she says, in a strong and fully professional voice. The flighty, flirty Kim is no more. "Who here can shoot?" I start to raise my hand when she says, "You're my spotter, Sylvia. You have those cute little binoculars for watching birds? Get them out. Might as well give me the AR-15 you two have been hiding in your shopping cart. Not what I'd prefer, but don't suppose you have a Barrett hidden away, do you?" "A Barrett? No. Just the shotgun Sabrina was using, a .22, and the AR. She rolls her eyes. "I'll make do with the AR, but you bring the .22 in case we need it. I assume you have plenty of ammo for each." "Plenty. We have some. I guess it depends on how well you can shoot as to whether there's plenty," I chide. "Don't worry about me," she says with a wink. "Nicole, you stay back here with your brother and sister. Keep them safe. You can shoot the handgun your dad's been training you on." "Yes," Nicole stutters. "Good. Watch your muzzle and handle it properly." "I'm a decent shot," Carlene says. Turning to her daughter, she commands, "Amy, stay with Nicole." When it's all said and done, one of the twin brothers and his aunt, armed with my Beretta and my ankle pistol, along with the injured lady from Lindsey's group, incapacitated with a broken wrist, stay behind with Kim's children and Amy. The rest of us slink up the hill. We've passed out all of the available weapons. Kim directs where everyone will be, finding other rock formations to use as cover. She stations the other 2 Dosen boys on the hillside, facing the Pacer and F-150. You 2 are to watch for any threats from the south. Protect our children. No scopes on the rifles, but they'll have to do, and you're both sure you can shoot? "Yes, ma'am," the older boy says. "I'll use the .223, and he'll use the .22. We've both shot weapons like this many times. Maybe not quite as nice as this one." He gestures, looking a little embarrassed. Kim points to where she wants them and has the rest of us on the move. She points where she wants Carlene, the twins' mom, and the other girl from Carlene's group. Gina, I think was her name, positioned slightly down from the crest, able to see our vehicles and also the other side of the hill. "One of you behind each rock," Kim barks. "Keep your head down. You're here only as a precaution. Don't want you getting shot. Glance back toward our kids every once in a while. Keep an eye out. Ray, find a spot. Sylvia, we're going right there. The Primo location." Kim moves us to a slight depression on the left side of the small highway. We don't have any nice rock outcroppings like the others. We have sagebrush and medium-sized boulders. Definitely not what I'd consider a Primo location. I'd prefer something to hide behind. Once we're in position, I have my first glimpse of the carnage. The flatbed is halfway down the hill in the ditch. From my angle, I can see the front end is crunched and the back window is broken out. I can't see Logan or Barbara. I can't imagine I want to see either of them. It can't be good. Kim quickly lies flat, prone. I glance over at Lindsey. She's also on her stomach, focused on whatever she sees through her scope. As I'm watching, her rifle barks. The bad guys return fire. I'm flat on my stomach in the hole in the ground, trying to make myself as small as possible. I turn my head to the left to where Carlene and the others are. They're each scrunched low, making sure no part of their body can be a target. As soon as the shooting stops, Kim says, "All right, help me find a target. You know what to do?" I look at her. Is she crazy? How would I know what to do? She rolls her eyes. Just tell me if you see anyone moving and where they are. Then, when I shoot, if I miss them, you need to tell me which way to adjust. Got it? If you shoot and the shot goes too far left, I tell you? Yeah. Then give me the distance of how far I was off. Who even knows if this rifle you've been clanking around in a metal cage all over Wyoming can shoot straight? We're at a definite disadvantage. Guess it'll have to do. Oh, hey, there's a head, she says as she fires. I barely have time to register what's happening, let alone watch where the shot lands. Where was it? She growls as they return fire. I'm not sure. I wasn't ready. You're going to have to stay on the ball. As soon as they stop shooting, I'm going again. There's a guy right in the middle. He'll be my target. Be ready this time. I'm still on my stomach, trying to stay low. I position the binoculars so I can watch. My heart is pounding. Being shot at, being yelled at by Kim. I'm shutting down, getting tunnel vision. I take a deep breath through my nose and forcefully exhale through my mouth. I inhale again. Lord, be with us. The involuntary petition accompanies my breath. My exhale is calming and cleansing. True to her word, no sooner does their volley stop, Kim whispers, "Now," as she retaliates with one single shot. Somehow, I'm ready and watch as she shoots. You caught his shoulder, his right shoulder, I say, as they shoot at us again. This is quickly getting old. How much ammo can they have? This time, the shooting ends almost as soon as it starts, perhaps giving me an answer to my question. That should give him something to think about, Kim says. We watch as a person to the left rises up just slightly. Lindsey takes advantage of his appearance, firing her weapon. She doesn't miss. Kim's immediately ready and lines up another shot. There, I whisper. She takes an audible breath, then fires. A spray of blood. I feel like puking, but hold myself together. Kim is almost gleeful as she says, "Just like riding a bicycle." Did her dad teach her how to be a sniper too? The bad guys return fire. When they stop firing, Lindsey shoots. Someone cries out and flops into view. Kim shoots. The back and forth continues. It's a waiting game. The bad guys shoot every so often, but not nearly as much as I'd expect. Conserving ammo? We keep waiting for movement so we can zero in on them. I try to help Kim, but often she sees them first. Sometimes she shoots before I even realize what's happening. The dust kicks up nearby as they attempt to return fire. Ray found new concealment after a very close call. One of the ladies from Lindsey's group couldn't handle being in the line of fire and is now down where the children are. From the little Lindsey shared about what the women had gone through, I understand. Carlene, who has also been through a lot, sticks it out. When we've been fired upon, she's even fired back. Kim told her to knock it off and leave the sniping to the pros. Okay, then. So that's 6, Kim says sometime later. Might mean something if we knew for sure how many we started with. Kim motions to Ray. It takes a few seconds before she catches his attention, and he slides over. What do you think? He asks. A slight accent to his voice I've never noticed before. British? German? I can't quite place it. I'm done with this. It's way too hot and exposed up on this hill. Let's wrap it up. You want to be the bait? Not really, but I guess it's time. I think, between the two of you, you got 6. His voice has returned to normal. Maybe I was hearing things. Right. You catch any movement, Sylvia? No, nothing since the last person. I think it might have been a woman. Yeah, well, too bad for her, Kim says. Ray, you want to go over and tell Lindsey the plan? Make sure she's ready? Not that I think she won't be. Looks like she has nerves of steel. I glance over at Lindsey. She does look very determined. My guess? She's just holding it together, doing what she has to do, going through the motions. Kim, however, the woman is a cyborg through and through. My mom would probably diagnose her with all kinds of things. Ray starts to scoot over toward Lindsey when I catch movement from behind the barricade. Kim, far left. Darn, I wasn't ready, she says. Not like me to not be paying attention. I was thinking about how much I'm looking forward to getting to your folks' place. What do you think the chances of them having a juicy steak ready to barbecue would be? Slim would be my guess. Seriously? Isn't this cattle country? I guess. It freaks me out you're talking about food when we're... I motion to encompass what we are doing. Oh yeah, I guess it would. Sorry. There. A shadow about the same spot, I say. Oh wait, it's a flag. A white full... The word isn't even out of my mouth before Kim shoots. As the person falls, the white flag catches a slight breeze and drifts higher. Kim! A white flag means surrender, I sputter. Oops. Oh well, it's not like we can take a prisoner along with us. Probably the last one, he realized he was in a no-win situation. Ray can do his thing, but we're probably done here. She signals to Ray, who shakes his head at her before starting to make his way along the edge to the roadblock, handgun at the ready. It's many minutes, with no movement other than Ray, before he cautiously approaches Logan's truck. He spends only a few seconds at the truck before moving on. That doesn't bode well. Ray disappears into the ditch. I'm starting to wonder where he went when I catch movement far on the other side of the roadblock. Pretty impressive the way he wormed his way around it. I have no idea how he did it, but it's impressive. These two are certainly much more than they've let on. Like the movie with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. What was it? There he is, Kim says proudly. He'll signal if there are any left. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. That's who they are. Spies, secret agents, assassins, mercenaries. Great. Just what we need in Bakerville. I hope they at least work for the good guys. Finally, Ray gives a signal. Kim says loudly so all on the hilltop can hear. That's it. This mess is finished. Got them all. I quickly look to Lindsey and Sabrina. Lindsey's shoulders droop. Her chin falls to her chest. Sabrina puts her arm around her. I watch as her body convulses, racked with sobs.
Chapter 69. Molly, Saturday, day 24, Bakerville, Wyoming. Jake and I find Sarah in the garden. Lydia's 3 children and Lily are with her. She's attempting to teach them the difference between weeds and plants. Where's Tate? I ask. Up at the Snyders. They're doing some kind of drills for the militia. From there, he's going up to work on the tractors. I'm going to see if Evan wants to go with me, Jake says. I'll talk with Tate while I'm up there. I nod as Jake kisses me goodbye. Can I talk to you for a minute, Sarah? Outside the garden? Her look is full of questions. I motion with my head to the other side of the fence. She nods and turns to Mark, Lydia's oldest. Can you play with the younger children, Mark? Over on the edge, where you won't hurt any of the plants. Remember, these are our food. We depend on this food. I'll take care of them, Sarah. You can count on me. He gives her a huge, heart-melting smile, which Sarah returns. He's so sweet, she says as soon as we're on the other side of the fence. They all are. It's hard to believe they can be so wonderful with the life we think they've had. And now, with what Lydia's done... She killed herself, I whisper. What? Deputy Fred was just here, told us she hung herself. Oh no, the children. I give her an imploring look and a slight shrug. Me? Mom, can they be... Tears fill her eyes. Oh, I love them so much already. You think even though I'm going to have a baby, they can stay with us and be mine? Ours? Tate loves them too. We talk about it. I've been praying for a big family. Do you think this is my answer? You've been praying? She sighs. Yes, a little. At first, it wasn't really a prayer, just a hope. We've wanted children, and after losing our first baby, I guess what I've been doing is praying. I never really thought God would answer. After all, I've turned my back on him, so why would he answer? And when we lost the baby, it was further proof to me God didn't exist. And if he did, he certainly wasn't interested in me. But lately, things feel different. I catch myself talking, petitioning, praying, not just for my baby, but for a family, for our safety, for so much. I pull her into a hug. When we release, she says, I'm not saying I'm a believer again, but maybe I'm interested. The sermons David Hammer gives are compelling. They make me want to learn more. She shrugs. So what do we need to do? Will there be a formal arrangement? An adoption? Fred said the lawyer and the judge want our family to keep them. Jake and I shake my head. They love you. I don't know about an adoption. I can't imagine there's anything legal set up now. We'll just have to take it day by day. It's not going to be easy. Things will probably come up as they get older, and we'll have to tell them about their mom. Jake's going to get her, and we'll bury her here. I'll tell them. You think Jake was going to have Tate come back here? I should wait for him. We'll tell them together. When Jake finally returns, he and Evan take Lydia's remains to our ice house. Built out of rocks and stones, it's a double-walled building with an insulated space between the two walls. We've never used it as an ice house, other than testing it one winter. Building it was one of those crazy things we did when planning our retreat. Who's crazy now? Even without ice right now, the construction of the ice house will make it cool enough to keep Lydia until she can be buried. While Jake was gone, a few of our other men asked me to point them to the cemetery. This was something Jake and I had discussed early in our property planning, an option for home burial. We have a lot of rocks in our area, which made building an ice house out of rocks a smart move. It also makes digging things by hand difficult. Surprisingly, there are a few sections on our land with amazing soil and fewer than average rocks. Still a lot of rocks by many standards, but less by our standards. One of the areas is where our large garden is located. The second area, a much smaller section near the far western edge of our property, is what we determined would be our graveyard, should the need arise. I walked Leo, Mike, and Tim to the location, and they got to work. After Jake and Evan finish in the ice house, they both join me in the kitchen. Everything go okay? I ask. They glance at each other before Jake says, Yeah, it was fine. You were gone longer than I expected, so I wasn't sure. Sarah talked with the children. Deanne and I will get her, ready. They may want to see her. I don't know if they should, but Sarah thought they might. Don't think they should, Evan says. Let them remember her from before. They had a few nice visits with her on days she was lucid, right? Yes, there were times she was fine and would ask for them. Best to leave it at that, then. Okay, sure. Molly, Jake says quietly, did you or Malcolm hit her yesterday? Well, yes. That's how her arm was broken, remember? No, I mean in the face. I stopped to think. Did we? Malcolm hit her with the practice sword in the gut and then the arm. I never touched her, just held her at gunpoint until Jake and Leo showed up. No, just the stomach and the arm. It's possible she was hit during the struggle with either Tammy or Belinda, Evan says with a nod. I guess, I agree. None of us know what happened then. What's going on? She has a lot of bruising to her face, and Jake and Evan share the look again. And, I ask? They both shrug. Things just don't quite add up, that's all, Jake says. We're late because we went up to Jesse Richardson's place. You know him? Maybe? His wife is the retired florist? Jake looks at Evan for confirmation. He shakes his head and shrugs. Don't know, but Jesse's a retired police detective from New York, Jake says. I'm waiting for more, but neither of them continues. Okay, so? Even though no one else is in the kitchen, or even in the house, Jake whispers conspiratorially, so he thinks things are a little odd. Jesse suggested Dr. Sam take a look at her before we bury her. Because of the bruises? Again, the shared look and a slight nod from both of them. What are they not telling me? But The door bursts open. Tony and Malcolm come rushing in. "What's wrong?" Jake asks. Both he and Evan are instantly on full alert. "Nothing," Malcolm says, while Tony shrugs. "So why are you barging in here like your hair's on fire?" Evan asks. "Oh, I guess we didn't think. Sorry," Malcolm says, realizing we're always on edge these days. "We just wanted to see if TJ was still visiting his mom. We finished our job, and Art told us to go play, so we thought TJ might want to play too." "If he's done visiting with his mom," Tony adds, "we know he's pretty upset about his mom being hurt and his grandma dying. Thought maybe we'd make him feel better." He gives a small smile. "You boys are very thoughtful," I say. "Why don't you calmly walk down the stairs and ask if he wants to join you?" As they leave, I look to Jake to finish our conversation. Instead, he says, "We'll talk later." Deanne said that since she has the casseroles ready, she'll get Lydia ready. Do you have something she can wear? We dress Lydia in a skirt and blouse. Deanne does a nice job of preparing her. We add a scarf around her neck to cover the ligature marks. Once she's presentable, I let Sarah know so she can bring the children in. "Mark decided against seeing her," she says. "He made the decision for all of them since he's the oldest. He thinks it'd be better for them to remember how she was when she was getting better. Those few days when the detox was working before the mental illness took over. He says those were wonderful days, and she was the kind of mom he thought they should have always had." "I think he's wise beyond his 7 years," I say. "Yeah, he's probably had to be the grown-up around the place more often than not. I hope we can give him a childhood, at least more than he's had. I know we all have to work around here, but I plan to still make it fun and make sure they all know how much they're loved. He told me Sissy's real name, Jennifer. He asked if we should start calling her that. What do you think?" "I don't know. I think maybe it should be up to her. She might think of herself as Sissy, at least right now, but when she's older, she might change her mind."
Chapter 70. Lindsey. Saturday, day 24, near Bakerville, Wyoming. He's dead. Logan's dead. Kind, sweet Logan. He didn't even have a chance. They executed him. He'll never know about my change of heart, how I want to have his baby. His baby. That can't happen now. Logan is dead. Barbara's dead, too. I've tried to piece together what happened. There was something in the road. Some kind of homemade bomb, maybe. The front wheel was blown off, causing them to crash. Then they were shot many times. I don't think he suffered. I hope he didn't suffer. Logan, my husband, he's dead. We're almost home, Sabrina says softly. We can bury them when we get there. Sylvia and I have liners for our sleeping bags. We can wrap Logan and Barbara in those. That's very kind of you, I managed to choke out. You sure you don't mind losing those? Not at all. They're not clean. We've been using them since we left home 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry we don't have anything better. I almost laugh at her concern about wrapping my dead husband in a dirty sheet. Instead, I'm back to crying. Logan, we were supposed to grow old together.
Chapter 71. Sylvia. Saturday, day 24. Near Bakerville, Wyoming. Logan's and Barbara's remains are in the bed of the F-150. Lindsey wants to sit with him, take these final few miles to be by his side, so the Dosen boy's aunt offers to ride Lindsey's bike. She's ridden before, but it's been a few years. With the remains in the pickup, we do some rearranging. Not everyone is comfortable riding in the back with 2 dead bodies. I'm on one side of Lindsey, Sabrina the other. We're both trying to support her and be watchful. Carlene is driving, slowly, cautiously. We were so close. We made it through some terrible things. For Logan to be murdered so close to home, we were sure Bakerville would be safe. I don't know what to say, so I pat her arm and nod. Of course, I guess I should know better. My mom was injured, shot while they were out on a supply run. Not in Bakerville, but not too far away. Sabrina, once again, knows how to respond. She pulls Lindsey close and whispers to her, I can't hear but have no doubt it's all the right things. I pay attention to the surroundings, glancing around, looking for danger. I think about Kim. Danger is nearby when she is. She, herself, is dangerous. She and Ray both. Beyond dangerous. They'll need to be on their way as soon as possible. I worry about the children. Sabrina and I have grown incredibly fond of them. Will Ray and Kim put the kids in danger? The way Kim gunned down the last person, the one who was surrendering, makes me think she's fully unhinged. Part of me agrees with her assessment. We couldn't take a prisoner, but the other part of me feels like she violated something important, some kind of humanitarian law. The children could end up in a dangerous situation because of her derangement. I need to talk to my mom. As a psych nurse, she'll know what to do. Derangement? Is that what it is? Maybe multiple personality is a better description. Both Kim and Ray. Or maybe they really are spies. Ha. After the shooting was done and Ray gave the all clear, after we found Logan and Barbara, there was a short discussion on what to do with the other bodies. Kim mentioned a bonfire, not practical. It was decided to stack them in the ditch. Ray offered to take care of it. Kim, almost gleefully, volunteered to assist. Death doesn't seem to bother her. I stood watch while they performed the grisly task, making sure I was looking anywhere but at those empty faces. The one I thought was a woman was a teenage boy, not even old enough to shave. I barely kept it together after realizing this. Also standing watch, for a different purpose, were the scavenger birds, a murder of crows. Or are they ravens? A group of ravens is an unkindness. Both names seem fitting, whether ravens or crows. Whatever they are, they were waiting to do the job they've been designed for. I wonder how long we were gone before they started their work. I shake my head to drive away the macabre thoughts. Focus on the landscape. Such a beautiful area. One of the reasons Mom and Phil picked this place. Mountain ranges in almost all directions, plus their large mountain standing alone, rising from the floor of the basin. Prospector Peak. This spot we're in, where Logan and Barbara were murdered, casually referred to as the wasteland, definitely lives up to its name from the road. Barren, with scraggly, short sagebrush and numerous bare spots, with patches of prickly cactus. Besides the scavenger birds, antelope, mule deer, and the occasional elk also make their home in this desolate country. So do rattlesnakes. While this desolate area appears to leave much to be desired, unless you're a wild animal or slither along the ground, it's beautiful from a distance, especially from the buttes of Bakerville. Mom and Phil can't see it from their house, but while visiting with their friends for a barbecue when I was here last time, I was amazed. The sun was setting and hit Prospector Peak and the wasteland just right. The mountain and parched land lit up with gold and copper sparks, almost like a fireworks show. Bakerville isn't very far from here and is like an oasis in the desert, set in the shadow of the mountains on the edge of the wilderness. People think of Wyoming as flat and barren, and while many areas are, Bakerville is almost lush. Oh, there's still plenty of sagebrush and cactus and native grasses, but there's also more trees, thanks to 4 different creeks and a good-sized river coming out of the mountains. Mom and Phil have a creek running through their property, creating an almost park-like setting. Their nearest neighbors have used the available water to create a virtually self-sustaining paradise. They've even taken their place a step further and set it up as some sort of homesteading school. I have to admit, I had no idea people would want to go to school to learn how to live like pioneers. When our world was whole, I thought it was ridiculous. Now, we're almost there. Sabrina leans toward Lindsey and me. Once we cross the river, the road is just up ahead. Even after the murders, the killing we did, I can't tamp down my enthusiasm. A wave of guilt passes over me. I catch Sabrina's eye and see she feels the same. Lindsey, with tears in her eyes, says, "It's been such a long trip. I'm so glad it's almost over. Not the way I expected it to end, but at least we'll be there soon. "This is the turn," Carlene yells at us. "Yes," we three respond in unison. She takes the turn and continues the slow forward motion. We go about half a mile up over a small hill when we see it, a roadblock. Carlene comes to a complete stop. "What should I do?" she asks out the open window. "It's probably just like the other towns, don't you think?" Sabrina asks. Lindsey nods. I shrug. Before the ambush, I would have thought yes. Now I'm scared. "Nice and slow," Lindsey says. "They're probably just making sure we belong here, just like the other places. Do it just like we've done before." "You sure, Lindsey? This isn't—" "Yeah. I think if it were an ambush, they'd be hidden. This looks like a checkpoint. I think we'll be okay. Please, Lord, let it be true."
Chapter 72. Molly, Saturday, day 24, Bakerville, Wyoming. Tammy's graveside service is nice as a burial after a senseless murder can be. Pastor Ralph officiates, and even though Dr. Sam originally forbade Belinda from attending, as we were all getting ready to leave, he relented. She's carried to the gravesite on Leo's roll-up stretcher and then moved to a camping cot. She lies there for the service, with TJ sitting on the ground by her head. After the service, TJ comes with us to the community dinner, while Sam takes Belinda back to our place. Art and Alvin stayed behind to safeguard the homestead during the service, so they'll help him get Belinda situated back in the safe room. Each of the new food station cooks brings the meal they were planning for today. Seems Deanne wasn't the only one trying for something different to kick off the local stations. Jake and I are visiting with the Snyders and Hudsons when Mick Michelson comes over to us. After the greetings and pleasantries are completed, Mick says, "This is quite a feast, but I did notice it's a little light on meat." Pretty creative of someone to use Vienna sausage in the rice dish, but, well, I guess we ought to talk about butchering a cow. With enough people, we should be able to process it before it spoils. We'll have more time once the weather cools, but I think we'll be okay. Barney Sanchez and I met earlier today and came up with a rotation schedule. We'll each pick one cull from our herd every week, maybe 2. Bobby Noland has a few to cull also. He doesn't run the numbers we do, but he'll still help. We need to thin our herds down anyway. It's going to be hard to put up enough feed to get them through the winter without our machinery. I'm not a fan of horses and don't have any, but Barney's willing to help me with haying by using his horse and wagon. Who would have thought something he kept around just for taking to parades would be something we'd need for survival? He shakes his head. So we'll need to find some implements, scythes, I guess, so we can harvest hay by hand. The corn and barley, too. It's all by hand this year, unless Nolan's team can get something figured out with the old tractors. Bobby Noland has a group of mechanics, including Alvin, Tate, Mike, and Aaron Ogden, trying to get a few ancient tractors running. Alvin used to be a bus mechanic with a school district in Northern California before he retired 20 years ago. Tate was a wrench bender in the Air Force, or as he calls himself, a crew dog, turned diesel mechanic. Mike is a general backyard mechanic. Aaron worked at an auto shop in Wesley. The group has a few prospects they're working on by cannibalizing other pieces. So far, one tractor is running, and in the final stages of being put into service, with needed attachments being retrofitted. They've also been working on getting Jake's truck running. A mid-2000s diesel, it was fried, along with all other newish vehicles when the EMP hit. Tate has a theory about how he can bypass the computer parts and get it working. So far, he hasn't been fully successful, but the experiment has been encouraging. If he can get Jake's truck running, he'll move on to Leo's diesel. He doesn't think he can do anything for the gas engines. Don't ask me why. But he might be able to get some of the community's diesels going, maybe even some of the diesel farm equipment. Of course, it's still theoretical, and they only work on this in their spare time, of which there is little. Food, security, and day-to-day survival take up the bulk of our time. Getting the tractors running is important for producing and harvesting food. The pickup trucks aren't essential, especially since we have only a finite amount of diesel. Jake did say having a truck able to tow a large trailer would be helpful for bringing home firewood for the community. Because of Jake and Malcolm's hard work, we're in good shape on wood, at least for the upcoming winter. Many in the community are not. There are plans in the works to remedy this. I understand they're getting close, Phil says. They have one tractor running. They're just working on new tires. I'm not sure about an attachment for haying, though. You'll have to check with him. Yeah, he's looking for an old mowing implement. Thinks he has something that'll work, but the connection is wrong. We'll need workers. In exchange for helping feed the community, we can trade for field work. We have a couple of real mowers, Jake offers. My daughter used a manual mower on her small lawn in Portland. Molly and I used ours on the patch of grass we had in Casper. Would they work for haying? Not sure. Don't know if they'd be strong enough for the height of the hay, but we can give it a try. We'll figure out a schedule for workers, Phil says. Truthfully, the ones who'd be the most likely to work in the fields will be the same ones on the militia. We have to figure out a way to rotate them so we always have people fresh for both needs. I know it's going to be tough, Mick says, sounding indignant, but we don't have a choice but to work the fields. Absolutely, Phil says quickly. We're with you on this. We'll need the hay for the cattle, Mick continues, barely acknowledging Phil. He's on a roll and wants to speak his piece. We also need corn for the pigs. I figure we'll all be eating it. Same with the barley. It won't be exciting eating, but it should be just enough to get our community through the winter. Of course, next winter. His voice fades away and none of us finish his sentence. Next winter will be a different story. Thankfully, people had their crops in before the attack started. We've also been blessed with a wet spring, and we're still getting rain almost daily. Next year, the crops will go in by hand. We'll need to make sure we save enough for seed. Also, we don't know what the weather will give us next year. Will we have enough rain so we don't need supplemental watering? Because without power, additional water will be a huge challenge. Sure wish those Baker brothers would join with the rest of us, Mick says gruffly. I'm pretty sure they have some old implements. They still have a considerable amount of stuff left behind by their homesteading relatives. That family never throws anything away. I could go visit them, Phil offers. Don't bother. They ran me and Barney off with a shotgun. Made it clear they have their family to care for, and that is that. The rest of us are on our own. They do have quite a group living on their ranch, Jake says. I can somewhat understand wanting to take care of their own. Probably don't have any more people at their place than you have at yours, Jake, Mick says. I don't see you refusing to help. The conversation stops at the sound of several motors pulling into the community center. It's our new deputy, Clark Thomas, riding one of the official sheriff's four-wheelers. Deputy Fred had a gold star painted on 3 four-wheelers and an old pickup to signify the status of those vehicles. Behind him is an old Ford pickup and an old car. A Pacer? I haven't seen one of those since high school. The pickup isn't even at a full stop when someone bounces out of the bed. A vaguely familiar girl around the same age as my daughter, Angela, steps out. Her black hair is piled on top of her head and she's skinny. Is that? Kelly says. Yes, Phil shouts. Yes, it is. Sylvia. She hears her name and gives a huge smile, saying something to the others in the pickup bed before sprinting toward Phil and Kelly. I watch as a second, nearly identical woman scampers over the side of the pickup, then darts toward Phil and Kelly. Sabrina. I've met both girls several times when they visited Bakerville. From her wheelchair, Doris lets out a yelp. I can't believe it. Figuring Doris is simply excited with the rest of us over Kelly's children making their way here, I smile at her and see she's staring at the old Ford. A tall, blonde, very skinny woman is standing beside the truck. She gives a small wave. She looks familiar, too, but I can't quite place her. My question is answered when Evan waves frantically and exclaims, Lindsey, you've made it. She's made it, Doris cries. Evan, she's here. I knew she'd make it. Lindsey shuffles over to Doris. She isn't moving nearly as quickly as Sylvia and Sabrina did. Her movement is with effort. Is she ill? Doris, impatient for Lindsey to reach her, is almost bouncing in her wheelchair. As I'm watching Doris, Kelly, and Phil have their daughters in their arms, hugs, tears, and cries of delight fill the air. Everyone present is smiling. "Mama, oh Mama," Lindsey sobs, embracing Doris. "I'm so sorry you're hurt. We tried to get here as soon as we could so we could help you." "I'm fine, and you're here now." Lindsey lets go of her mom long enough to hug Evan, patiently waiting for his turn. "You okay, Linz?" She shakes her head and breaks down, the sobs racking her body. "Logan, she chokes. "Logan didn't make it," Sabrina quietly says. "We were ambushed a few miles from here. Another lady was also killed. We have them in the bed of the truck." "We were so close," Lindsey cries. Deputy Clark Thomas taps me on the arm. "Molly, I met Lindsey before, so I knew she would be welcomed. She vouched for Sabrina and Sylvia. Plus, they looked just like Kelly. So I brought them back also, along with the others in their 2 cars." "Good," I interrupt him. "Definitely good to bring them in. You've made a couple of moms very happy." "Yes, well, there's another party. Showed up right before they did. They weren't traveling together, so they don't know each other." "Okay, so you use the usual protocol. No one in unless they know someone or have a skill we can't do without." I shrug, starting to turn away, wondering why he's telling me about this. "Yeah, well, the guy says he knows you. Said if you refuse him, I'm supposed to give this envelope to your husband." Give an envelope to my husband? Surely it couldn't be. I feel the blood drain from my face. My heart is pounding in my ears. "His name?" I ask quietly. Brad Quinton. Brad. Not only have I tried to forget him, I've hoped to stay away from him. There's no room in my life for a person like him. I guess he thinks differently. Last month, he called me on my work phone. I thought I'd convinced him to leave me be. Guess not. He called again on the day of the plane crashes. He told me he wasn't going away, wasn't going to let the matter drop. He said he was in Wyoming on business and he'd show up on my doorstep. With everything that's happened since, I never thought he would. Why would he? Even in the end of the world, I can't get away from my slightly scandalous past. Before I can say anything to Clark Thomas, Doris shouts, "What are you doing here?" I look toward her as she's pulling her pistol from the special pocket holster she constructed on the wheelchair. She's pointing it at an exceptionally beautiful, very blonde woman in her early to mid-30s, Barbie. She reminds me of a Barbie doll. No, that's not right. She has the beauty of a Barbie doll, but is much too skinny. Her body is more of an underweight gymnast as opposed to Barbie. "Well, Albatross, you are the last person I'd expect to see," the skinny Barbie says. "Likewise, Peregrine. Now put your hands where I can see them and sit yourself down on that chair." She motions to a chair a dozen feet away. "I know full well what you're capable of, and I plan to put a bullet between your eyes if I even get an inkling you're deviating from what I tell you to do." "Mom? What's going on?" Lindsey stammers. "Who would have thought it?" Doris replies in an almost dreamlike tone. "It's the end of the world as we know it, and my past has returned to haunt me."
This has been Shields and Ramparts, Havoc in Wyoming, Part 4 by Millie Copper. This production is available for purchase at killercozies.com. Be sure to hit the subscribe button to never miss a new story. Learn more about Millie Copper's books at milliecopper.com.